So we're getting some more updates coming in. We'll try to go across to our colleague for that. But the post-mortem will be conducted. A medical team and senior doctors are going to conduct Twisha's second autopsy. So the move is next that the autopsy will be done. Also, let's not forget that the earlier court had rejected the demand for a second post-mortem. But after a lot of pressure, after the Republic asked the right questions, now we see a second post-mortem will be done. This is exactly what Twisha's parents had requested. So we're getting you all these updates. Police to seek 7-day custody of Samarth. Court has reserved the order on Samarth's remand. The judge has said right now that Samarth can talk to his lawyer. So all these updates are coming in because Samarth's hearing has begun in the Bhopal Court. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers. This entire story is moving in so many parallel fronts. So one is, of course, the autopsy, the second autopsy, which will be happening very soon. Second is that Samarth hearing has begun in the court. And the third is that there's more trouble for the mother-in-law, Giribala, as well. So the entire story moving extremely, extremely fast here. We'll try to go across to our colleagues in a short while from now to understand what the latest is. But after Samarth got arrested, now the ball is rolling when it comes to Samarth and the family of the mother-in-law of Twisha to face justice. So back-to-back updates coming in here. Republic Police will be seeking a 7-day custody of Samarth. And earlier we showed you first images from the rooftop of Bhopal residence in Katara Hills, where we see that Twisha was found in connection with her death. So we have a lot of updates coming in for you. Multiple updates as the CBI has taken over Twisha's case as well. The family of Twisha wanted CBI to step in when speaking to Republic multiple times. They said they want CBI to step in. That has also happened. We're taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll continue to be live and breaking. Samarth is in court after medical examination. The hearing has begun. We'll get you all those updates. Stay tuned. We will continue to be live and breaking.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा
क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Bora murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and viewers, in the Bhopal District Court, Samarth Singh's hearing is underway. He's Twisha's husband and also the key accused in her dowry death case. We're getting you all the details. Here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Twisha's husband Samarth Singh presented in the Bhopal District Court. Police take Samarth Singh for medical examination prior being in the court.
कितने दिन की रिमांड लेने वाले?
अभी इस संबंध में हम लोग 7 दिन की रिमांड लेंगे. बाकी डिटेल में पीसी सीपी साहब करेंगे. 1 बजे पर कंट्रोल रूम में आपको.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic, the ACP Rajneesh Kashyap confirms that police will seek 7-day remand of Samarth Singh. AIIMS team with senior doctors to depart for Bhopal from New Delhi for Twisha's second autopsy. Second autopsy procedure will be fully videographed. CBI takes over the Twisha case. The CBI will conduct on-site investigations starting from scratch. Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development, and this is that Samarth Singh is not cooperating in the ongoing probe. That's what the police has said against him in the court in the hearing that remains underway in the Bhopal District Court. Now, in fact, judge has also granted time to Samarth Singh to speak to his lawyer. In fact, the police has made it very clear that Samarth did not cooperate in the ongoing probe. Remember, this comes after he was evading arrest for about 10 days. He was missing since the day of Twisha's death. He was last seen in a CCTV footage carrying her body down in his 2-floor house, and after that there were no traces of Samarth Singh. The police had also issued a lookout notice, and now the police in court says that he's not cooperating in the probe.
ने यहाँ पर समय दिया कुछ, वहाँ पर समर सिंह को थोड़ा समय दिया गया कि वो अपने वकीलों से बात कर ले, क्योंकि पुलिस की टीम ने जो है 7 दिन की रिमांड मांगी है, और 7 दिन की रिमांड मांगने के बाद जो है जज ने कहा कि थोड़ा वक्त जो है समर सिंह को उसके वकीलों के साथ दिए जाना चाहिए, और इसके बाद उन्होंने फैसला सुरक्षित रखा। और जब समय दिया वकीलों से बात करने का, आप देखिए समर सिंह मुस्कुराकर बात करता हुआ अपने वकीलों से नजर आ रहा था, उसके चेहरे पर कोई भी गम नहीं था। उसके वकील जो है उसे थोड़ा साइड लेकर चले गए थे, पुलिस की टीम जो है वो आगे खड़ी हो गई थी, किसी को वहाँ जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा था। वो क्या बात कर रहा था समझ नहीं आया, लेकिन हाँ, ये आप साफ तौर पर देखिए कि समर्थ सिंह जो है मुस्कुराकर अपने वकीलों से बात करता हुआ नजर आ रहा था, जो कि साफ तौर पर बताता है कि समर्थ सिंह को कहीं से कहीं तक भी इस पूरी घटना का न गम है, ना ही उसे खौफ है कि उसके साथ क्या होगा, क्योंकि जाहिर तौर पर उसे पता है कि जो सिस्टम है वो सिस्टम उसकी जेब में। जिस तरीके से वो लगातार 11 दिनों से फरार रहा, उसे पुलिस की टीम गिरफ्तार नहीं कर पाई। FIR की देरी को लेकर बात करें जी।
Viewers, that's in fact Republic right outside the court, the Bhopal District Court, where the case is undergoing. In fact, Shambhavi, my colleague, also continues joining us on the broadcast. Shambhavi, speak to us about the details of the matter. You know, a court order that's now been slightly reserved. He's been given time to speak to his lawyer before the court decides whether or not he'll be given a police remand of 7 days. Shambhavi. In fact, we've possibly dropped a call with our reporter Shambhavi, who's on ground. But viewers, Samarth Singh's court hearing is underway in the Bhopal District Court, a moment that Republic had been waiting for, that the entire country had been waiting for. Remember, in fact, a medical team with about 4 senior doctors, that's the latest that's coming in. A medical team with 4 senior doctors will conduct Twisha's second round of autopsy. Remember, her family has been asking for a second round of post-mortem 4 days now, and now finally the government has put its foot down. A second round of autopsy will happen as per the court. Shambhavi is now joining us on the broadcast to get us more details. Shambhavi, speak to us about the court reserving Samarth Singh's order. In fact, they've given him time to speak to his lawyer, recollect, and then get back.
Yes, sir. Surely he has been given some time to speak to his lawyer, but now there's only decision which needs to come, and it will come by 5 p.m. All the hearings, all the arguments which needed to be made are already made. What the police has been saying that we need a 7-day police custody because we need to interrogate. There is some custodial interrogation which needs to be done. An investigation because we've been absconding for 10 days. We need to know where was he for those 10 days. Who did he talk to? Who did he speak to? Who did he associate in those 10 days? His whereabouts, everything in in detail of every account of those 10 days, and that was the police's argument, to which even the opposition opposed, saying that we have all the material available, we have every document available, we have everything with us. You just need to take that from us. Whenever you want to take it from us, take it. And there is no need for police custody. So they are advocating for judicial custody here. And we know that very soon there is a chance the CBI will take up the matter. The CBI might take up this entire investigation. So then CBI will quickly take the remand from the police custody. So it is very likely that the police custody will be granted. Of how many days? Will it be for 7 days as the police asked, as the Bhopal Police has asked, or will it be for lesser days as was asked by the opposition? We will know by 5 p.m.
Right, Shambhavi. In fact, also speak to us about the details of the fact that, the police in court has said that Samarth Singh was not cooperating. Of course, it comes after he evaded arrest for 10 days straight, despite a lookout notice that was issued against him. But also speak to us about the fact that the police in court now says that Samarth Singh was not cooperating for the probe over the death of his own wife, Twisha Sharma.
Absolutely. So, of course, Samarth Singh was not cooperating. On the face of it, the very main thing which shows that he was not cooperating is the fact that he was absconding for the 10 days. He has been absconding since the day of Twisha's death. He's been absconding after taking Twisha to AIIMS Bhopal. He is nowhere to be found. Even Republic chased. We got a tip-off about his whereabouts here in one of the places. I'm not at the liberty to disclose the location, but in Bhopal itself, there was a very intense check that Republic, along with the police, along with the family, we did. But of course, he was nowhere to be found. There are many people who are involved with him. And the fact that he was absconding, the fact that he was not present for his statements before the police, the fact that there was a lookout circular notice issued, the fact that there was a bounty on his head of 30,000 rupees, the fact that he was actually arrested by the police just yesterday when the High Court said that you need to surrender before the trial court of Bhopal or the investigating officer, shows that he was not cooperating with the investigation. Is a fact, very on the face of it, it shows that Samarth had zero intentions of cooperating with the police in this entire investigation. Even his mother, for that matter, the police has said, even the commissioner in his press conference today has said that Giribala Singh is also not cooperating with the investigation. We have sent her notice 3 times to come and record her statements for investigation, but she hasn't appeared even once. Both this mother and son duo hasn't been cooperating with this investigation, and that is exactly what the police made an argument in front of the court.
Right, Shambhavi. In fact, Shambhavi, also these are the visuals of Samarth Singh, who was being taken inside the court after his medical examination. You followed him through and through, right from the Katara Hills Police Station to JP District Hospital to the Bhopal District Court, where the hearing now remains underway. In fact, the police has said that he was not cooperating with the police and the authorities in the probe. And Shambhavi, now that the CBI has taken over the case, they're expected to start the entire investigation from scratch. But also, Bhopal Police has mishandled a lot of evidences in this case, and in fact a lot of time has passed, so the CBI will be confronted with a lot of procedural lapses of the Bhopal Police before beginning their case. So what's the update on that front also, Shambhavi?
Well, yes, this has been a very long trail. Everybody has been looking for Samarth since the past not even 10 days, 11 days now, and Republic has been trailing this entire, every place that Samarth is going, starting from the Katara Hills Police Station. We were there since morning, tracking where Samarth was, tracking the exact time when Samarth will come out of the police station, then go for his medical examination. There were also talks about how his medical examination was already done once, but then he had to go through another medical examination before being produced before the court. That was done in the JP district. Even the police tried to bring him to the AIIMS Bhopal initially for his medical examination, but because of the heavy presence of media that we were trailing them, they did not, and they instead took him to JP Hospital. And from there, he was now taken to the trial court here, and he's being now produced before Judge Anuditi Gupta, and she will very soon, within a few minutes or within an hour or so, is going to give her order. Let's see if Samarth Singh gets police custody for 7 days as asked by the police, as even confirmed by the commissioner in his press conference today, or will the days be lesser as asked by the opposition?
Right, Shambhavi. In fact, Republic has forefronted this entire investigation. It is because of the media's effort, Republic's effort, single-handedly, that the case has reached where it has today. The family's cries there, bereavement has been heard, and in fact, the court is now taking full cognizance. The case has flipped 360 degrees after the media intervened and asked for justice on behalf of Twisha's family. And now, in fact, Shambhavi, also, there is, there's breaking development that medical team with about 4 senior doctors will conduct Twisha's autopsy. That's likely tomorrow. So speak to us about the details of that as well. An AIIMS team with 4 senior doctors and others will depart from New Delhi at 6 p.m. today evening, headed straight for Bhopal, where the autopsy for Twisha Sharma will be conducted once again, likely tomorrow. Shambhavi.
Absolutely, yes. So see, this was a big win for us. This was a big win for Republic. This was a big win for the family, because the family has been asking for a second post-mortem even before the post-mortem report actually was out, even before the second post-mortem report was out, because they had shown distrust in the report. They were so sure that there would be some meddling done. They were so sure that there would be discrepancies and irregularities in the report. And the fact that there were actually, and there's much more that is still hidden, that is still an angle which needs to be investigated, proves their point. And also the High Court understood this and approved the second post-mortem just yesterday, gave them permission for a second post-mortem to be conducted by a team from AIIMS Delhi. So a team of 4 senior doctors will be conducting the post-mortems for the second time. A team of 4 senior doctors is set to arrive in Bhopal from Delhi, and they will be conducting a second post-mortem. Many things are expected to come up in the second post-mortem. Even the family is expecting for things to come out, because they had their reasons. There were a lot of differences with the age, with the height, with the color of his garments, of her garments, and other. What about the injuries that was found on her? The blunt force injuries, the abrasions on her body.
Yeah, the automortem hanging injuries also. Shambhavi, thanks very much for getting us a lowdown. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and track other news that's getting in at this hour. Now, in Jammu and Kashmir, an operation remains underway. The army says that they've been able to establish contact with terrorists in the valley who were in hiding. The army has now launched a coordinated search operation against terrorists that are hiding in the Rajouri sector in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, in fact, a firefighting also ensued between security forces and terrorists in the valley. So there were gunshots that were heard, and that was the first breaking development that we got for you. And now the army has confirmed that a contact has been established with the terrorists in the Rajouri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. A cordon operation has been launched against the terrorists who are in a hiding. The Operation Sherovali that remains underway in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, fighting and gunshots also ensued between the security forces and also the terrorists that are in hiding in the Rajouri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The army in Jammu and Kashmir has now confirmed that a contact has been established with terrorists who are in a hiding in the Rajouri sector in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, fighting also ensued between security forces and terrorists in the valley. Gursimran, my colleague, joins us to get us more details into the matter. Gursimran, speak to us about Operation Sherovali that remains underway in Jammu and Kashmir. Contact has been established. How far has the security operation reached?
See, it was early morning contact that was established when the troops of the Special Forces of Indian Army, they were actually coming down from the hill after they were fired upon by the terrorists, and when they were fired upon, the security forces retaliated. But when they reached the location of the terrorists escaped from that very spot, leaving some of their belongings. Now the search operation has been launched, and since this area is close to the area where digital intercepts were traced by the intel agency, so it is believed that this is the same group that was active in the area for a longer period of time, and the operation was on for last couple of days. It is believed that these all are Pakistani terrorists that are active in the area, but for now the search operations are continuing and the security forces are trying to get on to the location of the terrorists.
Right, Gursimran, thanks for getting us those details into the matter. In fact, viewers are now shifting focus. Once again, the prices have risen of household budgets, and this brings fresh pressure on everybody who's been trying to wade through. Now, petrol and diesel prices have been increased for a third time in less than 10 days, with rates going up by 91 paise per litre today. The hike comes amid rising global energy prices that have been triggered by the conflict that continues to ensue in West Asia between Israel, Iran and the United States. Here's a report that gets you all the details. Take a look.
Petrol and diesel prices have been hiked once again today, marking the third increase in rates in less than 10 days. Petrol prices in Delhi have gone up by 87 paise per litre from 98.64 rupees to 99.51 rupees. Diesel prices have risen by 91 paise from 91.58 rupees to 92.49 per litre. This follows earlier hikes on May 15th and the 19th. The total increase in fuel prices is nearly 5 rupees per litre within just 10 days. Fuel prices have steadily climbed across major cities since May 14th. In Delhi, petrol prices have risen from 94.74 to 99.51 rupees in just 9 days. Similarly, in Mumbai, petrol has crossed 108 rupees per litre, while Kolkata has touched nearly 111 rupees per litre. The diesel chart also reflects a similar trend, with prices in metro cities seeing continuous hikes after every revision announced by oil companies. The reason behind the fuel price hike is the sharp spike in international energy prices due to the conflict in West Asia. India is among the last major economies to increase retail fuel prices despite rising international costs. Analysts warn that if global crude prices continue to remain volatile, more hikes may follow in the coming days.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. Thanks very much for staying with us. And on the other side, an AIIMS team will now depart from New Delhi with 4 senior doctors headed straight to Bhopal for a second round of autopsy of Twisha Sharma's deceased body. We're getting you all the details. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape, and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive, and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then, this is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come...
Viewers, and on the other side, an AIIMS team will depart from New Delhi to Bhopal with 4 senior doctors and others to carry out Twisha Sharma's second round of autopsy. That's likely tomorrow. Getting you all the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. so be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV this Saturday. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with the top story that we're tracking.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
AIIMS team to depart for Bhopal for Twisha's second autopsy to be conducted tomorrow. Police in court tells the judge that Samarth Singh is not cooperating, seeks 7-day custody. Let's cut straight to the top story that we're tracking, viewers. Let's move out of the headlines and let's come to the big story on the Twisha Sharma case, viewers. Husband Samarth Singh had been arrested last evening and he has been produced in Bhopal Court today. Police in fact said that Samarth Singh is not cooperating in investigation. Senior doctors will be conducting second post-mortem of Twisha Sharma tomorrow. All right, we have big breaking news coming in from the court. The latest update first on Republic TV. 7-day custody to the police granted by the court. Samarth has been sent to 7-day police remand. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Samarth Singh sent to 7-day police custody. We'll connect with our reporters from the courts and outside the court as well. Husband of Twisha Sharma is a criminal advocate, criminal lawyer himself. Been on the run for 10 days, and yesterday he turned up in the Jabalpur court, and then he was taken to Bhopal Court, and today he has been sent to 7-day police custody. So viewers, first, the second post-mortem will be taking place tomorrow, and the second big update is that Samarth Singh has been sent to 7-day police remand. That's the big update we're getting in right now. Very, very important development as far as the Twisha death case is concerned. Big breaking news coming in from Bhopal. Samarth remanded to 7-day police custody. You can see the visuals of Samarth Singh today. Yesterday he was covering his face with the face mask, and today he continues to cover his neck for some reason. And you can see him, the visuals of Samarth Singh when he was being taken to court. And let's just cut across to our reporters who are getting us those details live from Bhopal. Right now, viewers, this trouble is of course mounting for Samarth Singh. News tightening around Twisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh. And after he's produced in court, police sought a 7-day remand, and they've been granted the 7-day custody. Shambhavi joins us from the court. Shambhavi, tell us more details. What happened in court? The police get 7-day custody.
Yes, Rakshita. Officially now the court has sent Samarth for 7 days of police remand, and that is exactly what the police has been asking. That was exact prayer of the police in the court, although there was some resistance from the opposition. For the argument, the main argument was the police saying that they need to have Samarth in their custody so that they can interrogate him, they can investigate where he has been for all those 10 days, what he has been doing, who all are the people with whom he's been associated or he's been talking to, where was he hiding all these 10 days. So all these details needs to be investigated. That is why this was the main argument that police had given in the court, to which the opposition argued, saying that whatever information you want, whatever documents you want, we have all of it. Whenever you want it, you can take it. So there is no need of police custody. But again, now the decision has come in the favor of the police, and that the police has been given a remand for 7 days of Samarth. Rakshita.
It's a big update. 7-day police custody granted by the court. Live visuals coming in right now. Live visuals coming in from outside the court. Police taking Samarth Singh. You can see police taking Samarth Singh in that bag.
और ये पुलिस की गाड़ी यहाँ कोर्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स से बाहर निकलती हुई आप देखिए, जिला सत्र न्यायालय भोपाल, यहाँ से ये पुलिस की गाड़ी निकल चुकी है। 7 दिन की रिमांड जो है वो यहाँ पर पुलिस टीम के द्वारा मांगी गई थी, और 7 दिन की रिमांड जो है वो यहाँ पर जो है वो दी गई है, जिसकी तस्वीरें लगातार हम आपको दिखा रहे थे। और जब हम कोर्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स के अंदर मौजूद थे, S17 कोर्ट में जो है पेशी हुई थी यहाँ पर समर्थ सिंह की। लेकिन आपको बता दें, देखिए कि किस तरीके से समर्थ जो है वो मुस्कुराते हुए अपने वकीलों से बात कर रहा था। जो उसकी वकील की टीम थी उससे वो मुस्कुरा कर बात कर रहा था। उसके चेहरे पर डर बिल्कुल भी नहीं था, गम बिल्कुल भी नहीं था, जो कि साफ तौर पर बता रहा था कि किस तरीके से समर्थ जो है उसे किसी भी तरीके का गम नहीं है कि उसकी पत्नी की मौत हो गई है। और लगातार इस पूरे मामले को लेकर जिस तरीके से रिपब्लिक मीडिया लगातार ये तस्वीरें जो है दिखाता रहा है। आपको एक बार गेट फिर से दिखाएंगे, हम आपको गेट एक बार फिर से दिखाएंगे। आप ये गेट देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से, ये वही गेट है जहां से समर्थ सिंह को लेकर जाया गया था। रिपब्लिक मीडिया ने भी सबसे पहले, रिपब्लिक भारत ने सबसे पहले ये तस्वीरें जो है अपने दर्शकों को दिखाई थी कि किस तरीके से इसी गेट से जो है समर्थ सिंह को लेकर जाया गया था। लेकिन रिपब्लिक भारत के सवालों से, रिपब्लिक मीडिया के सवालों से समर्थ जो है बचता हुआ नजर आया। उसने सवालों का जवाब नहीं दिया और अब जो उसे 7 दिन की रिमांड दे दी गई है। और जो समर्थ सिंह है वो अब यहाँ से जा चुका है, पुलिस की टीम उसे लेकर जा चुकी है। अब समर्थ सिंह से सवाल जवाब जो है वो किए जाएंगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर ये बड़ी अपडेट, बड़ी खबर निकल कर जिस तरीके से सामने आई है जी, 7 दिन की यहाँ पर रिमांड जो है वो अब स्वीकार कर ली गई है। पुलिस की टीम ने 7 दिन की रिमांड जो है मांगी थी। उस वक्त कोर्ट रूम में हम लोग मौजूद थे जब पुलिस की टीम ने 7 दिन की रिमांड मांगी, तो जज ने अपना फैसला सुरक्षित रख लिया था। जज ने ये कहा कि समर्थ सिंह को मौका दिया जाएगा उसके वकीलों से बातचीत करने का। इसके बाद समर्थ सिंह जो है वो अपने वकीलों से बातचीत।
अब वो सभी ने देखा, वो हंस रहे थे। अब उनने क्या करा है नहीं करा है पुलिस निकालेगी 7 दिन के अंदर। और पासपोर्ट के संबंध में प्रोसीडिंग हुई थी। उनके वकील साहब ने आज अपना पासपोर्ट भी जमा कर दिया जो आरोपी है उसका। और बाकी 3 एप्लीकेशन हैं जो पेंडिंग है, जो प्रिजर्वेशन के संबंध में हमने लगाई थी जो नंबर के लिए, उसके लिए अभी 29 तारीख लगी है।
10 दिनों तक कहाँ रुके थे, कोई जानकारी उन्होंने
अभी कुछ नहीं दिया। अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा और इसमें 10 दिन तक वो किसके संरक्षण में थे, अगर कोई सरकारी लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व है जिनके पास वो थे तो उसके लिए भी प्रोसीडिंग है, उसके लिए भी सजा इन्वेस्टिगेटिव।
हम आपको सिर्फ इतना बता सकते हैं कि कल हमने उनको शाम को 5:30 पौने 6 बजे डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड सेशन जज जबलपुर के कोर्ट नंबर 32 में से दरवाज़ा खुलवा करके हमने जब चेक करा तो वो वहाँ पर बैठे हुए थे और वहाँ पे 3 उनके बाबू थे। जब मैंने उनसे पूछा कि एक व्यक्ति कौन है तो पहले उन्होंने बोला कि हम नहीं जानते कौन है, और फिर ये वहाँ से उठ के भागे। जब मैं ऊपर जा रहा था और जो हमारे जबलपुर के कलीग हैं एडवोकेट पीयूष तिवारी, वो मेरे साथ थे। जब हम दौड़ते हुए ऊपर जा रहे थे, जब हमें पता चला कि उस कोर्ट में हो सकते हैं, तो मीडिया के जो आप लोग के सारे साथी थे जबलपुर के, वो हमारे पीछे पीछे आ गए। और चूंकि वो कोर्ट रूम के दरवाजे के बाहर मीडिया खड़ी हो गई थी, इसीलिए जब इन्होंने वहां से भागने की कोशिश करी और जब इन्होंने भागने की कोशिश करी तो पहले मैंने इनको रोका। मैंने बोला आप लॉयर हैं, आपके ऊपर प्राइज मनी है, आपको प्रॉपर तरीके से सरेंडर करना चाहिए। तो इन्होंने वहाँ पे सरेंडर नहीं किया और ये भागे और बाहर इनके कई सारे लॉयर्स आए जो हम लोगों के साथ और मीडिया पर्सन्स के साथ सबके साथ धक्का मुक्की करते हुए इनको सबको वहाँ से ले गए। और जो बिल्डिंग है वो काफ़ी लंबी, हम फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे थे, वहाँ से सेकंड नीचे उतारा इन्होंने। नीचे उतार करके फिर ये बाजू वाली बिल्डिंग में, मुझे ऐसा बताया गया क्योंकि जबलपुर कोर्ट का मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन एक कमरा है जहाँ पर जो बताया गया कि बार एसोसिएशन के अध्यक्ष का कमरा है। मैं वहाँ के बार एसोसिएशन को नहीं जानता हूँ, अध्यक्ष को भी नहीं जानता हूँ। मुझे ये भी नहीं पता है कि जिस व्यक्ति के बारे में बोला गया कि ये बार एसोसिएशन का अध्यक्ष है, वो अध्यक्ष ही थे कि नहीं थे। लेकिन उस कमरे में लेके जब गए तो मैं और मीडिया पर्सन्स उस कमरे में जब गए तब वहाँ भी हम लोग के साथ धक्का मुक्की हुई और वहाँ से हमें बाहर निकालने की कोशिश हुई। तो मैंने उनको बोला कि आप भी वकील हैं, हम भी वकील हैं, अगर आप समर्थ के वकील हैं और हम त्रिशा के वकील हैं और ये यहाँ पे बैठे हैं तो अब इसके बाद आप पुलिस को आ जाने दीजिए, इनको सरेंडर करें। तो हमारे साथ बहुत बदतमीजी हुई, गाली गलौच हुई, ना सिर्फ मेरे साथ, जितने वहाँ पे मीडिया पर्सन्स थे उनके साथ भी हुई। और फिर उस कमरे के अंदर जो चैम्बर था, उस चैम्बर में ले जाकर को बंद कर दिया गया और हम सबको धक्का मार के उस हॉल से बाहर निकाल दिया गया। और उस हॉल I definitely don't know whether those persons were really lawyers or they were in disguise, some other goons presenting themselves to be the lawyers, क्योंकि जितनी गंदी भाषा, abusive language और जितनी धक्का मुक्की, मैं भी लॉयर हूँ, I was in dress, हम ड्रेस में थे और जिस तरीके से हमारे साथ व्यवहार हुआ है, मुझे अपने दिल में विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है कि वो लोग जहाँ वहाँ पे थे वो वास्तव में वकील थे। आई रियली डोंट नो बिकॉज आई डोंट, दे आर नॉट नोन पर्सन्स टू मी, तो मैं नहीं जानता हूँ कि वो वकील थे कि नहीं थे। Yesterday he was wearing a cap, he was wearing अंकुर रहो यहीं पे, he was wearing a cap, he was wearing sunglasses और एक कपड़ा भी वो डाले हुए थे। तो फेशियल एक्सप्रेशंस कल तो नहीं दिख रहे थे, बट एवरी अटेम्प्ट वाज टू रन अवे। नाउ माय क्वेश्चन इज दैट हमें पहले ये बताया गया कि वो डीजे साहब की कोर्ट में गए थे और डीजे साहब ने उनको ये बोला, हमको ये पता चला इस बात की, मुझे बिल्कुल जानकारी नहीं कि ऐसा हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ, लेकिन डीजे साहब, मुझे बताया गया कि डीजे साहब ने बोला कि आपको भोपाल में जाके सरेंडर करना चाहिए। लेकिन जो एक पिक्चर उस समय की जो सर्कुलेट हो रही है उसमें वो ऐसी चेयर्स पे बैठे हैं जो कोर्ट रूम में वकीलों के लिए होती है बैठने के लिए। अब मेरा प्रश्न ये है कि कोर्ट रूम में वो वकीलों की उस पे कैसे बैठे थे, उनको कटघरे में क्यों नहीं खड़ा रखा गया? और यदि ऐसा हुआ है, अगर इफ इट हैज सो हैपेंड दैट द डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज रिफ्यूज टू टेक द रिमांड टू टेक हिम इनटू सरेंडर, तो उनको उसको कटघरे में खड़ा करके और कस्टडी में लेना था और लोकल पुलिस को बुला करके उसको हैंडओवर करना था। जब मैं अंदर गया हूं और मैंने बाबुओं से बोला, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि जब ये अकेले बैठे हैं, लाइट्स ऑफ थी, एसी चल रहा था और पंखे चल रहे थे, तो मुझे लगा कि शायद डीजे साहब ने इनको कस्टडी में रखा है। तो मैंने कहा आप साहब को अंदर से बुलाइए, तो बोले साहब तो घर जा चुके। जब मैंने बोला आप तक
was an hour-long meeting between Marco Rubio and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has concluded, and the first pictures of that meeting coming in. In fact, also another report comes in is that Marco Rubio personally has, in fact, there is even the ambassador to Ambassador Sergio Gore has written that Marco Rubio has extended an invite on behalf of Trump for Prime Minister to visit the White House in the near future. That's the big update as well. So breaking news coming in right now. So that's the big update we have right now. Rubio meeting the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State meeting the Prime Minister and extending an invite on behalf of Donald Trump for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit the White House. So we can see that there have been back-to-back such visits, solidarity visits also from United States after there was a trade standoff, the tariff standoff between Washington DC and New Delhi. But we see this resetting of ties that has been going on, with now Rubio also coming in, and envoy Sergio Gore has been now in fact is sharing the details of this critical meeting. Sergio Gore says, and I quote, "Great to join Rubio for a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We had a productive discussion on ways to deepen US-India cooperation across security." Cooperation from across security trade. Senior Executive Head Abhishek Kapoor is joining us on the broadcast for more. Abhishek, well, the first pictures of that meeting between Rubio and Modi are coming in, and we also know that Rubio has invited Prime Minister Narendra Modi on behalf of Donald Trump.
Well, yes, Rakshita, and all information as of now seems to be coming from Twitter-friendly U.S. Ambassador Sergio Gore. We are yet to hear from the Ministry of External Affairs. And so there are obviously sticking points in the present insofar as the larger India-United States relationship is concerned. And it is expected that there would be a reset following some frank and fair discussion face-to-face that happens. First, of course, this is a courtesy call, remember, between Prime Minister Modi and the visiting Secretary of State, and he's extended an invite on behalf of President Trump for Prime Minister to visit White House, possibly when Prime Minister goes for the UNGA, which happens typically in the month of September. But what is important is that as of now, the focus is on getting the India-United States relationship on an even keel. And so the actual meat of the or the substance of the visit would be tomorrow when Rubio sits with Jai Shankar at the Hyderabad House and those delegations talk. And while the agenda insofar as the Americans are concerned seems to be clear, that they want India off Russian oil and more dependent on the US oil or by proxy Venezuelan oil, there are other issues. So, for example, the indulgence of late that we have seen with Pakistan under the second Trump administration. So obviously, that's going to be a significant watch out insofar as the takeaways from this ongoing visit is concerned or are concerned. But also significantly, Rakshita, this latest development that all those who have green cards in the United States, they have to go back to their country of origin. It's not specific to India, but still they have to go back to their country of origin to review or renew their visas. That's also one new ticklish issue that has come up. So obviously mobility would be one important issue to be discussed between the two sides, hopefully tomorrow.
Right. That's, of course, very, very significant, as you pointed out. But we've seen that also, if you could just shed some light on many questions are raised that why Rubio chose to, first go up to Kolkata. The timing also is under scandal. Before he met the Prime Minister, he visited Kolkata. So if you could just shed some more light and context to that.
Well, you see, Kolkata, once upon a time, was the capital of British India. And even before the Crown took over of the East India Company. And so the Americans set up their first consulate, and that was second consulate anywhere in the world in Kolkata. That was sometime in 1790s and 1792 to be precise. And and because the United States is marking 250 years of its independence from the British, there was an event and for which Marco Rubio wanted to, or the State Department wanted their secretary to be there. Now, what is important is, Rakshita, that by making it a multi-city visit between Kolkata and Delhi and in between Jaipur and Agra, I send a message that they really want to bring the relationship back, because there has been certain coldness, certain frost, particularly post-Operation Sindoor. And that's why I said the substance of the visit would be tomorrow when the two respective foreign ministers, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on our side and Rubio, of course, on the American side, meet and, thrash out what's really going on. For God's sake, can we get the relationship back on track, derailed as it seems, and almost 2 decades of hard work gone? So I think there would be some, that's an occasion when actually frank and fair conversation should happen between the two sides. And India has a long list, obviously Americans too. And then, of course, the Quad, which is happening on Tuesday, that's 26th.
Absolutely. So this is the first visual for all those tuning in right now. Abhishek, also the fact that Washington DC has been scrambling for support after that shaky ceasefire that is right now in place. It's trying to get as many people on its side because it needs to support. And of course, India is a country where we see that it has ties, steady ties with Iran as well as the other countries in West Asia. And in that context also, in a broad context also, given what's happening in West Asia, India becomes a very, very important partner.
Well, good question you ask, Rakshita. In fact, Marco Rubio is coming from Sweden to India, and that was his first stop after flying out of the United States. And it's important because in Sweden, he had a meeting with the NATO countries. Sweden is, in fact, a new entrant to NATO. And there, the Americans surprisingly announced that they're bolstering their contribution to NATO with 5,000 troops allocated to Poland itself. So, while it is very typical of the Trump administration to say something one day and do absolutely opposite of that the next day, and that seems to be the case in terms of the engagement with NATO, while President Trump says one day NATO is absolutely ineffective and we are going out, and the next day announces bolstering of troops for NATO and bring much cheer amongst the Europeans. What is important is that the Americans are stuck, and they are stuck badly in the Iran war, and they really don't know how to get out of it despite all the backdoor machinations of a guy called General Field Marshal Asim Munir. So I think the Americans know that India is one factor of stability in the geography, and while Pakistan might have some transactional utility, and that's in fact a grudge list on the side of India, that while you are being absolutely transactional with Pakistan, it is helping their terror ecosystem get some semblance of respect, and that terror ecosystem includes the Pakistan Army and the ISI. So I think that's why I said that it's very important that a free and frank conversation happens between Rubio and Jaishankar tomorrow, both in the restricted format, one-on-one, and the delegation talks, and something comes out of this so that India-United States relationship is back on track. Americans, of course, for one, they know the way the President Trump was treated in Beijing, not exactly with any kind of deference. To the contrary, it seemed like for the first time, perhaps, President Trump was deferential to somebody, and that was Xi Jinping. And after coming out of Beijing.
Abhishek, just I have to interrupt you. Just stay on with us. We have a tweet coming in from Narendra Modi. He's posted on X. And I quote him here, happy to receive the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We discussed sustained progress in the India-US Comprehensive Global Strategic Partnership and issues related to regional and global peace and security. India and the United States will continue to work closely for the global good. So discuss sustained progress and global strategic partnership, as we were in fact talking about just that with Abhishek. So Abhishek, we're getting in more and more visuals. Prime Minister Modi also posting pictures from the meeting, a close-up, and of course stressing on the part of global peace and security being on agenda as far as this meeting is concerned. He's not talked about anything else, but he's talked about global peace and security.
I mean, David, so far as American talking points are concerned, they want oil and energy security to be discussed, by which they mean India's energy security for them is buying more American oil. And that's something which Marco Rubio made it clear from Miami itself when he flew out of the United States, saying we want to sell them oil and as much as India can buy. But and in fact, just about 5 days back, we had the Americans extending the waiver to purchase Russian oil by a month. But what is important is that obviously a pivoting to purchase of American oil is happening, but there are certain infrastructure limitations that perhaps would be part of the agenda and discussion so far as Americans are concerned. So far as India is concerned, Rakshita, it's, we want our freedom to purchase the cheapest possible oil. We want the Strait of Hormuz to be normalized in the soonest possible time so that our oil and gas starts coming in from the Gulf. And we had Prime Minister visiting UAE just last week, and we signed a deal with them for strategic reserves right there in situ there in UAE. But for that to be evacuated, we need a calm to prevail, peace to prevail in the Gulf and the Strait. And the Americans are not letting that happen. So obviously, if the Americans can pull back from the Iran war, it helps India and of course rest of the world. But we are concerned about ourselves as of now, and we would want the war to end soon. So obviously, this would be an opportunity to get in, to hear the Americans, and to, given the fact that Prime Minister just returned from UAE and has been engaging between Prime Minister and Jaishankar, India has been engaging with every nation involved in this war, including the Israelis, including the Emiratis, including the Saudis, including the Iranians. Perhaps very few countries and their leadership which can engage with both the sides apart from Pakistan. But unfortunately, Pakistan, the kind of legitimacy they have got, it's not a grudge list, but the overall conduct of the Americans post-op Sindoor is something which perhaps would or should come up rather when S. Jaishankar and Rubio meet tomorrow.
Absolutely, that will be very, very important. But also I want to talk about, it's been touted as a reset in the ties. But how do you, assess the reception of Marco Rubio? He was, in fact, he was received by the MEA Additional Secretary. We mostly would see a minister or a top-level politician, receiving him. So do you feel that it was a lukewarm welcome?
No, you see, reset is something which is expected. It's not exactly that just because the Secretary of State is coming, a reset happens. It will ultimately depend on how the talks go and what is the American shopping list and what's the Indian shopping list and how the two match. But it's about breaking ice. It's about meeting face to face. It's about, remember the fact that India is hosting Quad this time. And it's been in the limbo, and the leaders have not been able to meet. The leadership summit has not happened because one, President Trump is so busy that he cannot even attend his son's wedding. Forget about attending Quad summit, but otherwise also the way the United States has pivoted to the Pakistani side post-op Sindoor is a sticking point. So I think before a reset happens, you have to see. When the two leaders come face to face, what's the intent like? What's the plan like? How to take it forward? Is there even a thinking going on in Washington, D.C. and specifically Foggy Bottom that the India-U.S. relationship needs to be brought back on track? And on that point, I think Marco Rubio is seen as someone who's more level-headed, more reasonable, understands the larger dynamics of diplomacy. Remember, he was once a challenger of Trump and a possible successor also in the troika of J.D. Vance, Rubio, and one of the troika of the J.D. Vance, Rubio, and Hexer, insofar as Trump's succession is concerned. So I think in that sense, Rubio can legitimately lay claim to being the leader who can really sort it out if he chooses to, and bring India-United States relationship from the morass it's been in since Op Sindoor. So that's something which would be closely watched in New Delhi, in Washington DC, and world capitals as to how the India-US dynamics are going to go on from here on, provided whatever understandings are reached, and Rubio is able to communicate them as cogently as possible back to White House, and the White House is also on board, and evidence of which is in the fact that Rubio has carried an invite from President Trump for Prime Minister Modi. So it seems there is a plan already.
Right, Abhishek. Right. Many thanks for joining us, giving us a sense of the significance of this meeting. In the meantime, we have breaking news coming in on Taiwan. Taiwan has claimed that over 100 Chinese ships have entered its territorial waters. Taiwan has reported massive Chinese naval build-up, over 100 warships deployed across First Island chain. If we have Abhishek, we can in fact go across to him also on this. Taiwan's National Security Council Chief Joseph Wu saying that China has deployed over 100 vessels, including the Navy and Coast Guard ships across the First Island chain from the Yellow Sea to the South China Sea. So this is viewers coming in from Taiwan. This is the big claim that has been made by Taiwan. There has been also a lot of messaging coming in from Trump also on Taiwan, remember. And viewers, with that, we will be slipping into a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere, viewers. Republic TV continues with our extensive coverage on the Twisha death case, the autopsy botch-up. There is, of course, steps being taken in direction of delivering justice. The second autopsy is going to happen tomorrow, much likely. And Samarth Singh has been sent to police custody, 7-day police custody. We'll get you more on that, but after this very short break. Thanks for watching.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly, while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted?
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Accused Samarth Singh sent to 7-day police custody. Second autopsy for Twisha likely to take place tomorrow. Medical board comprising of 4 senior doctors to conduct the second post-mortem to explain this evening. Operation Sheruvali is underway in Jammu and Kashmir. Army says contact established with terrorists in the valley. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi, invites Prime Minister to the White House on behalf of President Donald Trump. Very warm welcome. You're watching Republic. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the updates coming in from the Bhopal Court, where Samarth Singh, the husband of Twisha Sharma, who has been absconding for 10 days, finally he has been arrested last evening and now today produced in court, sent to 7-day police custody. And the police in court told the judge today that he has not been cooperating with them for the investigation. 7-day police remand was sought and it was granted by the court. Meanwhile, the senior doctors, there will be a team of senior doctors who will be conducting a second post-mortem of Twisha Sharma tomorrow, as it was given a go-ahead just yesterday in the Jabalpur court. AIIMS doctors will be departing this evening at 6 p.m. for Bhopal. So these are the visuals that we are playing today that came in. His heavy security ring there around Samarth Singh, and he was hiding his face yesterday, today partially, and then we saw him there. Today, he was rushed inside the courtroom. He was rushed out from the medical examination center that was in the hospital. And of course, we have now reactions coming in from Twisha's family. Twisha's brother has also reacted in the latest. Listen in.
ये पहला स्टेप हुआ था, अब ये सेकंड स्टेप हो चुका है इसमें। जब अब ये अपना सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि सीबीआई इसी दौरान इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को इंटरवीन करे और चार्ज ले इसमें, बिकॉज ये रिमांड से इट इज स्टिल अंडर द सेम अथॉरिटीज विच वी आर चैलेंजिंग। तो जितनी जल्दी सीबीआई इसमें इंटरवीन करती है उतना ही ज्यादा अच्छा है।
आज भी एम्स डॉक्टरों की दिल्ली की टीम नहीं पहुंची,
अभी तक कोई कंफर्मेशन नहीं आया है एंड वी आर स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर दैट कंफर्मेशन।
अगर आज शाम तक पहुंच जाती, जो हमारे पास इन्फो है कि 6:30 बजे तक एम्स दिल्ली की टीम पहुंचेगी, तो क्या रात में ही आप चाहते हैं कि सेकंड पीएम हो जाए?
जी, जल्द से जल्द होना चाहिए। ये अभी डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो एक्सपर्ट हैं जो इस फील्ड के आ रहे हैं एंड दे विल मेक द राइट डिसीजन।
अगर आज या कल सुबह पीएम हो जाता है तो अंतिम संस्कार भोपाल में करेंगे या दिल्ली में?
जी, अभी ये दिस इज समथिंग जो अभी फैमिली डिस्कशन चल रहे हैं, तो वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू कमेंट ऑन इट।
लेकिन आपको लगता है कि ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, इसके बाद जिस तरह से अब सीबीआई टेक ओवर करने वाली है केस, तो अब आपको जस्टिस मिलेगा?
बिल्कुल हमारी आशा है और वी आर होपफुल फॉर दैट। दैट इज द रीजन सीबीआई एक ऐसी इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी है जिसपे भरोसा सबको है, बिकॉज उनके पास्ट हमेशा अच्छा रहा है। जितने भी उन्होंने केसेस टेकअप किए हैं, दे हैव गॉटन द राइट जस्टिस एंड वी आर होपिंग फॉर द सेम। ये पहला स्टेप हुआ था, अब ये सेकंड स्टेप हो चुका है इसमें। जब अब ये अपना सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि सीबीआई इसी दौरान इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को इंटरवीन करे और चार्ज ले इसमें, बिकॉज ये रिमांड से इट इज स्टिल अंडर द सेम अथॉरिटीज विच वी आर चैलेंजिंग। तो जितनी जल्दी सीबीआई इसमें इंटरवीन करती है उतना ही ज्यादा अच्छा है।
आज भी एम्स डॉक्टरों की दिल्ली की टीम नहीं पहुंची,
अभी तक कोई कंफर्मेशन नहीं आया है and we are still waiting for that confirmation.
अगर आज शाम तक पहुंच जाती जो हमारे पास इन्फो है कि 6:30 बजे तक एम्स दिल्ली की टीम पहुंचेगी, तो क्या रात में ही आप चाहते हैं कि सेकंड पीएम हो जाए?
जी जल्द से जल्द होना चाहिए। ये अभी डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो एक्सपर्ट हैं जो इस फील्ड के आ रहे हैं, एंड दे विल मेक द राइट डिसीजन।
आज या कल सुबह पीएम हो जाता है तो अंतिम संस्कार भोपाल में करेंगे या दिल्ली में?
जी अभी ये दिस इज समथिंग जो अभी फैमिली डिस्कशन चल रहे हैं, तो वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू कमेंट ऑन इट।
लेकिन आपको लगता है कि ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, इसके बाद जिस तरह से अब सीबीआई टेक ओवर करने वाली है केस, तो अब आपको जस्टिस मिलेगा?
बिल्कुल हमारी आशा है और वी आर होपफुल फॉर दैट। दैट इज द रीजन सीबीआई एक ऐसी इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी है जिस पे भरोसा सबको है, बिकॉज उनके पास्ट हमेशा अच्छा रहा है। जितने भी उन्होंने केसेस टेकअप किए हैं, दे हैव गॉटन द राइट जस्टिस एंड वी आर होपिंग फॉर द सेम।
Okay, we're getting in reaction. That was the first reaction from Major Harshit Sharma, who's the brother of Twisha Sharma. We also have reactions coming in from the lawyer. Listen in. Okay, we'll just play out that. Manav is also joining us. Manav has been in the court and he has also been tracking more details. Manav, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ आज कोर्ट में हुआ, और हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से 7 दिन की पुलिस रिमांड भी पुलिस को दे दी गई है आज।
बिल्कुल, देखिए 7 दिन की पुलिस रिमांड मिली है, और अभी जो ताज़ा अपडेट ये है कि समर्थ को जो थाना है भोपाल में, उस थाने में लाया गया है कोर्ट में पेशी के बाद। 7 दिन की रिमांड के बाद अब पुलिस गहन जो पूछताछ है, वो इंटेंसिव एक तरीके से जांच है, वो शुरू यहाँ पर हो जाएगी, स्टार्ट हो जाएगी। लेकिन इस वक्त सबसे बड़ी खबर ये भी है कि कल पोस्टमार्टम होना है, और पोस्टमार्टम से पहले ये पूछताछ काफी मायने रखेगी, क्योंकि समर्थ को कल जबलपुर से पकड़कर भोपाल लाया गया था देर रात, और अब समर्थ भोपाल पुलिस की कस्टडी में है। तो अब आगे की जो जांच है वो तेज हो जाएगी, और इसके साथ साथ जो गिरिबाला सिंह है, जो उनकी माँ है समर्थ की, उनकी जमानत पर उनकी गिरफ्तारी को लेकर भी एक तरीके से कोशिश यहाँ पर रहेगी। अगर उनकी जमानत सोमवार को रद्द होती है, तो यानी माँ गिरिबाला और बेटे समर्थ दोनों की मुश्किलें दिशा मौत मामले में बढ़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं।
बिल्कुल, बहुत शुक्रिया मानव हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। व्यूअर्स, सो दैट वाज द अपडेट कमिंग इन लेटेस्ट फ्रॉम भोपाल, where Samarth Singh was produced in court today and he has been sent to police 7-day police custody. Twisha's lawyer has also spoken to Republic TV. Listen in.
ये इसमें आप पूछें क्या सवाल है, इस पर्टिकुलर प्रकरण में सवाल ही सवाल है, सवाल ही सवाल। 12 तारीख को घटना होती है, गिरिबाला सिंह के घर से मुश्किल से 1-1.5 मिनट की दूरी पे कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन है। सबसे पहले क्या किया जाना चाहिए था, कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन को, अगर आपको जरा भी लग रहा था कि त्विषा को बचाया जा सकता है, तो आपको उसको नियरेस्ट सबसे करीब के अस्पताल में जाना था, आपको पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करना था। अगर आप लोग भोपाल में जाके मौके पे भी वेरीफाई कर सकते हैं कि अगर गिरिबाला सिंह के घर से एम्स की तरफ बढ़े तो पहले कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन पड़ जाता है, और अगला माउंट हॉस्पिटल पड़ता है, जो कि बहुत बड़ा हॉस्पिटल है और वेल इक्विप्ड हॉस्पिटल है। क्या वहां नहीं ले जाना चाहिए था? क्यों सीधे ले गए? क्यों 12 तारीख से 15 तारीख तक FIR नहीं लिखी गई? क्या ऐसा हुआ कि FIR होने के पहले 14 तारीख को ही एंटीसिपेटरी बेल एप्लीकेशन दोनों की लग गई? क्या ऐसा हुआ कि वो एंटीसिपेटरी बेल एप्लीकेशन 14 तारीख से 15 तारीख को हियरिंग के लिए आती है और 15 तारीख को अचानक FIR रजिस्टर होती है? ऐसे कौन से कारण दिखाई दिए जिसमें 15 तारीख को ही FIR हुई और बिना कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुए उसको एंटीसिपेटरी बेल दे दी गई? अग्रिम जमानत देते समय शर्त यह लगा दी गई कि वो साक्ष्य को नहीं प्रभावित करेंगी और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसको इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं करेंगी, लेकिन ऐसी कोई शर्त नहीं लगाई गई कि आप उस घर में नहीं रह सकते। तो 15 तारीख के बाद से भी वो घर उन्हीं के पास है। अब उस घर में
क्या कुछ प्लान किया जा सकता है?
उस घर में इतने दिनों में 12 तारीख से लेकर आज हम 23 तारीख पे खड़े हैं, कल 24 संडे, परसों 25 तारीख है जब 2:30 बजे हाईकोर्ट में हियरिंग होनी है उनकी अग्रिम जमानत की निरस्ती पे। इतने दिनों में मैंने पहले भी कहा और अभी फिर मैं कह रहा हूं कि गिरिबाला सिंह के पास 30-35 वर्ष का जुडिशरी का अनुभव है। उन्होंने जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट फर्स्ट क्लास से लेकर के और सेशन जज की हैसियत तक पता नहीं कितनी क्रिमिनल ट्रायल्स उन्होंने कंडक्ट करी हैं। समर्थ खुद वकील हैं, उनको कानूनी दांव पेचों का अच्छे से ज्ञान है। तो ऐसे दो व्यक्ति जो पूरा कानूनी ज्ञान रखते हैं, उनको क्रिमिनल ट्रायल के बारे में सब कुछ मालूम है, क्या उन्हें यह नहीं पता होगा कि कौन सी साक्ष्य उनके खिलाफ उस घर में है जिसे हटाया जा सकता है? और क्या 12 तारीख से और अभी तक और जब तक उनकी बेल एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्शन पे हाईकोर्ट द्वारा कोई निर्णय नहीं लिया जाता और यदि अलाउ होती है हमारी अपील और उनकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल रिजेक्ट की जाती है तो माननीय उच्च न्यायालय क्या निर्देश देते हैं? और यदि हमारी उनका चैलेंज निरस्त होता है तो क्या निर्देश देते हैं? इन सब बातों में अभी तो ये देखिए 12 तारीख से और 25 तारीख तक 13 दिन वो घर गिरिबाला सिंह के कंट्रोल में है उन्हें बहुत अच्छे से मालूम है एक न्यायिक अधिकारी होने के नाते कि क्या क्या एविडेंस उनके खिलाफ उस घर में उपलब्ध होगी, उनके और समर्थ के खिलाफ जो यूज की जा सकती है। तो इस बात की संभावना है, पूरी संभावना नहीं, हमें आशंका है कि उन्होंने वो एविडेंस नष्ट की होगी और त्विषा के खिलाफ जो फालतू के एलिगेशन वो लगाती रहती हैं मानहानि कारक कि वो ड्रग्स लेती थी या क्या करती थी, तो उनके पास ये भी पूरा अवसर है इस 13 दिनों में कि वो त्विषा के कमरे में जहां वो रहती थी, जहां उनका सामान रखा है, जहां उनकी अलमारी है, वहां पे वो सारी सामान, वो सारा जो वो आरोप लगाती हैं ड्रग्स या जो भी, वो वहां पे इम्प्लांट कर सकें, यानी झूठी साक्ष्य गठित कर सकें।
All right, viewers, we are getting in some update from Manipur. This is on the clashes that are being reported outside CM's residence. The Manipur Youth Congress has held protests outside the Secretariat today, and you can see the visuals from Imphal, where security forces have also arrested some of the protesters. You can see these visuals coming in as there has been unrest that has been reported in different parts. Now there is these political clashes also happening. Now you have the protests being held by Youth Congress. Manipur Pradesh Congress committee members were demonstrating, and they did not take permission is what we understand. They tried to storm inside the Secretariat also. Youth protesters in fact, they've also raised slogans against the Chief Minister and the Home Minister. The security forces have arrested these agitators. You can see on the screens as well. The president of the youth wing, W. Arnab, has also been arrested, has been taken away by the police, as you can see in these visuals coming in. Linthoi joins us for more. Linthoi, tell us more details. What really happened outside the Secretariat?
Yeah, the situation here outside the Chief Minister's Secretariat in Imphal turned extremely tense as the protesters stormed in the Chief Minister's Secretariat main gate today after a massive protest erupted by members of the Youth Congress. So protesters suddenly gathered in huge numbers and stormed towards the main gate of the Secretariat, banging the barricade and raising slogans against the BJP-led government. The protesters were openly questioning the silence of the state leadership at a time when Manipur continues to witness unrest, killings, and uncertainty among the youth. So many of the agitators shouted that this is the high time for the Chief Minister and Home Minister to wake up, alleging that the government has failed to address the fears and frustrations of the younger generation. In fact, these emotions were running very high here as several youth leaders accused that the government of remaining inactive while the future of Manipur's youth hangs in uncertainty. Slogans like irresponsible CM and the Home Minister must resign echoed continuously outside the Secretariat complex, creating a highly charged atmosphere. So what is also significant in the suddenness of the protest, security personnel stationed outside the Chief Minister bungalows appeared caught off guard as demonstrators emerged from different directions and quickly occupied the entrance area. The protesters soon escalated into a confrontation-like situation after security forces attempted to disperse the crowd. And also during the crackdown, several agitators were detained by the police, including Youth Congress President, who was identified as W. Anand, and his detention further intensified the anger of among the protesters, among the Youth Congress members, who alleged that democratic voices are being suppressed instead of being heard. And also politically, this protest sends a strong message because the anger is now visibly shifting towards the government handling of the prolonged crisis in Manipur since May 2023. So the opposition is clearly trying to build a narrative that the state leadership has lost touch with the ground reality, especially with frustrated youth who feel abandoned amid continuing violence and instability. At the same time, this protest also reflects a larger concern that public patience, particularly among young people, appears to be wearing thin. And if the government fails to respond, politically and emotionally to these sentiments, such demonstration may become more frequent and more aggressive in the coming days. Back to you.
Many thanks, Linthoy, for getting us an inside view and getting us more details on that story. Viewers, we shift our focus to the other stories, viewers. The petrol prices, the fuel prices have risen once again. That is only mounting the pressure on the household budgets. Petrol and diesel have now been increased for a third time in less than 10 days, rates going up to 91 paise per litre today. The hike comes amid the rising global energy prices that have been triggered by the conflict in West Asia. Here's more.
Petrol and diesel prices have been hiked once again today, marking the third increase in rates in less than 10 days. Petrol prices in Delhi have gone up by 87 paise per litre from 98.64 rupees to 99.51 rupees. Diesel prices have risen by 91 paise from 91.58 rupees to 92.49 per litre. This follows earlier hikes on May 15th and the 19th. The total increase in fuel prices is nearly 5 rupees per litre within just 10 days. Fuel prices have steadily climbed across major cities since May 14th. In Delhi, petrol prices have risen from 94.74 to 99.51 rupees in just 9 days. Similarly, in Mumbai, petrol has crossed 108 rupees per litre, while Kolkata has touched nearly 111 rupees per litre. The diesel chart also reflects a similar trend, with prices in metro cities seeing continuous hikes after every revision announced by oil companies. The reason behind the fuel price hike is the sharp spike in international energy prices due to the conflict in West Asia. India is among the last major economies to increase retail fuel prices despite rising international costs. Analysts warn that if global crude prices continue to remain volatile, more hikes may follow in the coming days.
And viewers, the Karnataka government's decision to withdraw cases linked to the controversial Dargah clashes has now triggered massive political showdown. BJP has in fact accused the Congress party of Congress government in Karnataka of indulging in blatant minority appeasement, while the Siddaramaiah government maintains the move followed due process. Here's more on that.
A major political controversy has erupted in Karnataka after the Congress government decided to withdraw cases linked to the 2022 Ladle Mashak Dargah clashes in Kalaburagi district. The decision was reportedly taken during the Thursday's cabinet meeting following a request made by the Karnataka Assembly Speaker U.T. Khader. Sources say the Ladle Mashak Dargah committee had submitted a representation seeking withdrawal of the cases, which were registered after large-scale violence during the Shivratri celebrations in Alandh town. The JDS national spokesperson says that they are not happy with the decision taken by the Karnataka government.
The Karnataka government decision once again raises the serious questions about the selective appeasement politics. Excessive appeasement of or political glorification of any one community can create the imbalance in society. It is the responsibility of the government to trust and treat people of all religions, caste and community equally.
The controversy dates back to 2022 when tensions flared after allegations emerged that human waste had been thrown on a shivling inside the shrine complex. The alleged act sparked massive outrage among devotees, and the situation quickly spiraled into violence after attempts were made to clean the shivling. Stone pelting, chaos and violent clashes were reported from the area, turning a religious site into a battleground overnight. The state government has now reportedly withdrawn 13 cases connected to the incident, giving relief to hundreds of accused persons. The BJP has now launched a sharp attack on the Congress government, accusing it of prioritizing vote bank politics over law and order.
कांग्रेस का हाथ हमेशा दंगाइयों के साथ, और आज स्थित हो रहा है जब कर्नाटका की सरकार ने आदेश दिया है कि वो
अनेकों क्रिमिनल केसेस, दंगे के केसेस विड्रॉ करेगी और क्लीन चिट देगी दंगाइयों को। पहले भी उन्होंने पीएफआई को उनके केसेस विड्रॉ करके क्लीन चिट दिया, एसडीपीआई को, एमआईएम के दंगाइयों को हुबली राइट्स में, और अब जो मशाक दरगाह राइट्स है उसमें जो अक्यूज्ड है उनको क्लीन चिट मिलेगा, उनकी स्लेट साफ कर दी जाएगी, क्रिमिनल केसेस हटा दिए जाएंगे और हंड्रेड्स ऑफ लोग जिन्होंने पुलिस को अटैक किया उनको भी छोड़ दिया जाएगा। और ये दिखाता है कि इनके मन में पुलिस के लिए, इनके मन में कानून के लिए, संविधान के लिए कोई मर्यादा नहीं है, कोई उनके लिए सम्मान नहीं है। केवल ये वोट बैंक की दुकान को संविधान के ऊपर रखते हैं, ये वोट बैंक की दुकान को कानून के निजाम के ऊपर रखते हैं। वोट बैंक फर्स्ट, इसलिए मुस्लिम रिजर्वेशन की बात होती है, मुस्लिम कॉलोनी, मुस्लिम बजट, ये सारी चीजें तो दे ही रहे थे कर्नाटका में। अब एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ के मुस्लिम अगर दंगाई होगा तो क्लीन चिट मिल जाएगी। मतलब इस प्रकार की तुष्टिकरण नीति।
What began as a controversy inside a shrine has now exploded into a full-blown political flashpoint, with the BJP and Congress locked in another bitter ideological battle.
More updates from Bhopal today. Samarth Singh is sent to police 7-day police custody. Second autopsy for Twisha likely tomorrow. Medical board comprising of 4 senior doctors to conduct the second post-mortem.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial when the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the
I wanted to clear that any kind of promiscuous behavior after the marriage will not be done.
With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
This time the state government is moving the High Court, asking for it to be cancelled, finally seeing action.
Which means most likely she will be arrested.
Yes.
I'm proud of the media trial that is going to lead to the arrest of a judge.
She has dialed a district judge at 11:06 p.m. If this has been with the judiciary for all these days, how the hell did she get the anticipatory bail?
No, I will not have any more.
गायब क्यों?
चलो
समझते बड़े भाई आप ऐसे हाथ
प्लीज मूव आउट मैडम.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है. तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट. स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma. the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and Samarth Singh, the key accused in Twisha Sharma's dowry death case, has been sent to a 7-day police custody after the court hearing that was just underway moments ago in Bhopal's district court. Getting you all the details, here are your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Accused Samarth Singh sent to 7-day police custody. Second autopsy for Twisha likely tomorrow. A medical board comprising of 4 senior doctors to conduct the second post-mortem. Operation Sherowal underway in Jammu and Kashmir. The army says contact established with terrorists in Valley. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio meets Prime Minister Modi, invites him to the White House on behalf of President Trump. Viewers, now in the latest case of Twisha Sharma in Bhopal, Samarth Singh has been sent to a 7-day police custody. Meanwhile, senior doctors will conduct a second post-mortem of Twisha Sharma's body tomorrow. Now, AIIMS doctors will depart this evening from New Delhi and will be bound to Bhopal. This will happen around 6 p.m. today. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, remember, the police in the court also said that Samarth Singh has not been cooperating with the police. And of course, it comes after him being absconding for about 10 days despite a lookout notice being issued against him by the Madhya Pradesh police. An interstate search operation was being carried out to trace down Samarth Singh. In fact, yesterday he claimed that he surrendered, but the police has now made it very clear that this was not a surrender. He was in fact arrested by the police. And today, after a medical examination that was held at the JP Hospital, the JP District Hospital in Bhopal, he was produced in front of the Bhopal District Court. And there in the court, the court has pronounced a 7-day police custody for Samarth Singh. Now, in fact, Professor Lakshmi Chand Gupta, who is also a forensic expert, joins us on the broadcast to speak to us about the matter. So now I want to understand from you, the CBI will start the case from scratch, but a lot of forensics, there were a lot of lapses in terms of evidence not being provided or not being taken care of fully by the Madhya Pradesh police. So how much difficulty can the CBI now go on to face?
I have gone through the post-mortem report submitted by you today itself. I found that inquest proceedings are conducted in this case without an executive magistrate. That was essential under 196 CRPC. And PM means post-mortem has been conducted by a board of doctors by containing junior resident and senior resident doctor. This is very serious point to be considered. In this case, dead body has been retrieved in AIIMS mortuary at about 2 a.m. in the night of 12 and 13, and postmortem conducted after 10 to 12 hours. Whole things are not supporting the things, and the board never said that this case is of suicide. They have simply said that this antemortem hanging by the ligature material. They have nowhere said that it is a suicide.
Right.
Right. फिर इस केस के अंदर जो आप देख रहे हैं, जो लाइगेचर मार्क जो नेक पे दिख रहा है, वो किसी भी तरीके से सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा। ये डबल लाइगेचर मार्क है, वो टोटल नेक पे कहीं पे भी ब्लडलेस एरिया नहीं नजर आ रहा है, जो ये इंडिकेट करता है कि सेकेंड ऑटोप्सी शुड कंसीडर द video photography taken in this case also. And Dubai's case appears to be.
Ask you, Professor Gupta, looking at the crime scene, don't you think that there was there was a entire plan for a cover-up as well? The fact that, the ligature material was also not submitted by the police initially. The belt that was used, the police said that a belt was used, but that also was not submitted to the forensic experts. So how much does that derail this entire case?
अभी जो आप कह रहे हैं कि बेल्ट सबमिट की है पुलिस ने बेल्ट रिकवर की है, जबकि डॉक्टर्स ने ये लिखा है अपनी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में कि इसके अंदर जिम्नास्टिक रिंग रोप यूज की गई है. दैट इज नॉट to be named as a belt. बेल्ट के लाइगेचर मार्क हैं भी, जो ये नेक पे लाइगेचर मार्क नजर आ रहा है, ये बेल्ट को कंसिस्ट नहीं कर रहा है, दिख भी नहीं रहा कि बेल्ट की वजह से हुआ है.
So in fact, I also want to understand from you, basic things also went completely haywire. They went completely wrong in the ultimate forensic report that came to fore. The fact that her height also could not be mentioned, it was not correct at all. Her height was shortened and it was mentioned in the forensic report. So that is a grave crime. And that's one thing that meets the eye and could be caught onto. But God knows how many other things were completely botched up and carelessly mentioned in this report. So who is to be held accountable over this? And of course, the fact that the body has been in the morgue for so long, even if the CBI or even if a second report of post-mortem is carried on tomorrow, it has lost a lot of truths. It has lost a lot of evidence.
आप मेन चीज इसमें देखिएगा कि पोस्टमार्टम जो कंडक्ट किया गया है जूनियर रेजिडेंट और सीनियर रेजिडेंट के स्तर के लोगों को लेके बनाया गया है. इसके अंदर सिर्फ एक प्रोफेसर है, बाकी उसके अंडर में काम करने वाले एक जीआर और एक एसआर हैं. दूसरी चीज ये है कि इसका इंक्वेस्ट प्रोसीडिंग्स होनी चाहिए, जिसको एक मजिस्ट्रेट के द्वारा होना चाहिए था, या तो डीएम खुद करता या एसडीएम करता या एग्जीक्यूटिव मजिस्ट्रेट इस संबंध में जो ऑथराइज किया जाता गवर्नमेंट द्वारा या डीएम द्वारा, वो इसकी इंक्वेस्ट प्रोसीडिंग करता. पुलिस को प्रोसीडिंग्स नहीं कर सकती थी, इसमें प्रावधान नहीं है. जो बीएनएसएस में भी प्रावधान नहीं है और पहले की जो सीआरपीसी थी उसमें भी प्रावधान नहीं थे. तो इसके अंदर पुलिस सीधा इंक्वेस्ट प्रोसीडिंग कर रही है. अगर मजिस्ट्रेट द्वारा प्रोसीडिंग होती तो इस रिपोर्ट में लिखा जाता, पोस्टमार्टम के रिपोर्ट में नहीं लिखा गया. फर्दर, हु कंस्टिट्यूटेड द बोर्ड फॉर कंडक्टिंग द पोस्टमार्टम? डॉक्टर्स का किसके द्वारा बोर्ड बनाया गया ये भी नहीं लिखा गया इस रिपोर्ट के अंदर, जो बहुत जरूरी होता है. बोर्ड कौन बनाएगा? या तो मजिस्ट्रेट बनाएगा या फिर इंस्टीट्यूट का हेड बनाएगा. अभी किसने बनाया, क्या किया, इसमें कहीं नहीं लिखा हुआ. फिर पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट के हिसाब से जो देख रहा हूं मैं अभी, बहुत सी चीजें कंसीडर नहीं की गई. ना तो डॉक्टर्स द्वारा अभी तक सीन ऑफ क्राइम देखा गया, और सीन ऑफ क्राइम देखेंगे भी क्या है, वो तो ऑलरेडी डिस्टर्ब किया हुआ है. क्या एक मजिस्ट्रेट के घर के अंदर डेड बॉडी मिली है, उसको क्या जरूरत थी उसको सीन ऑफ क्राइम को डिस्टर्ब करते, डेड बॉडी को उतारते? क्या जरूरत थी? सीधा पुलिस को कंप्लेंट करते, पुलिस अपने आप आती, अपने आप देखती इसको क्या करना था क्या नहीं करना था, उनका काम था. सीन ऑफ क्राइम को डिस्टर्ब करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है. डेड इसमें जो अभी तक जो एविडेंसेज आ रहे हैं, मालूम चल रहा है कि 10:15 बजे रात के करीब इसके अंदर जो हैंगिंग का समझो केस की इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है। उसके बाद डेड बॉडी जो 2 बजे ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट में शिफ्ट की गई है। क्या पोजीशन है, कैसे है, ये तो चीजें इतना देरी काहे में लगी है, सब कुछ देखना है। जब इतना ही देरी लगनी थी तो वो तो हैंगिंग से डेथ तो 3 मिनट में मैक्सिमम हो जाती है। फिर उसको उतार कर लेकर भागने का, कहीं दूसरे हॉस्पिटल में ले जाने का क्या महत्व था?
जी प्रोफेसर गुप्ता, अब जब सीबीआई इस केस की जांच शुरू से वापस करेगी, सीबीआई जो कि अभी भोपाल पहुंची है वो वापस से हर दायरा इस केस का देखेंगे, तो उसमें आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो फोरेंसिक्स के साथ गलतियां हुई हैं वो उस केस के बीच में कितना ज्यादा आ सकती हैं?
बहुत ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण फैक्ट्स एंड फाइंडिंग्स हैं जो इस केस के अंदर कंसिडर करनी चाहिए थी, और अब कहां से कंसिडर करेंगे? डेड बॉडी के पैर ऊपर जमीन से ऊपर उठे हुए थे कि नहीं? डेड बॉडी किस चीज से लटकी हुई थी? एक्चुअल में लाइगेचर मटेरियल क्या था? जो अभी जो लाइगेचर मटेरियल दिया जा रहा है वास्तव में यही लाइगेचर मटेरियल था कि ही नहीं? ये सब चीजें बहुत जरूरी होती हैं। एक लेडीज किस तरीके से उस हैंगिंग पॉइंट तक पहुंची, नीचे क्या था खड़ा होने के लिए, उसके पैर नीचे जमीन से टच थे कि नहीं थे, सलाइवा है नहीं। जब भी कोई लटकता है तो उसके एक साइड में लार निकलती है, ऑटोमेटिक नेचुरल प्रोसीजर है, लाइव प्रोसीजर। वो इसमें लार भी नहीं निकली हुई है, बहुत सी चीजें हैं। ब्लडलेस एरिया नेक पे दिख नहीं रहा है। ये सारी चीजें अभी देखने पड़ेगी। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, दूसरा बोर्ड जा रहा है दिल्ली से, देखो अब क्या देखता है उसको। वो पुरानी जो वीडियो फोटोग्राफी ली गई है उसको कंसीडर करता है कि नहीं, देखता है कि नहीं देखता। मेरे ख्याल से इस केस के अंदर पुरानी जो वीडियो फोटोग्राफी हुई है उसको डेफिनेटली सेकंड बोर्ड को कंसीडर करना चाहिए, उसको सीरियसली देखना चाहिए।
Right, Professor Gupta, thanks very much for joining in and for speaking to us about the details of the matter and the discrepancies that have arisen with the forensics not being handled properly. For now, viewers, we're also being joined by my colleague Harsh, who is in Jabalpur right now, tracing each aspect of the case. Now, Harsh, a 7-day police remand has been ordered for Samarth Singh, the key accused in the case. Speak to us about the details of the matter. You know, the police first raised it. We expected that the police will, but he was also given time to speak to his lawyer and recollect and then present his case. Harsh.
Right, Gesu, a lot is being considered in the point of view when we see everything, when we put everything in place. And a lot is being done now to investigate the matter thoroughly. Now, this also comes at a time because I was there at the Jabalpur High Court yesterday, where multiple petitions were being heard. And now, in fact, we also wait for Monday, because Monday is the day when the next hearing will be conducted in regards of the cancellation of the bail petition that has been filed. In fact, the bail that has been granted to Giribala Singh. This matter will be heard at the Jabalpur High Court at 2:30. Now, this is the case where government of Madhya Pradesh has introduced the Solicitor General Twisha Sharma alongside Prashant Singh, who is the Attorney General, who is in fact the Advocate General of the Madhya Pradesh government. And both of these senior lawyers are in fact representing the government of Madhya Pradesh. They are in fact now demanding the termination of the bail that has been, in fact, the anticipatory bail that has been granted to Giribala Singh. And this matter will be heard on 2:30 p.m. on Monday, and this is what we are eyeing on now, because Giribala Singh is the second accused in the case. She is the mother-in-law. She has been multiple claims also emerged that she is not cooperating in this matter, and now Solicitor General Twisha Sharma alongside Prashant Singh, who also spoke to Republic exclusively yesterday, he in fact also revealed the clear side of the Madhya Pradesh government in this entire matter. He said that although they believe, they have full faith in the skills of the government doctors of Madhya Pradesh, but they were ready for the second post-mortem because of the fact they want to restore public faith. And if the family of Twisha Sharma want that to happen, they have no objection to get the second post-mortem conducted, and that is exactly what is happening now. A team from Delhi will be departing from Delhi to Bhopal, and the second post-mortem will be conducted. And on Monday as well, we will be hearing the Jabalpur bench of the High Court also hearing the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that
Right,
has
Harsh.
been awarded
Harsh,
to
in fact,
Giribala Singh.
continue. Harsh, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more breaking development. Now, an application on behalf of Twisha's family has been submitted to the Bhopal District Court. Now, this requests the immediate removal of the SHO, which is the town inspector of the Katara Hills Police Station, from the special investigation team. Now, this application seeks the removal of the town inspector, Sunil Dubey, who has been, and that application has been submitted to the court successfully. The application also states that amongst the records of the 46 phone numbers that were submitted to the court, the number belonging to SHO of the Katara Hills Police Station is also present. So all the 46 numbers that were dialed by ex-judge Giribala Singh, the SHO of the Katara Hills Police Station, his number is one amongst those. In fact, the application clearly states that as well. This number belongs to the SHO of the Katara Hills Police Station. His name is Sunil Dubey, and in fact, he's been asked to be removed from the case by Twisha's family in an application that's been formally submitted in the Honorable Bhopal District Court. Now, in fact, Samarth and Giribala had communicated with him on the day of the death as well, and the application states that he cannot be a part of the investigation. Therefore, he must be immediately removed from the special investigation team. So lots of links that are coming out with more and more details that are coming to fore in the case. The station officer is one of the 46 numbers that were dialed by the ex-judge Giribala Singh on the night of Twisha Sharma's death. In fact, remember, the call records were first accessed by Republic exclusively. In fact, those call records have also been submitted in the Bhopal District Court. In fact, an application now on behalf of Twisha Sharma's family has been submitted in the same court. This application seeks the immediate removal of the SHO of the Katara Hills Police Station, Sunil Dubey, pardon me. Now, the application states that his number was amongst the 46 numbers that were dialed by ex-judge Giribala Singh in what the family alleges was a botch-up or a cover-up of the case. Now, in fact, his number was also, as per reports, dialed on the very night of Twisha Sharma's death, that is the 12th of May. So the SHO of the Katara Hills Police Station, in fact, is being asked to be removed from the special investigation team in the Twisha Sharma dowry death case by her family. And in fact, that appeal has been put in front of the court in a formal application on behalf of the family. Now, exclusively, Republic is getting you this detail that the station officer was one of the 46 numbers that were dialed that night by ex-judge Giribala Singh. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. Thanks very much for staying with us. But on the other side, the key accused, Samarth Singh, has now been given a 7-day police remand after the court's proceedings were over in Bhopal District Court. All the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero. as if he achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape, and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from, the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have this attitude that if you are pro-Hindu, then if someone who is a Hindu or from a Hindu organization commits the most ghastly crime, you will say it's all right because he claims membership of a Hindu organization. Why doesn't the Hindu Yuva Vahini sack and throw out Sushil Prajapati? Why can't they take a stand on issues such as this? Food for thought.
So we are trying to go across to the father of Twisha, Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, who will be joining us live in just a bit. Just wanted to tell our viewers that in the story of Twisha, there have been many developments in the last few hours, especially with Samarth, the husband of Twisha, being sent to 7 days of custody, and we are as we speak getting more details. The family also has a few questions, so we should be able to go across to them. They will be joining us live in just a bit. And Twisha's father will be joining us live on Republic in just a few seconds. We were on a commercial break and he was live with us. We will try and get him back live, but there has been a big development in the case. The station house officer, the SHO of a station called Katara Hills, there is an application against him. I'll go across to Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, the father of Twisha, joining us on the broadcast right now. And let me ask him, Mr. Sharma, you seem to have some apprehensions even at this stage, despite Samarth being in custody. Giribala, of course, is not arrested. We just broke details of the calls to the SHO. SHO got the calls, but was also made part of the SIT. And he was also the officer who brought him back from Jabalpur to Bhopal. So what's going on here?
Sir, actually we are waiting for the CBI to take over the charge, because before that, whatever activities are going on, these are all, not going to solve the purpose. So we are all waiting. Order has been given already from the state. The government has already given the order through the court. So I hope that CBI will hurry up and will take up the matter as soon as possible, so that the evidences and other things could not be manipulated, because already the manipulations has to some extent they have already done it. So now every time which we are spending, it is a loss to us. Moreover, sir, I would like to bring your attention towards one thing, sir. Yesterday, from the Honorable High Court has ordered that to constitute a team by AIIMS Director Delhi and perform this PM2 at Bhopal, sir. So only just now I came to know that a team has been already constituted, and they are flying for late evening today, and most probably tomorrow morning they will perform this PM2. I hope that all these expertise will do their job very rightly, and they will bring the truth to surface. But in my plea, sir, I requested, because I know one name in this international market, because I am into international marketing of pharmaceutical formulations. And because of being in this medical fraternity for more than 40 years, I know one name, Dr. Dinesh Rao. He is very famous in forensic expert, one of the best expert available in India, sir. So from our side, in our plea, we requested Honorable Court to, include him into this panel, and even had this team of expertise. Whatever it is, sir, I want this person in our panel, so that, and he is very much known for his, non-biased performances. So till now from AIIMS, I just could not get any call when they are coming. And मेरी सर AIIMS के डायरेक्टर से भी हाथ जोड़ के उम्मीद है, क्योंकि बेटी का मामला है सर, इसको न्याय की जरूरत है सर. That's the reason मैंने आपकी हेल्प के लिए आपको बोला है सर. अगर हो सके तो डॉक्टर दिनेश राव को भी इसमें इंक्लूड कर सकें तो जरूर करें, क्योंकि एक अच्छे एक्सपर्ट इंडिया में अवेलेबल हैं जो अपनी सर्विसेज रेंडर कर सकते हैं.
Okay. Short question. Do you think, because I read that order, in that order his name was mentioned, Dr. Dinesh Rao's name was mentioned. So if some other panel is coming despite the court order,
yes, sir.
Does that raise
nobody
questions?
has contacted Dinesh Rao, Dr. Dinesh Rao. अभी that's the reason मैं बड़ा वो हूँ कि एक नॉन बायस और एक इतना अच्छा एक्सपर्ट इंडिया में अवेलेबल है जिसको इंटरनेशनली कॉल किया जाता है टू provide the solution for complicated cases. So that's the reason I am requesting again, with my humble request, to consider him even in panel, so that things becomes quite transparent.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, we'll speak to you again.
Yes,
let's
sir.
hope that
Yes, sir.
the people who have to listen to you are hearing you, and do the needful to ensure that Twisha gets justice and your family gets justice. Thank you for speaking to us.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma
Hello and a very warm welcome to another episode of Real Estate Today. My name is Nayan and you're watching a show that tracks the pulse of India's real estate, infrastructure and development story. Now, it's been another big week for the sector with large housing launches, rapid infrastructure-led growth and rising momentum in commercial real estate, shaping the market across the country. On the show today, Chennai witnesses one of its biggest integrated township launches. UP's real estate boom continues to accelerate and India's office leasing market records strong commercial demand led by Bengaluru. Let's take you through the top headlines shaping the sector this week.
India's housing story is getting bigger, literally. Chennai has just witnessed one of its biggest residential launches in recent years. Casa Grande has unveiled a massive 41-acre integrated township project on the city's rapidly growing ORR corridor, with over 4,000 homes planned within a single development. But this is not just another housing project. It reflects a much larger shift taking place across India's real estate market. Home buyers today are no longer looking for just apartments. They're looking for ecosystems, spaces where work, lifestyle, fitness, recreation and community living come together in one integrated environment. Large township developments are increasingly becoming the preferred model for developers and buyers alike. From sports arenas and clubhouses to schools, retail zones, landscape spaces and co-working areas, the modern Indian home buyer wants more than square footage. They want convenience, experience and long-term lifestyle value. And Chennai's expanding infrastructure network is playing a major role in driving this growth. Improved connectivity through the ORR corridor is transforming surrounding regions into major residential hotspots. What we are witnessing today is the rise of a new urban housing format, larger, self-sustained and built around community living. And if market trends continue, integrated townships could define the next phase of India's residential real estate story. India's next real estate boom may not come from metros. It may come from the heartland. Uttar Pradesh is witnessing a major acceleration in housing demand, with UP RERA expected to approve more than 400 new housing projects this year alone. And this growth is not happening in isolation. It is being powered by infrastructure. Expressways, metro expansions, industrial corridors, airports, and improved connectivity are rapidly transforming cities across the state. From Lucknow and Noida to Ghaziabad, Kanpur, and emerging Tier 2 and Tier 3 markets, real estate activity is expanding at an unprecedented pace. Developers are now aggressively entering markets that were once considered secondary. Why? Because affordability, infrastructure growth, and rising aspirations are creating a completely new housing demand cycle. For many home buyers, these cities now offer something metros increasingly struggle with: space, connectivity, and relative affordability. At the same time, investors are closely watching these emerging corridors for long-term appreciation opportunities. What Uttar Pradesh represents today is a much larger national trend. The center of India's real estate growth story is gradually shifting beyond traditional metro cities. And infrastructure remains the biggest catalyst behind this transformation.
And clearly, India's real estate story today is being driven as much as it is by infrastructure as it is by evolving market demand. In Real Talk today, we bring to you insights from the Amba Shakti Group podcast discussing emerging growth markets, infrastructure expansion and the future of construction materials, and what today's buyers should keep in mind while building or investing. Take a look.
real estate industry today is evolving faster than ever. Across India, we are seeing rapid growth in housing, commercial spaces, infrastructure and urban development. But behind every successful project lies one of the most important elements of construction: TMT bars. TMT bars play a critical role in providing strength, durability and structural stability to buildings. Whether it's a residential apartment, a commercial tower, a bridge or an industrial project, the quality of steel reinforcement directly impacts the safety and lifespan of the structure. Today, developers and buyers are far more aware of construction quality. They are looking for materials that are reliable, earthquake and corrosion resistant, and built to perform over the long term. That is why the TMT industry has become such an important part of India's growth story. With increasing demand and evolving technology, companies are now focusing not just on production, but also on quality standards, innovation, and consistency. One such established name in the industry is Amba Shakti Group, known for its integrated steel manufacturing and contribution to India's infrastructure and construction sector. Because in real estate, strong foundations are not just important, they are everything.
It is a privilege to introduce the leadership behind Amba Shakti Group, a name that stands for strength, trust and excellence in the steel industry. Now, the Amba Shakti Group was founded in 1974 by Mr. S.K. Goyal, whose vision, hard work and commitment to quality laid the foundation of this remarkable organization. His values continue to guide the group even today. Carrying the strong legacy forward are the managing directors Akshat Goyal and Dhruv Goyal, two dynamic leaders shaping the future of the company. I know that you're the managing directors, but I want to hear it from you.
I joined the business around 12 years ago.
Okay.
And when I graduated, we started from a small plant in Uttar Pradesh, and my grandfather started this entire business. My dad and my uncle, they took it forward and they built it into an empire that it is today. We have multiple plants in the country, spanning 19 states where we are present with our product, and we have a combined production capacity of more than 1 million tons. There is a very strong demand of steel in India, and we did some exercises and it was found that over the next 5 to 10 years, the demand was going to increase multifold. It was suggested that there was going to be a 4-fold increase in the consumption of steel, which is actually proving to be true. So we decided to expand in this area itself, and we built bigger and better plants. So that was my role into the company, was to get foreign collaborations to come in. We got the technologies from UK, from Germany, and we built the plants to the latest standards, so that we can provide the best TMT bars to our customers.
Dhruv, coming to you, I want to understand, how has the journey been so far in terms of, sort of coming down to a certain specific quality? Was quality always the indicator?
See, when I came to the business, most of it was already established. Yeah. So I had to focus on the research and the development part. And I realized that in the market, our trust was not built overnight. We had delivered consistent quality for over 5 decades. And in many states, we were progressively evolving, and there was regional competition. We need to give the best steel, but at optimum costing. And since freight was one of the biggest costs that drives the price over long distances especially, we realized that we need to make multiple plants. And when I came in, we adjusted the locations of the plant and we introduced another one. And that specifically reduced the price and increased the quality.
So what do you think is the differentiating factor that puts aside, Amba Shakti, that puts you a step ahead of everybody else? All your competitors could do anything they want, but they would not reach that particular mark that Amba Shakti has.
So Amba Shakti over the past 5 decades has created a niche for itself.
Okay.
We were one of the first companies that adapted to direct charging.
Yeah.
And this was a route which allowed us to conserve energy. We do not use any fossil fuels.
Oh.
It's only electricity. And we took that decision around 15 years ago, where we decided that all our plants will only run on direct charging. We were the first to establish a greenfield project that was based entirely on direct charging.
Yeah.
And it saved a lot of energy. It was, the need for fossil fuels was done away with. And today, I would say most of the steel that is made in the country is done through direct charging route.
Why are the big players or the other, the other big players that are standing shouldered with you, why do you think they are unable to meet this demand? Where does this difference stem from?
See, players like Tata and JSW, they have huge manufacturing facilities, and their manufacturing process differs from ours. So LRF is something which is required in our line of work, in our process, the one that we follow. And we use scrap steel as well in order to improve our green rating. And so in order to consume that material, we are required to refine it. We, having multiple plants, where it is easier for us to innovate and to implement that R&D. And if it is good, then we just spread it throughout the entire group.
India has now shifted. We're not just limited to tier 1 cities anymore or metropolitans. We are originally and in a very quick manner eyeing tier 2 and tier 3 cities as capable markets as well, and especially when it comes to real estate. So people are going to places that are probably a lot more isolated than our general cities, and they want to start building there. So how do you think that shift has come in? The shift of people moving from tier 1 cities to tier 2 and tier 3 cities in India. How do you map that?
So tier 2 and tier 3 person is in fact, he has more demand of development. The infrastructure over there is growing. Our government is pushing infrastructure over there. And people have been able to construct warehouses where material can be supplied there directly. In fact, it costs more to have a warehouse in tier 1 city rather than tier 2 and tier 3. So it is accessible for us also. And people can develop their, in the housing community, they can take that steel at a reasonable price and they can start building over there.
I want to also ask you about the future of Amba Shakti Group. What are you eyeing? And I mean, if you could touch upon the numbers a little bit, to sort of just, it becomes easier for us to also track the growth that you're speaking about.
So Amba Shakti right now does a turnover of about 3,000 to 3,500 crores.
Okay.
And in the next 2 years, we are looking to cross the 5,000 crore mark.
Okay.
And with the kind of expansions that we are planning right now, we should go beyond the 10,000 crore mark in the next 5 years.
Okay.
So that is our growth projection.
Okay.
And we are very excited for that, to make that happen.
Yeah, definitely. And again, how are you planning that this will pan out in the next 10 years when you say that these are the numbers you're planning to hit? How does that happening? Expansion is the road to go?
Expansion, we are going to expand, and we are thinking of adding a new vertical towards our business. We want to command at least 2 more factors in the pricing strategy, and we hope that doing so, we will be able to grow faster, and we will be able to accommodate towards the competitive pricing in the market.
Okay, that sounds good. That was one explosive conversation that we had with Dhruv Goyal and Akshat Goyal, the managing directors of the Amba Shakti Group. They talk about what the next generation is looking at. They're also keeping intact what the older generations have handed them. And that culmination is exactly what makes this case study so interesting. On top of it, of course, green steel and sustainable energy. So all that and a lot more in the conversation that we just had with the managing directors of the Amba Shakti Group.
From housing demands to infrastructure corridors, the market is witnessing transformation across regions well beyond major metros. Now in Market Watch today, how the Ganga Expressway is reshaping Uttar Pradesh's real estate future. Here is a Market Watch.
Emerge as one of India's biggest real estate growth stories in the coming years.
If any mishaps happen on the highway, the vehicle for the rescue reaches to the help within seconds of time, so that the golden hours are kept into mind, and all the vehicles are kept in between such a distance where people can attend immediately.
Now, beyond infrastructure and investment, one of the biggest conversations in Indian real estate market continues to be accessibility and affordability. Now, in Clarity Corner today, we look at the growing challenge of affordable housing and why demand continues to rise, what's making homeowners difficult for many buyers, and what sector needs to truly make housing more accessible in India. Let's break it down.
Hello, this is Clarity Corner, and today we are talking about a dream that built modern India. Owning a home, not luxury, not aspiration at the top, but a simple, decent, affordable home. Home prices are rising, rents are rising, but incomes are not rising at the same pace. And the people most affected are not just the poorest. It is the middle, the first-time buyer, the young couple, the salaried Indian. Recent data tells us something really important. Home prices in India are expected to rise further. Demand is strong, but largely at the premium end. And that is the real problem. India does not have a demand problem. India has a viability problem today. A developer looks at land and makes a choice. Build affordable housing with lower margin, higher compliance, slower returns. Or just build premium housing with stronger margins, faster cash flows, and easier financing. The market has voted. Developers have moved upwards, buyers have been pushed outwards, and renters are kind of stuck in between. Now, let's be fair. The government has been taking some significant steps. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana has been one of the most important housing missions in the country. The same PMAY 2.0 aims to support 1 crore families. Now, this is big, this is important. But my point is, subsidy alone cannot solve this problem because this is not just a demand issue, it is a supply issue. So what went wrong? Land became too expensive, infrastructure did not reach everywhere where housing was affordable, approvals took time and time increases cost. Definitions of affordability did not actually match city realities, and rental housing never became a serious alternative. So we built homes but not ecosystems. A cheap home far from jobs is not affordable, it is expensive in another way. So what is the way forward? We need a new compact between government, developers, finance and urban planning. Unlock more land, connect housing to infrastructure, and housing policy is moving, but it has to move faster with it. Here is the larger point. India's real estate sector is strong, demand is strong, premium housing is doing well, but a mature market cannot serve only a particular asset class or the top. And here is the opportunity. India is still in the early stages of urbanization. Infrastructure is expanding at an unprecedented pace. Transit corridors, new economic zones, digital approvals, institutional capital, these are not small shifts. Better connected communities, faster development cycle, and more inclusive growth. Affordable housing is not a constraint. It is India's next growth engine. This is Clarity Corner. I am Ashwinder R. Singh.
And that's all for this episode. As India's real estate and infrastructure landscape continues to evolve, one thing is becoming increasingly clear. Connectivity, urban expansion and changing buyer expectations are redefining the future growth across the country. We'll continue tracking every major shift shaping the sector. My name is Nayan. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned and we'll see you in the next episode.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra, this Saturday evening. And in the next 25 minutes, we're going to bring you all the latest angles emerging in the autopsy botch-up of Twisha's death. Viewers, we will be bringing you the latest updates, what happened in the court today and what is the report saying, and the second mortem, the second post-mortem that's going to happen tomorrow. What do we expect in that? The discrepancies that have emerged as far as the scene of the incident is concerned. We'll tell you all that and much more. But first, a quick check of the headlines at 6 p.m.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Accused Samarth Singh produced in Bhopal Court today. Court sends Samarth to 7-day police custody. Second autopsy for Twisha Sharma likely tomorrow. Medical board comprising of 4 senior doctors to conduct the second post-mortem. Operation Sheruvali is underway in Jammu and Kashmir. Army says contact established with terrorists in Valley. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi, invites the Prime Minister to White House on behalf of President Trump. We start with the statement coming in. The first statement coming in from Marco Rubio, US Secretary of State, who has just met the Prime Minister today in the national capital and delivered remarks at the US Embassy event. Rubio says that the two nations have focused on long-term goals. Indian companies have invested over 20 billion in the States. Now, the US Secretary of State has reiterated that the relationship between India and the United States has deepened. So let's take a listen into that statement of Marco Rubio.
It's a very, very nice introduction, and I want to thank all of you for being here today and what all of you do. First, I do want to recognize the work that Ambassador Gore is doing, who's a friend of mine before he came here. And we knew when he would come here, he would be a dynamo and he would have energy to the mission. And I hope you've perceived that. His excitement for the job is palpable. And you see it in the results. Second, I want to thank all of you to help us here in this mission. And let me begin, and I don't think our folks will be offended if I do this. I always begin by recognizing and thanking our locally employed staff. If you're here, I just want you to know you are an important part of our family. We could not do our job without you. They really are. I mean, they are the institutional memory. You know, our folks, as you know, rotate every 2 or 3 years. We come and go. We go back to DC. They go to other places. They move on to other assignments. But every time a new officer comes in, every time someone new comes in, it is that institutional memory of the locally employed staff that allows us to avoid the early pitfalls, learn from the past, and hit the ground running. And so we're grateful to all of you for what you do. I want to comment about two things. First, about this building. I'm glad to be here. I believe in I know that in my year and a half as Secretary of State, it's the first new building that I get a chance to cut the ribbon on or inaugurate. And obviously this facility, because of all the upgrades it provides us, it makes it easier for you to do the job. But I think, as Ambassador Gore outlined a moment ago, the building stands as more than just brick and mortar. It's more than just the structure. It is, I hope, a sign of our commitment to this important relationship between the United States and India. It is, this relationship between our two countries is at the cornerstone of our approach to the Indo-Pacific. A lot of people aren't aware of this, but I was sworn in as Secretary of State on Tuesday or Wednesday. It was a Tuesday after the inauguration. Within the hour, I was at the State Department, spoke briefly, as is tradition, in the lobby of that building to our staff, and then went immediately upstairs to the 8th floor. And my first meeting, my very first meeting officially as Secretary of State, was a meeting of the Quad. And we were going to renew that. We did it again last year in a different setting, and we chose to do it here. We wanted to do it here, not just because of our commitment to that structure of work, but also as a tangible sign of what an important role India plays in the United States and in our posture and in our approach to the Indo-Pacific. Anchoring that is the relationship between the President and the Prime Minister. It's a personal relationship that dates back to the first administration when the President had a chance to visit here, and it has carried over into this second administration, and you can just see the connection between them, and I think that's incredibly important. It is. The connection between leaders is incredibly important. These are two very serious leaders that are focused not just on the short term, but on the long term, and so I think that that is important to note, because it's a key part of the foundation of the relationship between our countries. And just in the past year, we've seen this partnership deepen in ways that don't often make headlines or aren't splashy, but are important and real and tangible and enduring. We've expanded commercial ties now with more than $20 billion in investments. $20 billion in investments from Indian companies in the United States. We've deepened a security partnership through military exercises in the Indo-Pacific. And of course, as part of that, we recognize that an orderly and a secure consular system is vital to solidifying this important relationship. That's why we're introducing a new America First visa scheduling tool that prioritizes business professionals that strengthen these ties. And the facility, as I said, is not just for those that are applying for visas. It's also for you, the Americans who work here. The men and women of this mission who are at the front lines every single day of advancing America's national interest and in that America's national security. So it's an honor really to be here today. I wanted to keep this brief because it's hot. It's hot. Although it's not humid, like I'm from Miami, there's a humid hot and then there's this hot, but it's like, what time is it? It should be getting cooling off by now. And so I don't want to keep you here much longer than you need to be, but I want to say one thing. This facility saved Americans money because it's going to make us more efficient. It's going to allow us to do the work we have to do anyways, but allow us to do it more accurately, faster, and in a more efficient way. And so this is very important. And again, I want to close by thanking the team here at the U.S. Embassy for your hard work, for your professionalism, for your patriotism. The work you do benefits your country and benefits Americans that are here, and ultimately Americans back home and across the globe. And it is at the cornerstone of this important partnership between us and India, which, as I said, is an incredibly important one. And it's the reason why I'm here in this visit, to reaffirm those ties, to build upon them. And we think in the months ahead, we're going to have even more exciting and new announcements to make about the development and the strengthening of the relationship between the two countries. And all of you will be at the forefront of that.
All right, that was Marco Rubio. Shifting focus now to the big story on Republic TV. Madhya Pradesh's Bhopal Court today sent Samarth Singh to 7-day police custody in a death case of his wife, Twisha Sharma. Meanwhile, the police has claimed that Samarth, today when they were arguing in court, they said that Samarth Singh is not cooperating with the investigation. Now, this just comes a day after Samarth, who had emerged before the public, reaching the Jabalpur court yesterday to surrender, but he was arrested. He was absconding for 10 days, viewers. He's been on the run since his wife, Twisha, has been found was allegedly found dead, or she had died. And we will be continuing to get you more updates. News alerts telling us today that Samarth Singh has been sent to 7-day police custody. And Samarth has also surrendered his passport as per... We have a reporter joining us live. Okay, Harsh is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Harsh, tell us more details about what's really happening as far as this entire, courtroom proceeding is concerned today, and what are we expecting next?
Right, Rakshita, a lot is happening. In fact, a four-member team from AIIMS Delhi will be traveling to Bhopal, and the second post-mortem will be carried out tomorrow. This is a big development that we are breaking for our viewers on Republic TV. Also, Samarth Singh, the primary accused in this case, has been sent for 7-day police custody. He has been given time to speak to his lawyers before he speak up about his case. And on Monday at 2:30 p.m, the Jabalpur bench of the Madhya Pradesh High Court will also, in fact, hear the rejection plea of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh, who is the second accused in the case, the former judge who is not cooperating in the investigation. This is what has been said by the authorities, and this will be also a very crucial hearing on Monday at 2:30 p.m, where Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, as well as the Attorney General of the Government of Madhya Pradesh, Prashant Singh, will be representing the Government of Madhya Pradesh, demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that is given to Giribala Singh by a lower court in Bhopal earlier. And we also spoke to Prashant Singh, who is the serving Attorney General of the Government of Madhya Pradesh. He clearly expressed the government's side in this matter. He said that the government has full belief and faith in the post-mortem that was carried out in Bhopal by the doctors of AIIMS Bhopal, in fact, but they have no issues if they are planning to carry out a second post-mortem. This is to restore public faith, as well as this is what the family of Twisha Sharma was demanding. Now, second post-mortem will be carried out by the specialized team that will be traveling from Delhi to Bhopal, and this will be done tomorrow. The body, in fact, has been stored at -80 degrees Celsius, and the police custody of Samarth Singh has been given. It is a 7-day police custody. Also, Giribala Singh, the bail rejection plea of Giribala Singh will also be heard at the Jabalpur High Court on Monday.
Yes, stay with us, Harsh, because it's important to understand that the post-mortem, the re-post-mortem, the second autopsy that's going to happen tomorrow, viewers, is going to be very, very crucial. Now, why has this been ordered? Because there have been lapses in the first one, viewers. In the first post-mortem, there was incomplete musculoskeletal exam. Blunt force injuries were not properly dissected, viewers. The blunt force injuries were not properly dissected. That was lapse number 1. Lapse number 2 was there was the neck x-ray that was missing. That would have been the key. If she was alleged to have been hanging herself, then where was the neck x-ray? No imaging despite the ligature mark on the neck that you're seeing in this photograph. That's a disturbing picture. Questionable viscera preservation is the lapse number 3. Preserved despite no significant damage. The fourth one is inconsistent findings, more consistent with suffocation and strangulation, but not hanging. That's what has been pointed out. Another one is the height discrepancy. Recorded 166 centimeters, while actual height of Twisha is 176 centimeters. That is the lapse number 5. It's a very important one. Number 6 is the undated injuries. The age of the blunt force injuries have not been determined. They should be pointed out as to how old they are. Number 7, unexplained nail scrapings. No documented reason for the DNA collection. So this is another lapse. Inadequate autopsy team. Now, no female doctor was included, despite the guidelines suggesting so, because the subject, of course, of examination is a woman. Number 9 is suspect absconding. So potential injuries and drug influence is not investigated also. The suspect was absconding and he also needs to be examined. Number 10 is missing ligature material. Material is absent as far as that is required to correlate with the injuries. Remember that belt, the so-called belt, was also not submitted in time. Much later, when this FIR was registered and there was mounting pressure, there was Republic TV asking pertinent questions, is when we in fact had pointed out that one of the biggest lapses. And we've seen that how that belt was much later, which could have been, of course, tampered with, was submitted. Now, viewers, we are also getting in the reaction from the lawyer as well. My colleague Satyavij is bringing in this conversation. Take a listen in.
ये इसमें आप पूछें क्या सवाल है, इस पर्टिकुलर प्रकरण में सवाल ही सवाल है, सवाल ही सवाल। 12 तारीख को घटना होती है, गिरिबाला सिंह के घर से मुश्किल से 1 मिनट 1.5 मिनट की दूरी पे कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन है। सबसे पहले क्या किया जाना चाहिए था, कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन को, अगर आपको जरा भी लग रहा था कि त्विषा को बचाया जा सकता है तो आपको उसको नियरेस्ट सबसे करीब के अस्पताल में जाना था, आपको पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करना था। अगर आप लोग भोपाल में जाके मौके पे भी वेरीफाई कर सकते हैं कि अगर गिरिबाला सिंह के घर से एम्स की तरफ बढ़े तो पहले कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन पड़ जाता है और अगला माउंट हॉस्पिटल पड़ता है, जो कि बहुत बड़ा हॉस्पिटल है और वेल इक्विप्ड हॉस्पिटल है। क्या वहां नहीं ले जाना चाहिए था? क्यों सीधे ले गए? क्यों 12 तारीख से 15 तारीख तक FIR नहीं लिखी गई? क्या ऐसा हुआ कि FIR होने के पहले 14 तारीख को ये एंटीसिपेटरी बेल एप्लीकेशन दोनों की लग गई? क्या ऐसा हुआ कि वो एंटीसिपेटरी बेल एप्लीकेशन 14 तारीख से 15 तारीख को हियरिंग के लिए आती है और 15 तारीख को अचानक FIR रजिस्टर होती है? ऐसे कौन से कारण दिखाई दिए जिसमें 15 तारीख को FIR हुई और बिना कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुए उसको एंटीसिपेटरी बेल दे दी गई? अग्रिम जमानत देते समय शर्त यह लगा दी गई कि वो साक्ष्य को नहीं प्रभावित करेंगी और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसको इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं करेंगी, लेकिन ऐसी कोई शर्त नहीं लगाई गई कि आप उस घर में नहीं रह सकती। तो 15 तारीख के बाद से भी वो घर उन्हीं के पास है। अब उस घर में क्या कुछ प्लान किया जा सकता है? उस घर में इतने दिनों में 12 तारीख से लेकर आज हम 23 तारीख पे खड़े हैं, कल 24 संडे, परसों 25 तारीख है जब 2:30 बजे हाईकोर्ट में हियरिंग होनी है उनकी अग्रिम जमानत की निरस्ती पे। इतने दिनों में मैंने पहले भी कहा और अभी फिर मैं कह रहा हूं कि गिरिबाला सिंह के पास 30-35 वर्ष का जुडिशरी का अनुभव है। उन्होंने जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट फर्स्ट क्लास से लेकर के और सेशन जज की हैसियत तक पता नहीं कितनी क्रिमिनल ट्रायल्स उन्होंने कंडक्ट करी हैं। समर्थ खुद वकील हैं, उनको कानूनी दांव पेचों का अच्छे से ज्ञान है। तो ऐसे दो व्यक्ति जो पूरा कानूनी ज्ञान रखते हैं, उनको क्रिमिनल ट्रायल के बारे में सब कुछ मालूम है, क्या उन्हें यह नहीं पता होगा कि कौन सी साक्ष्य उनके खिलाफ उस घर में है जिसे हटाया जा सकता है? और क्या 12 तारीख से और अभी तक और जब तक उनकी बेल एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्शन पे हाईकोर्ट द्वारा कोई निर्णय नहीं लिया जाता और यदि अलाउ होती है हमारी अपील और उनकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल रिजेक्ट की जाती है तो माननीय उच्च न्यायालय क्या निर्देश देते हैं? और यदि हमारी उनका चैलेंज निरस्त होता है तो क्या निर्देश देते हैं? इन सब बातों में अभी तो ये देखिए 12 तारीख से और 25 तारीख तक 13 दिन वो घर गिरिबाला सिंह के कंट्रोल में है। उन्हें बहुत अच्छे से मालूम है एक न्यायिक अधिकारी होने के नाते कि क्या क्या एविडेंस उनके खिलाफ उस घर में उपलब्ध होगी, उनके और समर्थ के खिलाफ जो यूज की जा सकती है। तो इस बात की संभावना है, पूरी संभावना नहीं, हमें आशंका है कि उन्होंने वो एविडेंस नष्ट की होगी और त्विषा के खिलाफ जो फालतू के एलिगेशन वो लगाती रहती हैं मानहानि कारक कि वो ड्रग्स लेती थी या क्या करती थी, तो उनके पास ये भी पूरा अवसर है इस 13 दिनों में कि वो त्विषा के कमरे में जहां वो रहती थी, जहां उनका सामान रखा है, जहां उनकी अलमारी है, वहां पे वो सारी सामान, वो सारा जो वो आरोप लगाती हैं ड्रग्स या जो भी, वो वहां पे इम्प्लांट कर सकें, यानी झूठी साक्ष्य गठित कर सकें।
Now, the Bar Council of India suspended Advocate Samarth Singh from practicing law with immediate effect in connection with the case, viewers. We've been, in fact, questioning this and raising the questions surrounding his license. He's an advocate, he's a criminal lawyer. And now, just yesterday, the Bar Council of India suspended his license, saying that the charges against him were serious enough to damage the image and integrity of the legal profession, viewers. So this is another impact, in fact, you would say, of Republic TV's relentless campaign and questioning viewers. So Samarth's license has been cancelled. He's been sent to police custody, 7-day police custody, and we are of course tracking more and more updates as to what can happen next. We also have a reaction coming in from one of the lawyers of Twisha family, viewers, who in fact has pointed out that that the family of Twisha have written to the court demanding the removal of the SHO of Katara Hills Police Station. So that's another important update that we have for you viewers. We'll play that interview out also very, very soon. Now let's go back to the medical board, the medical angle, or rather the post-mortem angle, viewers. Rather the botch-up, I would say, viewers. It's a medical board finally that's going to be flying down from AIIMS Delhi to Bhopal, and it comprises of 4 senior doctors from AIIMS Delhi that will be conducting the second post-mortem of Twisha Sharma in Bhopal as directed by the court, viewers. And it's important to understand as to why this second post-mortem is required. Harsh joins us on the broadcast for more. Harsh, tell us more details. What are we expecting today, and what was because there were a lot of lapses that are being reported. Republic TV has been pointing out when we accessed the first post-mortem report as well. And tomorrow, as there have been unrelenting demand from the family for a second post-mortem, what will be the doctors looking at? What have been the lapses?
Right, Rakshita. Now, despite us pointing out, our special team from AIIMS Delhi will be travelling this evening to Bhopal, and this will be the team that will be carrying out the second post-mortem of Twisha Sharma. Now, this comes after the Attorney General of the Madhya Pradesh government, Prashant Singh, earlier said that they have full faith in the doctors of AIIMS Bhopal. However, they have no issue if the second post-mortem is still carried out, because this is in favor of restoring public faith, and this is what Twisha's family was demanding. There were multiple lapses in the first post-mortem report, and that is exactly why the High Court of Jabalpur yesterday in its ruling ordered a second post-mortem. They also said that the body has to be stored in -80°C, and that is what is happening now. This is the special team that was constituted under the guidance of the director of AIIMS in Delhi, and now a 4-member team from AIIMS Delhi will be travelling to Bhopal this evening, and the second post-mortem of Twisha Sharma will be carried out. Now, motives of this post-mortem will be to rule out the possibility of any foul play or any leftovers that might have been stayed aside in the post-mortem that was carried out earlier. But this is what the Jabalpur High Court has ordered yesterday. The second post-mortem will be carried out, and now in fact in some time the teams of AIIMS Delhi will be travelling to Bhopal, and the second autopsy will be carried out in Bhopal. Now this is the information we have so far. This post-mortem can be carried out later this evening or earlier tomorrow morning. But the team will be travelling to Bhopal this evening.
All right. Many thanks, Harsh, for joining us with details from Bhopal, viewers. We will be tracking closely that case. But yeah, right now we have a breaking news coming in right now. Republic TV has confronted Congress leader Ajay Rai as he had used the abusive language. He has used abusive language against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, expletives against Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister. And we are getting in this sequence where Republic TV has confronted Congress leader Ajay Rai after he abused Prime Minister Modi. He runs away from Republic TV's camera and mic. Listen in.
पीएम मोदी को गाली क्यों दी है? अजय जी, एक सवाल, पीएम मोदी को गाली क्यों दी है? अजय जी, तो ये देखिए, हमने उनसे सवाल करने के अंदर भी कोशिश की, लेकिन उन्होंने मना कर दिया जवाब देने से, और बाहर भी जब हमने सवाल किया कुछ भी कहने से मना कर दिया है। फिलहाल एफआईआर दर्ज हुई है, हालांकि वो कह रहे हैं कि एआई जनरेटेड ये वीडियो है। एक सवाल, पीएम मोदी को गाली क्यों दी है? अजय जी, तो ये देखिए, हमने उनसे सवाल करने के अंदर भी कोशिश की, लेकिन उन्होंने मना कर दिया जवाब देने से, और बाहर भी जब हमने सवाल किया कुछ भी कहने से मना कर दिया है। फिलहाल FIR दर्ज हुई है, हालांकि वो कह रहे हैं कि AI जनरेटेड ये वीडियो है।
All right, that's all the time we have in this edition of the news, viewers, but we will be right back with much more. Stay tuned to Republic TV. On the other side, we bring you more updates as far as Twisha Sharma's death case is concerned. Second post-mortem will be held tomorrow. Get you much more on that. What the family is saying, what the family is demanding, we'll tell you more.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He's still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send,
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो। मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being...
Welcome to our Education Roundtable, Future of Learning, co-powered by Calcutta University. I am Rakshita Mishra, the moderator of this very, very special edition of the Roundtable on our education. Today, with this esteemed panel that we have on this roundtable, we're going to discuss about, is our education system, especially the Indian education system, evolving fast enough to adapt with AI? And what skills will be required for the upcoming generation, to define the new generation that will be, of course, focusing heavily on AI, as it in fact already has started? How can the universities build future-ready talent in an artificial intelligence-driven world? And for that, today we have distinguished guests, we have distinguished voices from academia, the world of technology, from the world of industry, to discuss the future of learning. So I would like to welcome all of you to the first episode of our Education Roundtable, Future of Learning, co-powered by Calcutta University. And I have an esteemed panel here for the roundtable. Joining us is, to my right, Professor Mausam, founding head of the Yardi School of Artificial Intelligence, IIT Delhi, whose work focuses on AI systems and the future of automation. So right there at the core of one of the most prestigious institutions of the country, and focusing on AI. I also have with me Dr. Utpal Chakraborty. He is a founder and chief scientist of Exorian AI, one of India's prominent voices on artificial intelligence and cybersecurity and sovereign AI innovation. I also have with me Mr. Raj Singh Bhati from Calcutta University. He is a director of strategic partnerships partnerships at the university, and he'll be focusing on university transformation, student preparedness, and industry-academia collaboration as well. I also have Mr. Yash Avasthi. He's joining us from the industry side as founder and CMD of AM Analytics, working at the intersection of AI and data science, talking about artificial intelligence, talking about automation, innovation, and invention also, and IoT, that is Internet of Things. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here on Republic Education. And we will, of course, start with the most debated topic today is the future of jobs. AI, automation, and the future of jobs today. And larger disruption that AI is creating today, till date, what we are getting news from different, even social media giants, is about how it is creating that disruption in the job market. And first question to you, Professor Mausam. You've often highlighted the risks that are associated with the AI for sectors, especially like IT and the BPO as well. But what is the reality of this disruption, and how would you say it, what students should be understanding about the future perspectives?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rakshita, for having me, and it's a very fair question. I was just looking at the data a little while back, and I realized that just this year, we are in what, May? Just this year, we have had more than 1,600 companies announce mass layoffs. Okay. Over 140,000 workers have been laid off just this year, and I'm not even talking about what happened last year and the year before that and so on and so forth. In fact, McKinsey has said that by 2045, 50% of jobs are going to be automated. Okay. Now, I don't necessarily believe it completely because nobody really knows what's going to happen 20 years down the line. But I'm just saying that there are people who have had very strong voices saying that the world as we know is going to come to an end. In fact, Bill Gates has said that in 10 years, AI will replace most doctors and teachers. And Vinod Khosla, another great founder from India in the US, has said that 80% of jobs are going to go away in 5 years. Now, I don't believe them completely. That said, I do believe that the AI disruption is indeed real. In the past, we have had AI winters, we have had AI hype many times. There have been many AI hype cycles. I remember, I don't remember, I've been taught that in late 60s, in early 70s, also later in late 80s, early 90s, there were AI winters where, AI had been overcommitting and not delivering. And so, it was mostly a hype cycle. But I think we will all agree that we are not in an AI hype cycle right now because AI has demonstrated what it can do. ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude are in front of us to use on a daily basis. So therefore, AI has arrived and it is now a cost benefit. It's an economics question on where to use AI and where not to use AI, how much to use AI and how much not to use AI, where AI is skilled and where humans are cheaper, or where AI is skilled and humans are more expensive, and so on and so forth, the productivity. And so all of those factors are going to determine how the future is going to look like. But I think the AI disruption is real. And it's not just in the IT and BPO sectors that you mentioned. I think at this point, AI is going to affect pretty much every sector in the world. It could be healthcare, it could be education, it could be sports. In fact, I would say it is affecting all these art. It's, AI is drawing paintings these days, and artists are concerned at this point. Now, the other question is also incredibly important, specifically in the context of education roundtable. What should our students think about today? What should they prepare? What should, how should they look at the future? And I would say that because the speed of development is so fast, pretty much nobody knows. I would say that, because when Vinod Khosla says that 80% jobs are going to be automated, there is a Sam Altman who also says that it's an AI bubble. Or there is a Jensen Huang who also says that AI is going to augment, but humans will bring in the creative thinking and moral judgment. Where there is a McKinsey article which says that by 2045, 50% of jobs are going to be automated. There's also a World Economic Forum article which says that by 2030, 78 million new jobs are going to be created. So where is this balance going to lie? Is it going to be dystopic and all jobs as we know are gone, or is it going to be much better and more different types of job structures are going to get created? Really, we don't know.
Right. And I'll just put this question now to Yash. The way you've been working closely with data-driven businesses, from the employer's perspective, you feel that what are the, if you could just point out the skills that the companies are actually looking for when they hire for today, and they also look for in the graduates, the freshers who are coming in. So what are those skills that are being focused upon when we talk about recruitment in this evolving AI age?
Yeah, thank you first of all for having me here. And then the credit goes to the team as well for preparing such a beautiful topic, because this is actually, everyone wants to know the answer for this. Regarding the industry perspective, we are running on a model which says that you need to train people first and then you can hire them and adapt them as per their situation. We need to go beyond it, that why we are into this cycle where we need to train people after they are graduate and then we need to adapt themselves that, okay, this is a certain thing, you need to do this. In this constantly moving world, artificial intelligence is not only going to replace jobs, add jobs, subtract jobs, it is going to make sure the dynamics of human contribution changes in what style in near future. I always was wondering that why people are not sure enough. There's no clarity. So we have always said that there should be 3C to get the 4th C. The 3C says that if you have constructive, creative, clarity, you get the 4th C, which is communication. Here, if at an initial level, if we can get a clarity, if we are creative enough, if we are constructive enough, we have a great communication skill and we can actually implement all of the things physically, professionally and everything. So you need to be skill oriented to make sure that you can actually implement artificial intelligence in a democratic way. Democracy is of the people, by the people, for the people. And I've always said that same goes with artificial intelligence. It is of the people, by the people and for the people. But in this modern era, the one who can stand with artificial intelligence, behind artificial intelligence, is only going to survive. And that is where we need to teach universities. Of course, in this dynamic world, the evolving of curriculum, as sir just mentioned, it is difficult for the curriculum to develop, which is correct, which is true. But the speed at which the curriculum develops should be little faster than the speed of the technology. It's only then this question of employability, which comes after a person gets graduate, is not going to come again. People are going to know that I am going to be employed and hence I am going into this stream. There's no point trying to load a truck of students and then train them for 6 months, and then they are in mechanical engineering, train them for CS, and then they are doing something else. So it's passion is different, profession is different, and that creates a ruckus, a chaos. So if we build a classroom today, that is going to decide what our civilization will be tomorrow. And if we can move on in this stream, we'll be able to, I wrote this to tell to the people because this is a good platform. Problem solving is something which no one focuses on. We are marks-driven people. Our academic area has been that I want to get first rank, I want to get second rank, I want to be much more faster than this person. But when we are project-oriented, instead of just marks-oriented, we are able to prepare an environment where rote learning, just memorizing isn't enough. You need to have that experience of how you can practically apply that. That is why sir is from Galgoti as well. He knows the importance of practical application of a certain thing. That is why we learn applied mechanics, applied data science, applied artificial intelligence. So in this world where the next war could be fought with artificial intelligence, we need to develop a future generation, which involves me as well, to be precise, to make sure that we are fully insulated, at least to protect ourselves. So in this structure, my only request to the universities is, there are various intellectuals present on the table as well, that if we are trying to adopt, innovate, create, invent an environment where we can insulate our country from future threats through artificial intelligence and technology, we would be a country which would overpower socially, psychologically, sentimentally, geopolitically, and even economically as well. Because intelligence economy is something which is going to thrive a lot in the next century. And how we are going to develop that? We are going to develop that with those seeds who are trying to train themselves up. And if we could just give them the direction which is required, I am sure global innovators would always be greater than just graduates. Because right now you could be just 10th pass. But if you can solve our company's problem, you're most invited. And you could be a student from the topmost university, but if you cannot solve our problem, no company is going to invite you. So this trend is slowly changing because degrees can open the doors for you, may or may not. But when you have a certain talent, when you are problem solver, when you are project oriented, you can actually break through that door. And then the doors will always be opened.
Right.
So as industry experts, we are always looking for people, for students who can come up and say that we are problem solvers. You don't train us. Of course, you have to be constant learner in this dynamic world. No one can say that he is fully learned. But when you can come out and say that, okay, I am solving the problem, it isn't only I am getting trained, I am training people as well simultaneously. that is where this change in the world could come, and in the Viksit Bharat vision, this is where the particular seed could start.
That was a pertinent point that you raked up. That was rote learning. That is very, very important. So we are talking about disruption on one side, but also the concerns surrounding employability that are persistent, and that's where I would, in fact, start, to talk about that future of learning. And we have Mr. Raj Singh Bhati from Calcutta University. So there has been a lot of pressure towards, upon the universities also today, as we were talking about. And I think he had also summed it up very well, the importance of skills. And what I could gather from our first two guests, that there should be a lot of focus on training and should be done in time. So if I want to understand from you, what is really the future of education looking like, and how are universities like yours, focusing on trying to catch up with the pace of this evolving AI world?
Thank you, Rakshita. I mean, that's a wonderful question. And before I answer that, I want to really give credit to my panelists, because they have kind of, set a stage for me. Because the kind of the clues, the answers which you have given, which actually a university is supposed to do that. And I'm feeling very proud that we are actually implementing that. But I want to step back and say, we have the AI expert in this panel. And I think, and there's a truth bomb I want to share, that the biggest disruption of the AI is not technological, it's educational. And let me explain that. See, because for the decades, the universities, the global universities are designed around information delivery, right? But today, the information is available right in front of you, and that too in a very structured manner because of ChatGPT, because of AI and all. So the real differentiator is not memory, it's thinking. And that's where I want to come and say, which my fellow from the Harvard, Mr. Yash has said, that we need to move away from the rote learning. And that is what, at Calcutta University, we have done the shift and taken that as a challenge. And for years, we have been working with many initiatives, where I want to share one initiative which has a great impact. That is G-Scale, which is Calcutta Student Center Active Learning Ecosystem, where what we're doing is we are shifting away from a passive rote learning to an active learning model. So now when I say this word, which has, a lot of buzzword like active learning, collaborative, experiential learning, and people really, just say and assume something. And let me tell you that active learning is not just making your classroom interactive, putting a smart interactive panel, something like that. That is what being kind of mostly understood by most of people, even by the EdTech as well. Let me tell you what the active learning, which we are implementing in collaboration with one of the Asia's leading university called Nanyang Technology University. And here we have completely redesigned how teachers are teaching and how students are learning. And that shift is holistic for the entire university, from the infrastructure, from the technology, from the pedagogy. And I'll give an example of that. If a student is sitting in a model where there's a table where students are sitting across like how we are sitting, and a teacher is not something on far away on the podium, like there is more like a facilitator, and his learning being bypassed with the help of tools, which AI technology tools, which I could say that technology tools like WooClap and Padlet. What they're doing is they know exactly the entire lesson plan for the one individual and for the entire class. The teacher are guided through that, these are the flow of the class, and this is how I'm going to deliver it. For example, in the real time frame, we give a question to the class, and in most of the colleges you see, we are kind of saying no to using a mobile phone, but we are doing opposite. We are asking them to use the technology to answer that question right away, and every student participate, and the answer is given right away with the help of the tool. And the professor is not worried about the right one. He's worried about who has given the wrong ones. And so does the tool at the background is giving a suggestion of how to then further, lead the entire class. So this is just one of the examples. A lot of investment have been done, which is, in the infrastructure, in the technology, in fact, training the teachers, and the outcome is really very good. And I'll tell you what, I'm coming to the outcome parts very soon, but the industry which you and actually you represent, sir, is no more asking for, or no more only asking for mark sheet, right? I mean, mark sheet is required, yeah, that's fine, degree is required for the hygiene purpose, but they're asking and they're calling for adaptability, they're calling for collaborative, they're calling for something which we call as, they can use an applied thinking. And that's where we are working very hard for many years, and now we have started getting those success metrics.
Right. I will come back to you again, but Dr. Chakraborty, as you've been focusing on building AI systems and sovereign AI models, especially. But since we're talking about how universities are or should be, I don't know. As we said that he was not, he answered in yes or no. So I don't know how fast they are, but what we are getting an example of right now, live here, is that Galgodia's University is one such university. There are many such universities might be, trying to focus on that model. But do you feel that overall there should be a greater push to and a much more serious approach to fundamentally get the universities to redesign what they are teaching and how they are teaching, most importantly?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the question. So I think this is I see it from a cultural transformation kind of a thing. Because India has never been a research or R&D oriented country, to be very frank and honest. So now to bring that DNA within the Indian minds, it will take that transformation, cultural transformation. So what we do in our company for Gehenna Research is essentially we are building small language models, right, from the scratch. So this is a sovereign model that we want to build because we believe that for our critical services, for example, defense, banking and finance, which is the backbone of our economy, and the government departments, they should definitely require sovereign AI because we cannot trust a foreign model for all our critical services. And there are various reasons for that. Now, to build those kind of models, you require talents who has got a very good fundamental, definitely, because if he doesn't know the mathematics behind a neural network, if he doesn't know the architecture of a neural network, then he will not be able to do that kind of a research. That is not possible. Now, to know that, definitely universities need to focus on the fundamentals, not only tools. Tools are very shiny, okay, very fancy today. You can do a lot of things with the tools. But if the fundamentals are not clear, you will not be able to do any kind of R&D kind of thing. So that's why we are requesting the universities and colleges, and in fact, we are also working with IIT Bombay, so that we want students who has got a very good fundamental, and along with that, then we require knowledge as well as some working, say probably they are working on some prototypes or some kind of minimal viable products, MVPs, from them, so that they have got both the sides, the knowledge of both the sides. So, and that is a big challenge today because most of the students that we are recruiting, we are actually getting the fundamentals are missing in many places. The tools, using tools are very easy today because there are a lot of tools there. So you have got the ChatGPTs of the world, you have got Claude. Now Claude can do all your coding just by giving some command. But a holistic idea of an application landscape is very, very important because application is not just AI. A application has its entire enterprise architecture. It has got a complete front end where the user interacts. It has got a complete back end. The back end should be very, very strong to support that kind of a transaction. So if I talk about, somebody is recruited to a banking and finance. Okay, so millions of transactions are happening per minute. Okay, now to sustain that kind of a infrastructure, what kind of application I should build? What should be that architecture? Okay, so there are various architectures. So now there is something called microservices architecture, which can support this kind of millions and billions of transactions in an application. Now, if a student doesn't have that entire landscape knowledge and idea, he will not be able to adapt to the industry. He will come, sit at a corner, probably doing something. You assign some work and he will be delivering that work. And as a startup, we don't want somebody to work as an employee. We want somebody to work as an entrepreneur. So they are also part of this company building. They are also part of building of the organization. They should not be just a 9 to 5 kind of a job kind of a thing. So, and that is a big challenge that we are seeing today. And I'm sure the universities will be able to address that gap.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
दिवाली का ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है।
राष्ट्रीय इलायची जश्न का जश्न।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's...
Whatever that is there that you wanted to clear. I wanted to clear that any kind of promiscuous behavior after the marriage will not be done.
With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
This time the state government is moving the High Court, asking for it to be cancelled, finally seeing action.
Which means most likely she will be arrested.
Yes.
I'm proud of the media trial that is going to lead to the arrest of a judge.
She has dialed a district judge at 11:06 p.m. If this has been with the judiciary for all these days, how the hell did she get the anticipatory bail?
No, I will not have any more.
गायब क्यों?
चलो.
Please move out, madam.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You're watching This Is Exclusive at 7 p.m. We continue to keep our focus on the Twisha case because tomorrow is a very critical day. Today has been an important day with Samarth, the husband of Twisha, being arrested. He's been sent to custody. He was in court once again. A very dramatic sequence is coming in from the court in Madhya Pradesh. And more importantly, in the next 24 hours, we're expecting the second autopsy to be conducted. And our focus will be on that. Here are the headlines on This Is Exclusive. Twisha's husband, Samarth, taken into custody. 7 days of custody for the man who was on the run. Second autopsy to be conducted on Twisha Sharma tomorrow. A team from AIIMS Delhi being flown into Bhopal. Forensic experts point at least 10 lapses in the first autopsy conducted. As pictures emerge of the crime scene, questions also raised by experts. US Secretary of State Modi-Rubio in the national capital meets Prime Minister Modi in Delhi. Starting with the sequences from the Madhya Pradesh court today in Madhya Pradesh's capital, Bhopal, Samarth Singh, who was brought to Bhopal from Jabalpur, was sent to police custody for 7 days in the death of his wife, Twisha Sharma, 33-year-old Twisha Sharma. The police, meanwhile, have claimed that Samarth is not cooperating in the investigation, just like how his mother, Judge Giribala, is not cooperating in the investigation. Samarth is a Bhopal-based lawyer. His license has been cancelled by the Bar Council of India. He reached Jabalpur yesterday. The police claimed that he did not surrender. It was them who arrested him from the court in Jabalpur and brought him to Bhopal. Some questions being raised on what he tried to do and eventually what happened in court yesterday. These are some pictures that came in from the court. I'd like to play out some of the sequences as we try to ask Samarth a few questions of where he was hiding and who helped him hide. Shambhavi with the details. Shambhavi, he's now in custody. He's now in custody. What happens next? Giribala's arrest, everyone's asking why is she not arrested yet?
Well, for Samarth Singh, he has been sent into a 7-day police remand. So in that case, he'll be interrogated by the police. He'll be kept at the police station, and that is where he'll be interrogated about the case. Now, what the police even said in the court in their argument about why they wanted 7 days of police custody is to make sure that each and everything about his absence for the past 10 or 11 days will be accounted for. Where was he hiding? Who all did he contact? And what was he up to? So everything needs to be taken in account of. That is what the police said, even in the argument in the case. And luckily, of course, the court granted a 7-day of police remand. So now, once they'll be interrogated, and the 7-day will be about to end, the police will again present in the court and will likely ask for more remand, for more days of remand. Now, what happens with Giribala Singh? We know that just yesterday there were 3 cases at the Jabalpur High Court, which one of them were cancellation of anticipatory bail, which was given to Giribala Singh. Now, even the court said that the bail was given in a hurried manner. The bail given to Giribala Singh was given in a hurried manner, and also issued a notice to Giribala Singh. So, for layman's language, in layman's language, you can say that they just asked Giribala to come participate in the proceedings. They're taking up the case and they've asked Giribala to file her reply, to file her stance. That is what issuing a notice. They've issued a notice for Giribala to come participate in the case. That is what is happening on the legal front with both Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh. The mother-son duo hasn't been cooperating, and that is what has been said by the police, the Bhopal Police, and even the commissioner in the press conference that was held today. Back to you.
Harsha joining us is from Jabalpur. Stay with me. In Jabalpur, the police claimed that he didn't really surrender. They had to arrest him. But whatever the drama was, it appears that he had support of some judicial officers there as well. Some lawyers, perhaps, who tried to attack the media yesterday. Where he was all these days, we don't know. But what is important right now is what happens on Monday in Jabalpur when the bail plea of the ex-judge comes up, right? What are we looking at, Harsh? As far as Giribala's bail is concerned, the SG Tushar Mehta indicated that the government of Madhya Pradesh opposes the bail, isn't it?
Right, Ranjan. In fact,
yesterday there was a big chaos at the Sessions Court in Jabalpur, and this is when Samarth Singh along with his aides arrived at the Session Court to surrender. Now this doesn't make any sense because the official ruling by the Jabalpur High Court clearly mentioned that he has to surrender before the trial court in Bhopal or in front of the investigating officer. But he played very smart, and when the media, in fact the teams of Republic, tried to confront him, we were manhandled, we were pushed, we were dragged. In fact, I was dragged outside the court premises, and these were the people who call themselves advocates, and they were not just advocating the accused in the case who remains absconding for 11 days, and after 11 days he suddenly comes to surrender in front of a court that has not even been written in the official ruling that was given by the Jabalpur High Court. Now in Jabalpur we are obviously trying to trace the trails of his whereabouts. Where was he hiding for the last 11 days before he surrendered yesterday? And obviously there must be someone who was shielding him for all of the 11 days where he couldn't be fined, and he was absconding for 11 days. And yesterday when the media tried to confront him within the court premises in Jabalpur, we were manhandled. In fact, we were abused by his aides within the court premises. And now we are also looking at a hearing on Monday, which is scheduled to take place at 2:30 p.m. This hearing will be about the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, obviously joined by Prashant Singh, who is the Attorney General of the government of Madhya Pradesh, will be representing Madhya Pradesh government in this regard. They are now in fact demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh. This case is scheduled, in fact listed to be heard on Monday at 2:30 p.m. at the Jabalpur High Court. And this comes at a time when now 7 days police custody in fact has been given to Samarth Singh. He has been sent for 7-day police custody, and teams of AIIMS Delhi, in fact 4-member team of AIIMS Delhi has also left from Delhi, and they are travelling to Bhopal, and the second post-mortem will be carried out later today evening or earlier tomorrow morning. But this has been ordered by the Jabalpur High Court that the body of Twisha Sharma will be stored at -80°C, and the second post-mortem will also be carried out tomorrow or later today evening. Niranjan.
Okay, so what we'll do is, because this is a story for us that we will continue to track, because if Giribala, her son, her legal team, lawyers who attacked Republic felt we are going to drop the case, ain't happening. This is going to be a focus story in the next 1 week as well. In fact, we feel the critical week is coming up ahead of us, all of next week. But here's what the father of Twisha told Republic. He spoke to us a few minutes back. He had a few questions on the AIIMS panel ahead of their visit to Bhopal and their second autopsy, which is lined up. He felt that there are some questions that remain. Here's that conversation we had. I'll go across to Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, the father of Twisha, joining us on the broadcast right now. And let me ask him. Mr. Sharma, you seem to have some apprehensions even at this stage, despite Samarth being in custody. Giribala, of course, is not arrested. We just broke details of the calls to the SHO. SHO got the calls, but was also made part of the SIT. And he was also the officer who brought him back from Jabalpur to Bhopal. So what's going on here?
Sir, actually we are waiting for the CBI to take over the charge, because before that, whatever activities are going on, these are all, not going to solve the purpose. So we are all waiting. Order has been given already from the state. The government has already given the order through the court. So I hope that CBI will hurry up and will take up the matter as soon as possible, so that the evidences and other things could not be manipulated. Because already the manipulations has to some extent, they have already done it. So now every time which we are spending, it is a loss to us. Moreover, sir, I would like to, bring your attention towards one thing, sir. Yesterday, from the Honorable High Court has ordered that to constitute a team by AIIMS Director Delhi and perform this PM2 at Bhopal, sir. So only just now I came to know that a team has been already constituted, and they are flying for late evening today, and most probably tomorrow morning they will perform this PM2. I hope that all these expertise will do their job very rightly, and they will bring the truth to surface. But in my plea, sir, I requested, because I know one name in this international market, because I am into international marketing of pharmaceutical formulations. And because of being in this medical fraternity for more than 40 years, I know one name, Dr. Dinesh Rao. He is very famous in forensic expert, one of the best expert available in India, sir. So from our side, in our plea, we requested Honorable Court to, include him into this panel, and even head this team of expertise. Whatever it is, sir, I want this person in our panel, so that, and he is very much known for his, non-biased performances. So till now from AIIMS, I just could not get any call when they are coming. And मेरी सर AIIMS के डायरेक्टर से भी हाथ जोड़ के उम्मीद है, क्योंकि बेटी का मामला है सर, इसको न्याय की जरूरत है सर. दैट्स द रीजन मैंने आपकी हेल्प के लिए आपको बोला है सर. अगर हो सके तो डॉक्टर दिनेश राव को भी इसमें इंक्लूड कर सकें तो जरूर करें, क्योंकि एक अच्छे एक्सपर्ट इंडिया में अवेलेबल हैं जो अपनी सर्विसेज रेंडर कर सकते हैं.
Okay. Short question. Do you think, because I read that order, in that order his name was mentioned, Dr. Dinesh Rao's name was mentioned. So if some other panel is coming despite the court order,
yes, sir.
Does that raise
nobody
questions?
has contacted Dinesh Rao, Dr. Dinesh Rao. अभी that's the reason मैं बड़ा वो हूँ कि एक नॉन बायस और एक इतना अच्छा एक्सपर्ट इंडिया में अवेलेबल है जिसको इंटरनेशनली कॉल किया जाता है टू provide the solution for complicated cases. So that's the reason I am requesting again, with my humble request, to consider him even in panel, so that things becomes quite transparent.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. Mr. Navnidhi Sharma, we'll speak to you again.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
hope that
Yes, sir.
the people who have to listen to you are hearing you, and do the needful to ensure that Twisha gets justice and your family gets justice. Thank you for speaking to us.
There are some questions that have been raised on the autopsy of Twisha Sharma. Now, some experts, and we've accessed a report that was also submitted in court, 10 lapses were pointed out in this particular report. Now, let me show you what those 10 lapses are. One, incomplete musculoskeletal examination. Spoke about how blunt force injuries were not properly dissected in this particular post-mortem that was conducted, the first post-mortem. The second lapse, a missing neck x-ray. How there's no imaging despite ligature mark. Questionable viscera preservation despite no significant findings. And let's move on and take it to the fourth lapse, inconsistent findings, more consistent with suffocation. They feel that suffocation, strangulation could be the likely causes. Hanging was tried to, may not have been the real reason. Height discrepancy, we'll just change this because the recorded height was 166 versus the actual height of 172. So we have to change that to 172. Also undated injuries, age of the blunt force injuries is not determined in the post-mortem report, which also raises some questions. There are unexplained nail scrapings, no documented reason for DNA collection, and inadequate autopsy team. There's no female doctor included despite the guidelines. Suspect absconded, potential injuries and drug influence not investigated as far as Samarth is concerned. A missing ligature mark, ligature material was absent for correlation with injuries. Now these are critical lapses in the post-mortem, and that is why even the lawyer of Twisha's family, and by the way, they were responding to a picture of the crime scene that was released today. If I can put out that picture That's a graphic that we have, the crime scene of the terrace. I'll show you that picture and then we'll listen into what the lawyer says, because there are some questions that are raised. It doesn't really add up when you look at this picture. There are two rings and they seem to be low-hanging rings. How could, if the version is that she hung herself or hanged herself, now how is it? How is it that this could have happened with this? Let's put the graphic of this. We have a graphic of it, of the crime scene that puts out the inconsistencies. It really doesn't add up because the family claimed that she put a bed below these rings and hung herself. It doesn't really add up. There is a low-hanging loop that is shown by the family as used by Twisha. And the rope is seen as cut on the right side, which family claim was used in this particular case. And Samarth and Giribala claimed that the bed was used in that picture. The bed was used to commit suicide. So they should have shown the picture here, but let's move on. It really doesn't add up because the post-mortem claims Twisha's height was 166 centimeters, but the real height was 172. Why did they show her as shorter? Were they trying to fit the argument of suicide while showing her as being shorter? Now, there are many questions that are raised. That's what the lawyers also say. Let's play out what the lawyers are saying today.
मैं आप पूछें क्या सवाल है? इस पर्टिकुलर प्रकरण में सवाल ही सवाल है, सवाल ही सवाल। 12 तारीख को घटना होती है, गिरिबाला सिंह के घर से मुश्किल से 1 मिनट 1.5 मिनट की दूरी पे कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन है। सबसे पहले क्या किया जाना चाहिए था? कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन को, अगर आपको जरा भी लग रहा था कि त्विषा को बचाया जा सकता है तो आपको उसको नियरेस्ट सबसे करीब के अस्पताल में जाना था, आपको पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करना था। अगर आप लोग भोपाल में जाके मौके पे भी वेरीफाई कर सकते हैं कि अगर गिरिबाला सिंह के घर से एम्स की तरफ बढ़े तो पहले कटारा हिल्स पुलिस स्टेशन पड़ जाता है और अगला माउंट हॉस्पिटल पड़ता है, जो कि बहुत बड़ा हॉस्पिटल है और वेल इक्विप्ड हॉस्पिटल है। क्या वहां नहीं ले जाना चाहिए था? क्यों सीधे ले गए? क्यों 12 तारीख से 15 तारीख तक FIR नहीं लिखी गई? क्या ऐसा हुआ कि FIR होने के पहले 14 तारीख को ये एंटीसिपेटरी बेल एप्लीकेशन दोनों की लग गई? क्या ऐसा हुआ कि वो एंटीसिपेटरी बेल एप्लीकेशन 14 तारीख से 15 तारीख को हियरिंग के लिए आती है और 15 तारीख को अचानक FIR रजिस्टर होती है? ऐसे कौन से कारण दिखाई दिए जिसमें 15 तारीख को ही FIR हुई और बिना कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुए उसको एंटीसिपेटरी बेल दे दी गई? अग्रिम जमानत देते समय शर्त यह लगा दी गई कि वो साक्ष्य को नहीं प्रभावित करेंगी और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसको इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं करेंगी, लेकिन ऐसी कोई शर्त नहीं लगाई गई कि आप उस घर में नहीं रह सकते। तो 15 तारीख के बाद से भी वो घर उन्हीं के पास है। अब उस घर में,
कि उस घर में क्या कुछ प्लान किया जा सकता है?
उस घर में इतने दिनों में 12 तारीख से लेकर आज हम 23 तारीख पे खड़े हैं, कल 24 संडे, परसों 25 तारीख है जब 2:30 बजे हाईकोर्ट में हियरिंग होनी है उनकी अग्रिम जमानत की निरस्ती पे। इतने दिनों में मैंने पहले भी कहा और अभी फिर मैं कह रहा हूं कि गिरिबाला सिंह के पास 30-35 वर्ष का जुडिशरी का अनुभव है। उन्होंने जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट फर्स्ट क्लास से लेकर के और सेशन जज की हैसियत तक पता नहीं कितनी क्रिमिनल ट्रायल्स उन्होंने कंडक्ट करी हैं। समर्थ खुद वकील हैं, उनको कानूनी दांव पेचों का अच्छे से ज्ञान है। तो ऐसे दो व्यक्ति जो पूरा कानूनी ज्ञान रखते हैं, उनको क्रिमिनल ट्रायल के बारे में सब कुछ मालूम है, क्या उन्हें यह नहीं पता होगा कि कौन सी साक्ष्य उनके खिलाफ उस घर में है जिसे हटाया जा सकता है? और क्या 12 तारीख से और अभी तक और जब तक उनकी बेल एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्शन पे हाईकोर्ट द्वारा कोई निर्णय नहीं लिया जाता और यदि अलाउ होती है हमारी अपील और उनकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल रिजेक्ट की जाती है तो माननीय उच्च न्यायालय क्या निर्देश देते हैं? और यदि हमारी उनका चैलेंज निरस्त होता है तो क्या निर्देश देते हैं? इन सब बातों में अभी तो ये देखिए 12 तारीख से और 25 तारीख तक 13 दिन वो घर गिरिबाला सिंह के कंट्रोल में है। उन्हें बहुत अच्छे से मालूम है एक न्यायिक अधिकारी होने के नाते कि क्या क्या एविडेंस उनके खिलाफ उस घर में उपलब्ध होगी, उनके और समर्थ के खिलाफ जो यूज की जा सकती है। तो इस बात की संभावना है, पूरी संभावना नहीं, हमें आशंका है कि उन्होंने वो एविडेंस नष्ट की होगी और त्विषा के खिलाफ जो फालतू के एलिगेशन वो लगाती रहती हैं मानहानि कारक कि वो ड्रग्स लेती थी या क्या करती थी, तो उनके पास ये भी पूरा अवसर है इस 13 दिनों में कि वो त्विषा के कमरे में जहां वो रहती थी, जहां उनका सामान रखा है, जहां उनकी अलमारी है, वहां पे वो सारी सामान, वो सारा जो वो आरोप लगाती हैं ड्रग्स या जो भी, वो वहां पे इम्प्लांट कर सकें, यानी झूठी साक्ष्य गठित कर सकें।
And there's a development in the story because Giribala, the ex-judge, we know, dialed at least 46 people on the night that Twisha died. Among the 46 people that she dialed judges, she dialed IPS officers, she dialed her CCTV operators. Among the police officials dialed was the police station SHO. SHO was one of the 46 dialed that night. And Twisha's family claims that even though the SHO's role is under scanner, this is a station which was right behind the house. The SHO was dialed, and the same SHO was made the SIT of the case. And they feel that he should be dropped because he was directly in touch with Giribala.
सर, आज इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी द्वारा एक प्रतिवेदन प्रस्तुत करा गया था। पूरी केस डायरी आई थी, उसमें यह बताया गया कि लगातार ये आरोपी घटना के बाद से ही शुरू से फरार है। इसके संबंध में कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन इसकी बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि इसके पूरे कलेक्शन ऑफ एविडेंस हो, चाहे क्राइम सीन पे इसको लेके जाना हो, जो भी घटना घटी है, इस पूरे 7 दिन के अंदर इसको इसकी कस्टडी इसलिए ज़रूरी है कि ये वहाँ लेके जाए, एविडेंस कलेक्ट कराए, जो भी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंसेज हैं। हालांकि उनके वकील द्वारा कहा गया कि हम कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, शुरू से ये तर्क रखा गया था मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने, लेकिन केस डायरी का अवलोकन करने के बाद गंभीरता देखते हुए कैसा अपराध हुआ है, 7 दिन का रिमांड इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी को आरोपी समर्थ शर्मा का दिया गया है।
अच्छा, दूसरा सवाल, जो हमारे पास इनपुट्स हैं कोर्ट रूम में हमने भी देखा, समर्थ के चेहरे पर कोई गम या कोई गिल्टी जैसा हमको नहीं दिखा। आप चूंकि वहाँ पूरे टाइम थे, पैरवी कर रहे थे, आपका क्या कहना है इस पर?
सर, इस आधार पे उसने अपराध करा है नहीं करा है इसको तो नहीं बताया जा सकता, लेकिन उनके शायद ब्रदर ने कोई स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि वो हंस रहे थे। अब वो सर उन सबका अपना अपना तरीका है, बट इससे कानूनी रूप से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है उसकी केस में।
तीसरी बात ये कि जो कटारल थाना प्रभारी हैं सुनील दुबे, उनको एसआईटी से हटाने को लेकर आपने एक याचिका कोर्ट को दी है, याचिका लगाई है, क्यों लगाई है, क्या बेसिस है उसका?
कोर्ट में हटाने के लिए याचिका नहीं लगाई, हमने याचिका इस संबंध में लगाई है और एक पत्र भी दिया है कमिश्नर साहब को, क्योंकि कोर्ट इसमें कॉम्पिटेंट नहीं है, लेकिन कमिश्नर जो हैं और जो एसआईटी लीड कर रहे हैं वो इस संबंध में संज्ञान लें कि वो जो एसएचओ हैं कटारा हिल्स के, जहां तथाकथित रूप से घटना घटी है, उस कार्य क्षेत्र में उनका घर आता है, जो क्राइम सीन है, तो ये आरोपी से क्यों संपर्क में थे, गिरेबाला सिंह से इनने क्यों संपर्क करा। हमारा ये कहना है कि इस संबंध में जांच विवेचना होनी चाहिए, और क्योंकि वो उस समय थे, आरोपी से संपर्क में थे, इसके बाद एसआईटी का गठन हो जाता है, अगर वो एसआईटी में हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं ये संभावना है कि वो फिर से इन्वेस्टिगेशन को प्रभावित कर सकते हैं। तो इसलिए परिवारजन ने एक लेटर लिखा है कमिश्नर साहब को भी, एसआईटी को भी, इसको तत्काल एसआईटी से हटाया जाए।
लेकिन जब कोई घटना होती है, जब कोई होती है तो पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म तो करना ही होता है। अगर इसे इस तरह से देखा जाए, परिवार तो इन्फॉर्म थाना प्रभारी को ही करेगा, संबंधित थाने को, तो इस लिहाज से भी तो फोन कॉल्स हो सकते हैं।
सर, जो गिरिबाला सिंह का मीडिया में भी स्टेटमेंट आया, उनने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी है, पूरा डिजिटल मीडिया में है, उनका ये वर्जन है कि हम तो बचाने के लिए सारा प्रयास कर रहे थे, हम तो एम्स चले गए। उन्होंने किसी तरह से ये एक्सेप्ट बोला भी है कि हमने कोई सूचना नहीं दी है, जो उनका वर्जन है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो एसआईटी में लीड कर रहे हैं एसएचओ साहब, इनके अलावा और भी बहुत सारे नंबर थे, तो ये सब कहीं ना कहीं एक साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। वो शुरू से कहीं हमारे ये मांग नहीं, हम नहीं कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने गलत करा है या साबित कर दिया हमने, हमारा कहना है इस संबंध में जांच होनी चाहिए। और क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पूरी परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं, शासन ने खुद माना कि पुलिस की बहुत सारी शुरू से नाकामियां, गलती रही है, जैसे उनको अरेस्ट नहीं कर पाए, इलेक्शन जो एविडेंसेज हैं उनको कलेक्ट नहीं कर पाए, तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में अगर कोई आशंका है तो उनको एसआईटी से हटाया जाना चाहिए।
अंतिम सवाल, चूंकि दिल्ली एम्स की टीम भोपाल आ रही है और यहाँ पर सेकंड पीएम कराया जाएगा, लेकिन एक आशंका ये भी है कि बॉडी इतनी पुरानी हो चुकी है तो कुछ हद तक डिकम्पोज हो चुकी होगी, तो ऐसे में क्या सेकंड पीएम की रिपोर्ट उतनी निर्णायक आ पाएगी, या फिर डॉक्टर्स की टीम क्या पहली रिपोर्ट से कंपेयर करेगी, क्या प्रोसेस होगी उसकी?
सर, मैं इसमें वैसे तो एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ, बट जहां तक मुझे लगता है कि अगर सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम के लिए हाई कोर्ट ने अलाउ करा है तो सभी परिस्थितियों को देखते हुए करा होगा। इसके बाद एम्स से जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम आ रही है वो एक्सपर्ट है, उनको अगर वो सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम कंडक्ट कर रही है, अगर उसमें बॉडी डीकम्पोज हो गई है तो जो वास्तु स्थिति है वो सारी चीजें वो रिपोर्ट में लेके आएगी। और उनके पास ऑलरेडी अगर वीडियो है, जैसा बताया जा रहा है कि पूरे जो ऑटोप्सी हुई है, जो उनका पोस्टमार्टम हुआ है, उसका वीडियो भी उपलब्ध है, लिगेचर मटेरियल भी जा चुका है, और भी जो उनको आवश्यकता हो वो सब चीजें उपलब्ध करा के सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में ये सब चीज हिस्सा बनाया जाए और प्रॉपर एक साइंटिफिक एक्सप्लेनेशन उस रिपोर्ट में दिया जाए, जो शुरू में नहीं दिया गया है।
Okay, so that's it on this edition of the This is Exclusive. We'll take a break, but our coverage continues, our headlines and all our breaking news updates on the case, and much more coming up after this break. Stay tuned.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा और मसाला।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system,
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, Samarth Singh has been given a 7-day police custody by the Bhopal District Court in Twisha Sharma's dowry death case. We're getting you all the details and also a case that's come in from Coimbatore of the kidnapping and alleged murder of a 10-year-old girl. That and a lot more, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Twisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh sent to 7-day police custody. Second autopsy for Twisha likely tomorrow. A medical board comprising of 4 senior doctors to conduct the second post-mortem. Republic investigation reveals 10 explosive lapses, including missing X-rays, height discrepancies, casting major doubts on the initial forensic reports. Republic gets the exclusive photo of the rooftop where Twisha Sharma was found dead. Experts raise question. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio meets Prime Minister Modi, invites the Prime Minister to White House on behalf of the US President Donald Trump. Viewers, since the 12th of May, India has been asking just one question: how long until justice will be served? Now, Madhya Pradesh's Bhopal Court has sent Samarth Singh to a police custody for about 7 days in the mysterious death of his 33-year-old wife, Twisha Sharma. Meanwhile, a team of senior doctors from Delhi have already left for Bhopal for the second post-mortem of Twisha's body that continues to be in the morgue. Days after that this order has come, there are pertinent questions being raised on whether or not the body even holds the correct evidences anymore, and also raises various questions on the incompetence of the first forensic report that does not mention clear details. Not just that, but the panel handling was also very junior, with just one professor overlooking, and in fact, even Twisha Sharma's height was not mentioned correctly in that initial report. In fact, let's also take a look at the 10 major lapses that Republic has been able to identify in the initial reports. Now, in fact, the first one is about the blunt force injuries that have not been properly dissected. So this is the incomplete report. In fact, the missing neck X-ray, there is no imaging despite major ligature marks on the neck. The third one, they have been the questionable viscera preservation despite no significant findings. Fourth, the findings are inconsistent. In fact, fifth, there's a height discrepancy. 166 centimeters has been recorded, whereas the actual height is about 10 centimeters more. Sixth, the age of blunt force injuries has not been determined. We do not know how long ago that happened, when the body was going through a scientific forensic. Seventh, no documented reason for DNA collection. So there are unexplained nail scratches on the body that have not been identified. Eighth, no female doctor was present despite that being a protocol. And ninth, potential injuries and drug influence has also not been investigated. 10th, there's missing ligature material, the material that's absent for correlation with the injuries that were found on 33-year-old Twisha Sharma's body. In fact, my colleague Harsh joins us to get us more updates into the matter. Harsh, this is a big win for Twisha's bereaving family. Of course, nothing can bring their daughter back, but the next best thing in this case is justice for Twisha Sharma and action against perpetrators. Samarth Singh has been given a 7-day police custody. Speak to us about the details. You've been tracking the story very closely, Harsh.
Right, Gesu, this in fact is a big Republic campaign, a big win for Twisha's family, a big win for Republic TV. In fact, we were constantly campaigning to get justice served for Twisha Sharma. Now, the big takeaways are obviously the 7-day police custody that has been given to the Madhya Pradesh police. Samarth Singh has been sent for 7-day police custody. He tried to play very smart yesterday when he arrived at a sessions court in Jabalpur to surrender. However, it was not technically possible because that was not something that was written in the order that was given by the Jabalpur High Court. Also, a second post-mortem that has been ordered. Teams from AIIMS Delhi now travelling to Bhopal, and the second autopsy that is scheduled to be carried out earlier tomorrow morning or later today evening. So this is what we are tracking. The post-mortem that is set to take place later today evening or early tomorrow morning. This is what is scheduled to take place. Now teams have already left from Delhi and they'll be travelling all the way to Bhopal. The body has been kept at minus 80 degrees Celsius. This was also something that was ruled by the High Court of Jabalpur. Also, there is a hearing that is scheduled to take place at 2:30 p.m. where Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, joined by the Attorney General of the Government of Madhya Pradesh, Prashant Singh, will be demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to the mother-in-law, Giribala Singh. This is also something very significant because Giribala Singh has remained very incooperative throughout the investigation. This is what we have been told. And now a hearing will be taking place on Monday at 2:30 p.m. where Attorney General Tushar Mehta, joined by I beg your pardon, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, joined by Attorney General Prashant Singh, will be participating, in fact, demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail that has been given to her by a sessions court in Bhopal. Multiple big takeaways after massive Republic campaign when we demanded for justice for Twisha Sharma, and now these are the big takeaways. Second post-mortem that has been ordered, 7-day police custody that has been awarded to the police of Bhopal. Samarth Singh has been sent to 7-day police custody, and the third hearing that will take place on Monday, where Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail cancellation will be heard by the High Court in Jabalpur.
Right, Harsh. Thanks for getting us a lowdown of that situation. In fact, Harsh, we're also quickly shifting focus to another breaking development in the same case. Now, viewers, an application has been submitted to the court on behalf of Twisha's family, requesting the immediate removal of the SHO, the town inspector of the Katara Hills Police Station, from the special investigation team. Now, this application seeks the removal of Sunil Dubey, the town inspector, and that has now been formally submitted in the court. Now, this application states that amongst the records of the 46 phone numbers that were dialed by ex-judge Giribala, his was one of the numbers. In fact, the number belonged to the SHO, who is right now posted in the Katara Hills Police Station in Bhopal. Now, since Samarth and the ex-judge, his mother Giribala, had communicated with him on that day, the application says that he must not be a part of the investigation, and therefore he must be immediately removed from the special investigation team. So many links that are coming to fore in the case, in the complete botch-up of Twisha's case. In fact, the SHO, the town inspector Sunil Dubey at the Katara Hills Police Station in Bhopal, was contacted by ex-judge Giribala Singh. In fact, we also spoke to Twisha's lawyer Ankur Pandey in an exclusive conversation. He reveals everything that went inside the court and also the things that went completely wrong. My colleague Satyavijay brings you the conversation. Listen in.
सर, आज इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी द्वारा एक प्रतिवेदन प्रस्तुत करा गया था, पूरी केस डायरी आई थी, उसमें यह बताया गया कि लगातार ये आरोपी घटना के बाद से ही शुरू से फरार है। इसके संबंध में कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन इसकी बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि इसके पूरे कलेक्शन ऑफ एविडेंस हो, चाहे क्राइम सीन पे इसको लेके जाना हो, जो भी घटना घटी है, इस पूरे 7 दिन के अंदर इसको इसकी कस्टडी इसलिए ज़रूरी है कि ये वहाँ लेके जाए, एविडेंस कलेक्ट कराए, जो भी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंसेज हैं। हालांकि उनके वकील द्वारा कहा गया कि हम कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, शुरू से ये तर्क रखा गया था मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने, लेकिन केस डायरी का अवलोकन करने के बाद गंभीरता देखते हुए कैसा अपराध हुआ है, 7 दिन का रिमांड इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी को आरोपी समर्थ शर्मा का दिया गया।
अच्छा, दूसरा सवाल, जो हमारे पास इनपुट्स हैं कोर्ट रूम में, हमने भी देखा समर्थ के चेहरे पर कोई गम या कोई गिल्टी जैसा हमको नहीं दिखा। आप चूंकि वहाँ पूरे टाइम थे, पैरवी कर रहे थे, आपका क्या कहना है इस पर?
सर, इस आधार पे उसने अपराध करा है नहीं करा है इसको तो नहीं बताया जा सकता, लेकिन उनके शायद ब्रदर ने कोई स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि वो हंस रहे थे। अब वो सर उन सबका अपना अपना तरीका है, बट इससे कानूनी रूप से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है उसकी केस में।
दूसरी बात ये कि जो कटारा थाना प्रभारी हैं सुनील दुबे, उनको एसआईटी से हटाने को लेकर आपने एक याचिका कोर्ट को दी है, याचिका लगाई है, क्यों लगाई है, क्या बेसिस है उसका?
कोर्ट में हटाने के लिए याचिका नहीं लगाई, हमने याचिका इस संबंध में लगाई है और एक पत्र भी दिया है कमिश्नर साहब को, क्योंकि कोर्ट इसमें कॉम्पिटेंट नहीं है, लेकिन कमिश्नर जो हैं और जो एसआईटी लीड कर रहे हैं वो इस संबंध में संज्ञान लें कि वो जो एसएचओ हैं कटारा हिल्स के, जहां तथाकथित रूप से घटना घटी है, उस कार्य क्षेत्र में उनका घर आता है, जो क्राइम सीन है, तो ये आरोपी से क्यों संपर्क में थे, गिरेबाला सिंह से इनने क्यों संपर्क करा। हमारा ये कहना है कि इस संबंध में जांच विवेचना होनी चाहिए, और क्योंकि वो उस समय थे, आरोपी से संपर्क में थे, इसके बाद एसआईटी का गठन हो जाता है, अगर वो एसआईटी में हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं ये संभावना है कि वो फिर से इन्वेस्टिगेशन को प्रभावित कर सकते हैं। तो इसलिए परिवारजन ने एक लेटर लिखा है कमिश्नर साहब को भी, एसआईटी को भी, इसको तत्काल एसआईटी से हटाया जाए।
लेकिन जब कोई घटना होती है, जब कोई होती है तो पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म तो करना ही होता है। अगर इसे इस तरह से देखा जाए, परिवार तो इन्फॉर्म थाना प्रभारी को ही करेगा, संबंधित थाने को, तो इस लिहाज से भी तो फोन कॉल्स हो सकते हैं।
सर, जो गिरिबाला सिंह का मीडिया में भी स्टेटमेंट आया, उनने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी है, पूरा डिजिटल मीडिया में है, उनका ये वर्जन है कि हम तो बचाने के लिए सारा प्रयास कर रहे थे, हम तो एम्स चले गए। उन्होंने किसी तरह से ये एक्सेप्ट बोला भी है कि हमने कोई सूचना नहीं दी है, जो उनका वर्जन है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो एसआईटी में लीड कर रहे हैं एसएचओ साहब, इनके अलावा और भी बहुत सारे नंबर थे। तो ये सब कहीं ना कहीं एक साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। वो शुरू से कहीं हमारे ये मांग नहीं, हम नहीं कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने गलत करा है या साबित कर दिया हमने। हमारा कहना है इस संबंध में जांच होनी चाहिए। और क्योंकि जिस तरीके से पूरी परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं, शासन ने खुद माना कि पुलिस की बहुत सारी शुरू से नाकामियां, गलती रही है, जैसे उनको अरेस्ट नहीं कर पाए, इलेक्शन जो एविडेंसेज हैं उनको कलेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में अगर कोई आशंका है तो उनको एसआईटी से हटाया जाना चाहिए।
अंतिम सवाल, चूंकि दिल्ली एम्स की टीम भोपाल आ रही है और यहाँ पर सेकंड पीएम कराया जाएगा, लेकिन एक आशंका ये भी है कि बॉडी इतनी पुरानी हो चुकी है तो कुछ हद तक डिकम्पोज हो चुकी होगी। तो ऐसे में क्या सेकंड पीएम की रिपोर्ट उतनी निर्णायक आ पाएगी, या फिर डॉक्टर्स की टीम क्या पहली रिपोर्ट से कंपेयर करेगी? क्या प्रोसेस होगी उसकी?
सर, मैं इसमें वैसे तो एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूं, बट जहां तक मुझे लगता है कि अगर सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम के लिए हाई कोर्ट ने अलाउ करा है तो सभी परिस्थितियों को देखते हुए करा होगा। इसके बाद एम्स से जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम आ रही है वो एक्सपर्ट है। उनको अगर वो सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम कंडक्ट कर रही है, अगर उसमें बॉडी डीकम्पोज हो गई है तो जो वास्तु स्थिति है वो सारी चीजें वो रिपोर्ट में लेके आएगी। और उनके पास ऑलरेडी अगर वीडियो है, जैसा बताया जा रहा है कि पूरे जो ऑटोप्सी हुई है, जो उनका पोस्टमार्टम हुआ है, उसका वीडियो भी उपलब्ध है, लिगेचर मटेरियल भी जा चुका है, और भी जो उनको आवश्यकता हो वो सब चीजें उपलब्ध करा के सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में ये सब चीज हिस्सा बनाया जाए और प्रॉपर एक साइंटिफिक एक्सप्लेनेशन उस रिपोर्ट में दिया जाए, जो शुरू में नहीं दिया गया है।
In fact, viewers, continuing its pursuit to get to the bottom of the case, Republic also once again spoke exclusively to Twisha Sharma's brother, Major Harshit Sharma. Now, this conversation revolves around the second post-mortem that the family had been asking for and has now finally been given orders by the court. In fact, teams of senior doctors of the AIIMS from Delhi have left already for Bhopal. Listen into this conversation that Harshit Sharma reveals major details about the second post-mortem to be held tomorrow.
ये पहला स्टेप हुआ था, अब ये सेकंड स्टेप हो चुका है। इसमें जब अब ये अपना सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि सीबीआई इसी दौरान इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को इंटरवीन करे और चार्ज ले इसमें, बिकॉज ये रिमांड से इट इज स्टिल अंडर द सेम अथॉरिटीज विच वी आर चैलेंजिंग। तो जितनी जल्दी सीबीआई इसमें इंटरवीन करती है उतना ही ज्यादा अच्छा है।
आज भी एम्स डॉक्टरों की दिल्ली की टीम नहीं पहुंची,
अभी तक कोई कंफर्मेशन नहीं आया है एंड वी आर स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर दैट कंफर्मेशन।
अगर आज शाम तक पहुंच जाती, जो हमारे पास इन्फो है कि 6:30 बजे तक एम्स दिल्ली की टीम पहुंचेगी, तो क्या रात में ही आप चाहते हैं कि सेकंड पीएम हो जाए?
जी, जल्द से जल्द होना चाहिए। ये अभी डॉक्टर्स हैं, वो एक्सपर्ट हैं जो इस फील्ड के आ रहे हैं एंड दे विल मेक द राइट डिसीजन।
आज या कल सुबह पीएम हो जाता है तो अंतिम संस्कार भोपाल में करेंगे या दिल्ली में?
जी, अभी ये दिस इज समथिंग जो अभी फैमिली डिस्कशन चल रहे हैं, तो वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू कमेंट ऑन इट।
लेकिन आपको लगता है कि ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, इसके बाद जिस तरह से अब सीबीआई टेक ओवर करने वाली है केस, तो अब आपको जस्टिस मिलेगा?
बिल्कुल हमारी आशा है और वी आर होपफुल फॉर दैट। दैट इज द रीजन सीबीआई एक ऐसी इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी है जिसपे भरोसा सबको है, बिकॉज उनके पास्ट हमेशा अच्छा रहा है। जितने भी उन्होंने केसेस टेकअप किए हैं, दे हैव गॉटन द राइट जस्टिस एंड वी आर होपिंग फॉर द सेम।
Viewers, now a 10-year-old girl's murder has sparked complete outrage in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. The police have now arrested 2 accused in connection with the case, with a POCSO case now being filed against them, with protests erupting in the area over delays in tracing the accused. The child's post-mortem is currently ongoing amid tight security. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
A horrific incident near Sulur in Coimbatore has triggered shock and anger across the entire city after a 10-year-old girl was assaulted and murdered. The police have arrested a man named Karthik with regards to the case, along with another accused named Mohan Raj. A POCSO case has also been now filed against the accused. According to the police, the child had gone missing before her body was later recovered near the Kanampalayam area close to Sulur. The child's body is currently at the government ESI hospital, where the post-mortem examination is underway. The police suspect physical assault, but officials say that the post-mortem will reveal whether there was any sexual assault as well. As there was a delay in finding the accused after the incident, protests were held overnight as angry residents and members of the family gathered, demanding immediate arrest and strict punishment for the accused. Meanwhile, the police continue to conduct an intensive investigation into the incident, with efforts underway to gather additional details about the crime. With the investigation continuing and public anger mounting, authorities are now awaiting the post-mortem findings for further clarity in the case.
Viewers, a very interesting visual has been accessed by Republic Bangla in Kolkata. Now, on Friday, two sisters from the Missionaries of Charity met with Mamata Banerjee. Cut to Saturday, Modi-Rubio's first stop is Missionaries of Charity, meeting the same sisters. Republic Bangla has a video of the sisters meeting Mamata on Friday, and in fact, they remain tight-lipped on what this meeting entailed in Kolkata that took place on Friday with Mamata Banerjee. Listen in to this take of our senior executive editor Niranjan Narayanaswamy as he breaks down what this means as Modi-Rubio continues to be in New Delhi.
Very interesting. Did the sisters give any details of why they met Mamata Banerjee?
Well, Niranjan, not entirely the whole details are clear right now. We are also in touch with the Missionaries of Charity PR division, that's the Public Communication Division. What we are getting in from our reporter, these are visuals from yesterday, what you mentioned also. These are visuals from 22nd of May, around 5 p.m. These visuals were captured when political developments were happening in Bengal. Lots of Trinamool leaders were entering Mamata Banerjee's residence. These are visuals coming in from the residence of Mamata Banerjee, the official residence of Mamata Banerjee, and this is the section from where you have to enter. This is the security enclave from where you have to enter the main portico, from where there's a drawing area, where the sitting area, and then from there you have to get inside Mamata Banerjee's chamber. So what we communicated from our sources, what we got from our sources is that the two representatives from Missionaries of Charity, they are located in the mother's house in Kolkata, Mother Teresa's house in Kolkata. They came to Kalighat. Previously also, we know that Mamata Banerjee shares a very cordial relationship with Missionaries of Charity. So our reporters asked the representatives whether it's an official invite for Saturday's event where Modi-Rubio is coming. They were tight-lipped about the whole thing, and only the visuals were there. This is a public area, and lots of cameras were there. Only Republic is reporting it. As you said, it's a very interesting set of visuals, which we thought that we should report and show the pictures. Yes.
Now, do we know the agenda of Modi-Rubio, why he decided to make that first stop in Kolkata, the Missionaries of Charity? How long did he spend there? Who did he meet? And what was discussed? The message that was given? Mayuk?
Well, Modi-Rubio landed in Kolkata at around 7 a.m. in a very highly protected airport area in Kolkata. U.S. Secretary of State straight away went to Missionaries of Charity and Nirmala Sishu Bhavan. That's adjacent to the Missionaries of Charity. This is in ATC Postcode, the headquarters of Mother Teresa's, St. Teresa's institution. As far as we are getting information, short Kolkata visit, he paid tribute to St. Teresa's home there and met the Missionaries of Charity staff. Along with that, he had a very cordial chat with the sisters and mothers from the Missionaries of Charity. Wife Janet was also accompanying Rubio, and what we learned from our sources, he spent more or less an hour in mother's house and the school adjacent to the house, and then straight away went back to the airport. So it's a very brief visit with department staff, the embassy staff. Everyone was accompanying him. It was a very tight security. As you know, in Kolkata, the entire protocol was there for Modi-Rubio. But interestingly, he or his staff members were not at all communicating with the media. But visuals today and visuals from yesterday, these two visuals are very interesting. So we thought that this thing should be reported.
Viewers, tensions flared along the India-Bangladesh border in West Bengal's Cooch Behar after fencing and land acquisition work near the sensitive Teen Bagha corridor triggered a face-off between India's border security force and Bangladesh security guards, border guards. Now, dramatic visuals also showed the BSF personnel on the Indian side taking combat positions as provocative exchanges erupted near the zero point at the Dahagram-Angar-Porta border in Mekhliganj. Now, the standoff comes amid the state government's push for border fencing and renewed political focus on infiltration ahead of the elections. Take a look at this.
BSF in action mode along the India-Bangladesh border. Tensions at the Teen Bagha corridor border in Mekhliganj as BSF personnel moved to secure the area with barbed wire fencing. Bangladesh border guards along with Bangladeshi locals resisted the move. Despite objections, land acquisition continued near the zero point. Heated and provocative exchanges between BSF and BGB personnel. As tensions escalated, border turned increasingly volatile by evening. Visuals showed BSF personnel lying in combat positions with weapons aimed and ready. According to officials, land acquisition was carried out up to 50 feet from point zero. The move comes amid the BJP's repeated electoral promise to curb infiltration and strengthen border security in Bengal. With border forces facing off at one of the most sensitive stretches along the India-Bangladesh frontier, the developments at Teen Bagha corridor are now likely to intensify both security concerns and political confrontation in the state.
Shifting focus to what's happening in Mumbai in Bandra East, where one of the city's biggest recent anti-encroachment drives has reached its final stage. Now, after 5 continuous days of demolition in the Garib Nagar area, specifically along the railway land, authorities now say that the operation is nearly fully complete. While bulldozers have stopped, debris clearance is underway while the railway police remain on high alert to prevent further encroachments. Here's more on that story. Take a look. After 5 days of demolition and hundreds of illegal structures razed, a massive cleanup operation is nearing its final stages in Mumbai's Bandra East. The anti-encroachment drive carried out by the Western Railway inside this area is now being completed, with officials confirming that debris removal is the only remaining hindrance in the area. Bulldozers that dominated the area over the last several days have now backed off, with teams now clearing tons of debris left behind after the demolition of nearly 400 to 500 structures built close to active railroads. The railways say the demolition was necessary for safety reasons, submitting 2 rail tracks as legal proceedings in the matter had been going on for several years. According to railway authorities, over 5,000 square meters of land have now been reclaimed in what is being described as a major land recovery operation nearly worth 600 crore rupees. However, railway police personnel and security teams continue to maintain round-the-clock surveillance in the area to prevent fresh encroachment of the cleared land. The operation also witnessed tensed moments earlier this week, with protests and stone pelting incidents during the demolition drive, as multiple arrests were made after the clashes broke out.
For now, the focus remains on clearing the debris, securing the land and ensuring that the reclaimed stretch does not fall under illegal occupation once again.
And that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. Thanks very much for staying with us. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial. In this specific case, ladies
of Maharashtra in conversation with the founder, chairman and editor-in-chief of Republic Media Network. Please welcome Shri Devendra Fadnavis and Mr. Arnab Goswami.
Let me first start by thanking our dear Chief Minister of Maharashtra,
Mr. Devendra Fadnavis for taking the time from his super busy schedule to keep up his promise to be with here at us, all of you here at ImagineNext. Really happy to see you again.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have a conversation with you.
Yes.
And that is also one point which brought me here.
Oh, usually people don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. But see, I've come prepared with all these notes. My team has told me stay with the script because I tend to go off script too often. But on a personal note, let me say that the man sitting to my left, and I'm not prone to flattering politicians, I think Maharashtra is blessed to have him as a chief minister. He is one thing about him, he works 24/7. Perhaps in my journalistic career, one of the most meticulous, hardworking, and he constantly educates himself on technology. So you are probably one of the finest people to speak at this event. Usually, Mr. Fadnavis, when people have to talk about technology, science, investments, politicians don't like it, but you have it on your fingertips, so you're ideal. So thank you very much.
Thank you so
and
much.
What you're doing for Maharashtra is brilliant. Brilliant. I just want to start by saying that on the 29th of April, the Maharashtra cabinet, chaired by Mr. Fadnavis, approved the Maharashtra AI Policy 2026. And I wanted to start by talking a little bit about it. The headline commitments are an investment target of more than 10,000 crores and over 1.5 lakh jobs by 2031, 6 AI centers of excellence across health, education, agriculture, urban development, Marathi language and culture, and finance, 5 AI innovation cities, a 500 crore AI startup fund, 12 AI incubators, AI skilling for 2 lakh young people and professionals, and a shared compute backbone of 2,000 GPUs delivered as a computer as a service to government departments. This level of thinking on AI, this level of detail, and I would say commitment to AI, perhaps you would be number one across the country if there were to be a ranking of states. So this session matters, and the nation wants to know, Mr. Fadnavis, why you're doing this with such great interest and speed.
No, thank you. I think that's the most important question because, we are into an era where AI is revolutionizing every single thing. And, when a wave comes, you cannot stop the wave. Technology wave, you have to ride on it. And now is a time when AI is going to reshape every aspect of our business, every aspect of our life. So we thought it is very important that if we have to retain our place in the economic scenario, in the business, in the industry, we have to do adoption of AI very fast. And that is why we started this policy. We started a new portfolio, a new department of AI, a commissionerate of AI. And there are two things. One is adoption of AI in governance, which we have already started. I would like to give you 2 examples, what we have already done. One is that we have started an engine whereby we are using AI in criminal justice system and, entire handling of our criminal system. So there is one institution which we have created. This institution has totally digitized the process of crime solution. We have done it with Microsoft. Now we'll be also doing it with some of our indigenous, technology providers. But what is the difference? From a crime scene to a charge sheet, the entire process is digitized. The entire process is in blockchain. So that will reduce the time to a large extent. And in criminal justice system, there are so many miscarriages. There will be no miscarriage once this entire system is under a blockchain. And, AI is revolutionizing it so fast that now we are also using a model where, when we interrogate somebody, all the interrogation is captured and it's put in the perspective whereby, how a criminal justice system requires somebody, being interrogated. Everything is covered by that. Now here is, let's say crime solving. The second example is what we created is Mahavistar. Now this Mahavistar is a AI engine created for farmers. Mahavistar app, now it is downloaded by 50 lakh farmers in India, in Maharashtra, and it is one-stop solution for everything in agriculture. It gives a agentic AI perspective whereby every single farmer gets his own agentic friend, his own agent, whereby he can ask any question, anything. Any question, he gets a reply on that. He can speak in any language. Now we have also integrated the tribal language Bhili. So a tribal belonging to a tribal community who speaks Bhili language can ask him. And this is to the extent that they'll get the weather data, they'll get the, if the crop cycle is analyzed, everything they will get. So I'll tell you just one thing, that if in a cropping cycle, if they just take a photograph by a smartphone, that photograph will analyze the entire crop and it will tell them at what cycle the crop is. If there is a apprehension of pests, if it is so, then what pesticide should they use? If it requires a micronutrient, then what type of micronutrient they should use? And this any common farmer can do.
Okay.
So I think that we have already started using this. And so far as creating the computing power is concerned, as you know that you have mentioned about 2000 GPU.
Yes.
There was a time when we used to, when we were very young, we used to talk about CPU, but CPU is, no more now a computing power. It is GPU. What we are trying to create is to create a common facility, a common computing facility. I'm telling in very simple words, because today, when you talk about startups, all startups require huge computing facility, and this computing facility is, is very expensive. If they buy it from somebody, if they partner it with somebody. So what we are essentially creating is that this entire capacity will be created on a shared model, which can be used by any startup, which can be used by any business. So that will put us ahead of everybody. Because ultimately, when you have this computing facility,
wonderful,
then I think that will change every sphere of business. So this particular policy which I am talking about is a policy which is going to put Maharashtra ahead of every state.
अमेजिंग, आप बहुत कॉम्पिटिटिव है महाराष्ट्र को लेकर, अच्छी बात है. और सबसे बड़ी बात जो मुझे लगी, I'll move to Hindi a little bit if you don't mind, because I want this to reach as many people as possible. Can I mix between English and Hindi? ठीक है. क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि हमारे देश में टेक्नोलॉजी कभी कभी लेट आती है, मगर अडॉप्शन बहुत क्विकली हो जाती है.
बिल्कुल.
और टेक्नोलॉजी की यूसेज जो है, ये हम मानते हैं कभी कभी कि कोई आम किसान ये टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ नहीं कर पाएंगे, मगर हमने देखा है कि टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्शन भारत से ज़्यादा स्पीड में और कहीं नहीं होती. कोई आप शेयर करना चाहेंगे? जैसे आपने कहा कि दिस इज़ यूज्ड बाय कॉमन फार्मर्स, तो स्केल अगर बनानी है तो टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्शन बाय द मासेस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. उसके लिए कुछ कर रहे हैं आप?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यही सबसे ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि देखिए हम लोग अगर कुछ एक 20-30 साल पहले जाएंगे, तो जिस समय हमारे यहाँ पर कंप्यूटर्स आए
जी,
तो हमारे यहाँ पर कुछ नेता कहते थे कि ये कंप्यूटर तो देश को बर्बाद कर देंगे, ये कंप्यूटर तो देश में इतनी बेरोजगारी तैयार कर देंगे कि देश बर्बाद हो जाएगा. फिर किसी ने पूछा था कि कंप्यूटर धान उगा लेंगे, तो कई बातें हमने कही थी, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली भी अडॉप्टेड, हमने उसको उसका अडॉप्शन किया, उससे चीज़ें बदली जी। फिर .com का बूम आया, हम लोग उस बूम में चले गए। उस समय भी कई लोगों ने कई प्रकार के प्रश्न पूछे थे, लेकिन इंडिया कुड लीड दैट रिवोल्यूशन। हमारे लोगों ने दुनिया के मतलब सिलिकॉन वैली में जाकर, सब जगह जाकर इंडियंस ने एक प्रकार से इसको ये .com बूम को लीड करने का काम किया। तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि अब जब हम AI के एरा में आए हैं जी, तो हम लोगों को ओपन आर्म से इसका स्वागत करना चाहिए, और लोग कर रहे हैं। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया महाविस्तार ऐप का, मतलब मुझे भी शुरुआत में लग रहा था कि हमने बना तो लिया है, पर क्या किसान इसको यूज़ करेंगे? किसान इसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं, किसान उस पर प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं, और उसके कारण आप जानते हैं AI का तो ये होता है कि जितना डेटा जनरेट होता है उतना वो मॉडल ट्रेन होते जाता है जी। तो इतना एक्यूरेटली ट्रेन हो रहा है। अभी करीब करीब हम लोगों ने देखा कि क्रॉपिंग साइकिल में हम लोग जो फोटो के माध्यम से उसका एनालिसिस कर रहे हैं, अब उसका धीरे धीरे ट्रेनिंग होते हुए एक्यूरेसी 80% पहुंची है, और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक साल 2 साल में दैट विल रीच 90%। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब लोगों में, और विशेष रूप से भारत जैसे देश में जहां हमारी मतलब एक एस्पिरेशनल और बहुत ही यंग पॉपुलेशन है, जहां आपके 65% लोग 35 साल से नीचे के हैं, यहाँ पर तो AI अडॉप्शन ये कठिन होना ही नहीं चाहिए। और देखिए, जिस समय हमारा स्मार्टफोन आया तो मेरे जैसा आदमी भी सोचता था यार ये पुराना ठीक था, बटन दबाते थे, बिना ये बटन के क्या कीपैड आ गया। लेकिन हम भी सीखे और हमारे पहले की जनरेशन भी सीख गई जी। बिल्कुल। तो मुझे लगता है कि इंडियंस इसको अडॉप्ट करते हैं, आपको ओपन आर्म से उसको मतलब उसका स्वागत भी करना चाहिए, और सरकार ने या बिजनेसेस ने इसका विचार न करते हुए कि क्या लोग इसको स्वीकारेंगे, आगे बढ़ना चाहिए।
तो फडणवीस जी, अभी इस वक्त जैसे बहुत स्टेट्स compete करते हैं आपके साथ, और महाराष्ट्र आज एक आई थिंक इट्स $660 billion इकोनॉमी, राइट? एंड यू आर अट्रैक्टिंग 31% ऑफ इंडियाज FDI एज ऑफ नाउ। जब FDI बाहर भी जा रही है, स्टिल यू अट्रैक्ट ओवर 31%, मतलब आप टॉप पोजिशन पे हैं। एंड बाय द वे कंग्रेचुलेशंस आपको डावोस में, आई थिंक यू गॉट इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लेजेस ऑफ 200 billion फ्रॉम डावोस अलोन। सो पूछता है भारत कि ये कन्वर्जन होगा कि नहीं इन MOUs का, पहला सवाल। दूसरा, you have a target of a $1 trillion economy by 2030. Is this achievable? Some people feel that you have set a very stiff target. You know, 1 trillion economy. Why are you setting such a target for yourself? और उसमें अगर महाराष्ट्र के पोल पोजीशन को रखना है, इस संदर्भ में इमेजिनेक्स्ट के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आप टेक्नोलॉजी को किस तरह से यूज करेंगे एज अ कैटलिस्ट उस 1 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंचने के लिए बाय 2030? अभी सिर्फ 3.5 साल ही बाकी है।
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं आपको एक ही एग्जांपल दूंगा। मैंने $1 ट्रिलियन की बात करी थी इन 2015। तब से मैं कह रहा हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी होगा। 2015 में हमारी जो इकोनॉमी थी, हमारी जो अर्थव्यवस्था थी, वो थी करीब 14 लाख करोड़ की, 14 लाख करोड़। एंड टुडे वी आर 54 लाख करोड़। इन 10 years हमने ट्रिपल से भी ज़्यादा हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को बड़ा किया है। और आज अगर हम देखेंगे तो देश में कई राज्य ये कहते हैं कि वी वांट टू बिकम $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र ही एक ऐसा राज्य है जो इस टारगेट के पास है, बिकॉज वी आर ऑलरेडी 660 बिलियन। और आप अगर देखेंगे तो कोविड ईयर्स छोड़कर हमारा नॉमिनल ग्रोथ रेट 10% रहा है। 10% CAGR से हम लोग ग्रो हुए। इसी ग्रोथ रेट को भी हम मेंटेन रखते हैं, तब भी हम 2030 में $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी हो जाएंगे। हाँ, अगर ये हो सकता है कि एक आधा साल, जैसे ये साल अल नीनो का है, पता नहीं अगर थोड़ा हो जाए तो 1 साल और आगे चला जाएगा, बट वी आर एब्सोल्युटली ऑन ट्रैक। और मैं उससे जाकर आपको कहना चाहता हूँ आगे जाकर कि आज महाराष्ट्र इन साइज ऑफ इकोनॉमी वी आर नॉट कम्पीटिंग विथ एनी स्टेट इन इंडिया। हम बाकी स्टेट से बहुत आगे हैं। अभी अगर हम लोग बाय साइज देखेंगे तो वी आर, महाराष्ट्र इज 30th लार्जेस्ट बिगेस्ट इकोनॉमी ऑफ वर्ल्ड, दुनिया की 30वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था है। और अर्णब जी, इन नेक्स्ट 2 to 3 years वी विल सरपास द इकोनॉमी ऑफ सिंगापुर एंड यूएई। उनकी इकोनॉमी को हम सरपास करेंगे। इसलिए ये जो टारगेट हमने हाथ में लिया है ये बिल्कुल अचीवेबल टारगेट है। और जो आपने कहा ये अचीव क्यों होगा, केवल टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण अचीव होगा। देखिए, टेक्नोलॉजी ये फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है, एआई ये फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। आप लीप फ्रॉग कर सकते हैं, वो हम लोग कर रहे हैं। आज अगर हम लोग देखेंगे तो इतनी तेजी के साथ, मतलब आप देखिए कि महाराष्ट्र बना तब से लेकर 2014-15 तक आपकी अर्थव्यवस्था 13 लाख करोड़ की, और 10 साल में आपकी अर्थव्यवस्था अगर 13 लाख करोड़ से 54 लाख करोड़ पर जाती है तो इसका मतलब है कि ये लीप फ्रॉग हो रही है। और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि हम लोग इसको कर पाएंगे। और हम लोगों ने केवल टारगेट नहीं रखा है, हमने उसका एक प्लान तैयार किया, एक इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजरी कमेटी तैयार की। उस कमेटी ने सारे सेक्टर्स के साथ बैठकर हर सेक्टर में हमको क्या करना है इसका निर्णय हमने किया। उसके बाद हमने विकसित महाराष्ट्र 2047 ये विजन तैयार किया। इस विजन में 2030 का विजन जो शॉर्ट टर्म है, 35 का विजन जब महाराष्ट्र 75 साल का होगा ये मिड टर्म है, और 47 इज अ लॉन्ग टर्म विजन। और केवल विजन तैयार करके हम रुके नहीं, तो हम लोगों ने 2000 डेटा पॉइंट्स तैयार किए, 2000 डेटा पॉइंट्स कि जिसको हम लोगों को अचीव करना है। उन डेटा पॉइंट्स को वापस हम लोगों ने एक एक डिपार्टमेंट को दिया और एक विजन मैनेजमेंट यूनिट तैयार किया है। जो विजन मैनेजमेंट यूनिट ये डायनामिकली एक एक डिपार्टमेंट के डेटा पॉइंट्स को ट्रैक करता है कि आपने इस साल कौन से डेटा पॉइंट करने हैं, अगले साल कौन से करने हैं, कितने आप कर पाए। और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि हम लोगों ने जो भी चैलेंजेस दिए, हमारा इसमें जो मतलब एक सक्सेस रेट जो रहा, तो डिपार्टमेंट्स ने, जो लोएस्ट भी डिपार्टमेंट था वो भी 75% था, जो हाईएस्ट था वो 95% था। तो मुझे लगता है कि इट इज़ नॉट अ मियर फिगर या इट इज़ नॉट अ मियर नंबर, तो एक बहुत ही सोची समझी स्ट्रैटेजी के तहत हम लोग जा रहे हैं। और इसमें कंप्लीटली ये टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है। इसमें हम एआई का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम जियो स्पेशियल डेटा का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम डेटा ट्रैकिंग का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम डेटा पूल का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि ये बिल्कुल संभव है। और दूसरा जो आपने कहा कि एमओयूज़ के बारे में, और ये बिल्कुल लोगों में हमेशा ये भावना होती है कि यू टॉक अबाउट द नंबर्स, आप कहते हैं इतने एमओयू हो गए, ये ट्रांसलेट हो गए कि नहीं। मुझे एक चीज़ बोलनी है कि इंडिया में अगर पैन इंडिया हम देखें तो जितने हम लोग एमओयूज़ करते हैं उसका रियल ट्रांसलेशन का जो रेट है वो 35% है। महाराष्ट्र में वो हिस्टोरिकली 55 to 60% है। लेकिन हमने जो डावोस में एमओयू किए उसका जो ट्रांसलेशन का रेट है इट इज़ 85%। 85% हम लोग कर पाए, और जो 15% भी हम लोग नहीं कर पा रहे वो ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स के कारण, आज जिस प्रकार से सप्लाई चेन शिफ्ट होती है उसके कारण, या कोई देश बैरियर्स तैयार कर देते हैं, तो आज हम लोग तय करते हैं और उसके बाद वो बिजनेस अनवायबल हो जाता है। ऐसे ही 15% है। तो मुझे लगता है हम लोगों ने किए हुए, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने हर एमओयू के पीछे रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर रखा हुआ है, हर एमओयू के पीछे ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम रखी हुई है। मैं खुद मेरे वॉर रूम में एमओयूज़ के बारे में मीटिंग्स लेता हूँ, जो इन्वेस्टर्स है उनको बुलाता हूँ, उनको मैं पूछता हूँ उनके प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है, उनको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करता हूँ। तो निश्चित रूप से मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि इनको हम इन्वेस्टमेंट में ट्रांसलेट कर पाएंगे।
ऑफ ट्रैक एक सवाल।
जी बिल्कुल।
आप पॉलिटिक्स और गवर्नेंस को कैसे सेपरेट करते हैं? पहला सवाल। आपकी 3 पार्टी की कोalition गवर्नमेंट है, इससे नुकसान होता है कि फ़ायदा? आपकी गवर्नेंस मॉडल स्लो हो जाती है क्या कभी कभी? आप सेपरेट कैसे करते हैं? आप किस चीज़ को ज़्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं देवेंद्र जी? आप पॉलिटिक्स को ज़्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं कि गवर्नेंस को ज़्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं? ये देखिए, ये सब सवाल जो है देवेंद्र जी, आपको मैं 20 साल से जानता हूँ। आई कैन टेक लिबर्टी विद, बाकी कोई रिपोर्टर तो आपको पूछ नहीं सकते। व्हाट डू यू एंजॉय मोर?
सच बात तो है कि आपने मेरा स्वभाव देखा है, तो आई एंजॉय गवर्नेंस मोर। मैं मतलब पॉलिटिक्स इज़ इनएविटेबल, सो उस पॉलिटिक्स में मुझे ज़िंदा भी रहना पड़ता है, संघर्ष भी करना पड़ता है, और कई बार ऐसी भी चीज़ें करनी पड़ती है कि जो मतलब विच इज़ नॉट माई नेचर, विच आई डोंट बिलोंग टू दैट यू नो दैट पार्ट, बट अल्टीमेटली आप पॉलिटिक्स में जीवित रहेंगे तो ही गवर्नेंस कर पाएंगे, तो मैंने इसको समझ लिया है। लेकिन आई एंजॉय गवर्नेंस। और आपने जो बात कही, इसमें एक गवर्नेंस का जो मॉडल मैंने तैयार किया है, देखिए मैं आपको एक बहुत मज़ेदार बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि व्हेन आई बिकेम चीफ मिनिस्टर फर्स्ट टाइम, तो उस समय एक बहुत ही सीनियर IAS ऑफिसर मुझे मिले और उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि सर मैं आपको एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ। मैंने कहा बताइए। कहा मैंने कई चीफ मिनिस्टर्स के साथ काम किया है सर, चीफ मिनिस्टर का समय अपना नहीं होता है, लोग आपका समय जो है वो हाईजैक कर लेते हैं। इसलिए मैंने देखा है कई चीफ मिनिस्टर दे वर वेल मीनिंग, लेकिन वो कुछ कर नहीं पाए। सर आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो मैं आपको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि आप जो गवर्नेंस में ऑफिशियली जो करना चाहते हैं रात में तय कीजिए, दूसरे दिन कुछ भी करके वो कीजिए, और बाकी बचा हुआ समय आप पॉलिटिक्स को दे दीजिए या लोगों को दे दीजिए। तो मुझे वो बात अच्छी लगी और तब से मैंने बिल्कुल वो एक प्रकार से मेरा वे ऑफ लाइफ हो गया कि जो चीज़ें करनी है वो चीज़ें उस दिन करना ही है, बाकी फिर। और ये बात सही है क्योंकि सुबह उठने के बाद कहीं कोई एक्सीडेंट हो गया है तो हमारी सारा अटेंशन उसकी तरफ हो जाता है, कहीं कोई इंसिडेंस हो गया है, तो रोज़ के चैलेंजेस है, उन चैलेंजेस में आप अगर अटक गए, और ये चीज़ मैंने बहुत करीब से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी देखी है, दुनिया में कुछ भी हो जाए प्रधानमंत्री जी अपना एजेंडा कभी छोड़ते नहीं, वो एजेंडा कंप्लीट करते हैं फिर दुनिया की चीज़ों में जाते हैं। तो मैंने भी उसको हमेशा उसी प्रकार से किया है। और जहाँ तक 3 पार्टियों का सवाल है तो मुझे लगता है कोई बहुत प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता है। देखिए पॉलिटिकली प्रॉब्लम आता है, गवर्नेंस में नहीं आता। गवर्नेंस में और मोस्टली बोथ द पार्टीज आर अलाइंड विथ माई विजन। तो कभी कभी छोटी मोटी चीज़ों में अल्टीमेटली अलग अलग पार्टियाँ हैं तो प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं, लेकिन हम लोग तो ये भी देखते हैं ना कि कई बार कई राज्यों में हमने ऐसा भी देखा है कि सिंगल पार्टी का राज होता है, लेकिन उस पार्टी में ही, जैसे हमने अभी केरला में कम्युनिस्टों की जो सरकार थी, उस सरकार में हमने देखा कि सिंगल पार्टी की सरकार थी, लेकिन इतने उसी पार्टी में झंझट झमेले चलते थे। कर्नाटक में हम लोग देख रहे हैं सिंगल पार्टी की कांग्रेस की सरकार है, लेकिन रोज एक दूसरे की ऐसी टांग खींच रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि ये सिंगल पार्टी या मल्टी पार्टी ये कोई बहुत मायने नहीं रखता। आपका एजेंडा क्या है, उस एजेंडे को आप किस प्रकार से उसका पीछा करते हैं, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
बहुत अच्छा जवाब है आपका। मुझे भी बहुत कुछ करना पड़ता है जो मेरे स्वभाव में नहीं है। करना पड़ता है, क्या करें फडणवीस। बट एक चीज़ मैं अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ, व्हेनेवर जब भी आपसे बात हुई है, जब बड़ी राजनीतिक असमंजस चल रही है, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल टेंशन, ही कम्स, कभी भी हमारे सामने आते हैं, ही स्माइलिंग जैसे कोई स्पा या सोना से निकले हैं, बिल्कुल फ्रेश, रिलैक्स्ड। दुनिया भर में टेंशन है, सारे रिपोर्टर्स इधर सब खड़े हैं आपके पीछे, आलिशा नायर आपके पीछे भागती है, आप ऐसे स्माइल करके आते हैं जस्ट यू हैव जस्ट कम फ्रॉम अ स्पा। इट्स फैंटेस्टिक, इट्स वेरी गुड। एक्चुअली गवर्नेंस और पॉलिटिक्स को सेपरेट करना पॉलिटिशियन की सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज है। तो आपने कंपेटिटिवनेस के बारे में कहा, आपने कहा आप टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक को यूज़ करेंगे। पिछले 2 साल से मैं जब मुंबई में आता हूं तो देखा कोस्टल रोड, अटल सेतु, मेट्रो 3, नवी मुंबई प्रोजेक्ट, 3 ट्रिलियन रिंग रोड नेटवर्क, पूरा रीडिजाइनिंग। आई एम सीइंग and I think you are all very fortunate in Mumbai. You are seeing a redesigning of Mumbai, and I think you are to take the credit for that. Do you really think that Mumbai, क्या आप एक तरह से इस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ या टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक के साथ या अपने AI प्लान के साथ आप ग्लोबल एशियन हब्स जो हैं दुबई और सिंगापुर के साथ, इज इट पॉसिबल नाउ टू डायरेक्टली कम्पीट? अभी हमने मिडिल ईस्ट की क्राइसिस देखी, सडनली पीपल जो दुबई गए थे दे आर ट्राइंग टू फाइंड वेज टू कम बैक। ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है हमारे लिए, ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स जो हो रहे हैं उसमें अपॉर्चुनिटी है। तो मैं ये पूछना चाहता था कि जो FDI इनफ्लोज हो रहे हैं आपके, क्या आप महाराष्ट्र, क्या मुंबई के स्ट्रक्चरल एडवांटेज को यूज करके मुंबई की रीपोजिशनिंग डिलिबरेटली कर रहे हैं? क्या इसमें कुछ रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग प्लान है आपका कि आपने सोचा है कि आई हैव टू रीच द टारगेट, 1-2 साल इधर उधर हो सकता है, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं, 1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनानी है, इसलिए क्या आप रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग के साथ टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सबका गेम प्लान चेंज कर रहे हैं? आपकी सोच क्या है उसमें? व्हाट इज योर थिंकिंग?
करीब करीब ऐसी ही सोच है, क्योंकि देखिए, जिस समय आईटी की वेव आई, मुंबई लॉस्ट ऑन आईटी वेव, और उसका एक कारण ये था कि लैक ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। देखिए, उस समय आईटी इंडस्ट्री ये मानती थी कि 50 रुपीज़ पर स्क्वायर फीट में रेंटल जगह अगर हमको मिलेगी तो हम लोग आईटी में एक प्रकार से सक्सेसफुल हो सकते हैं। मुंबई कुड नॉट ऑफर कंप्लीट। देखिए, एक नेचुरल इकोसिस्टम मुंबई और पुणे में तो है, लेकिन उसका जो मेजर एडवांटेज है ये उस समय बेंगलोर को गया और हैदराबाद को गया। इसलिए अब ये सारा जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेफिसिट है उसको कंप्लीट करने का प्रयास हम लोग कर रहे हैं। और मैंने मुंबई को केवल मुंबई के रूप में नहीं देखा है, तो वी आर इमेजिनिंग मुंबई विथ अलॉन्ग विथ एमएमआर, मुंबई मेट्रोपॉलिटन रीजन। सो न्यू मुंबई और रायगढ़, ये जो सारा क्षेत्र है, एमएमआर रीजन को हम लोगों ने अभी इंटीग्रेट किया है। अटल सेतु के कारण अब हिंटरलैंड ये मुंबई से कनेक्ट हो गया है। आप देखिए, आज यहाँ जहाँ आप बैठे हैं वहाँ से भी आप न्यू मुंबई बहुत कम समय में पहुँच सकते हो, और अभी हमारी 2-3 और लिंक हो जाएगी तो आप तो 30-35 मिनट में पहुँच जाएंगे। तो इसलिए एक प्रकार से हिंटरलैंड को जोड़ने का काम किया है। और जो मुंबई है उसको री इमेजिन हम लोग कर रहे हैं। कंप्लीट मुंबई इज गोइंग इनटू रीडेवलपमेंट, क्योंकि मुंबई ये लैंडलॉक सिटी है। यहाँ पर जो स्पेस है उसका हम लोगों को स्मार्ट, सस्टेनेबल इस प्रकार से उपयोग करना पड़ेगा। उस प्रकार का कंप्लीट रीडिजाइनिंग हम लोगों ने मुंबई का किया है। इसमें पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो है ही, हम लोग अभी कोस्टल रोड का, नॉर्थ कोस्टल रोड तैयार कर रहे हैं। तो पूरा जो मुंबई का मतलब कोलाबा से या नरीमन पॉइंट से लेकर तो आपको भाईंदर तक कंप्लीट एक सिंगल रोड ऐसा मिलेगा कि जहाँ पर कहीं पर भी आपको एक भी सिग्नल नहीं मिलेगा। तो इस प्रकार का हम लोग इसका तो डिजाइनिंग हमारा काम भी चालू हो गया है। हम लोग ईस्ट वेस्ट कनेक्टिविटी के लिए टनल्स तैयार कर रहे हैं, उसका भी काम हमने चालू कर दिया है। एक टनल्स का बड़ा नेटवर्क हम तैयार कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ जो पुराने मुंबई के लेआउट्स हैं, 50 साल, 60 साल, 70 साल पहले तैयार हुए, माड़ा ने 56 लेआउट्स तैयार किए हैं अलग, इसका कंप्लीट रीडेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं। इस रीडेवलपमेंट के कारण यहाँ पर हाउसिंग स्टॉक भी मिलेगा, कमर्शियल स्पेसेस भी मिलेगी, और साथ में मुंबई को जो ओपन स्पेसेस चाहिए, मुंबई को जो सांस लेने के लिए जगह चाहिए, वो जगह भी उसके कारण क्रिएट होगी। तो ये जो हमारा 400 किलोमीटर का मेट्रो का नेटवर्क है, इसके कारण कंप्लीट इंटीग्रेशन हो रहा है। अब सेकंड फेज में हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, देखिए, अगर हम लोगों को मुंबई एज अ इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हब ये अगर तैयार करना है तो हमको प्लग एंड प्ले सिटीज तैयार करनी पड़ेगी जी। क्योंकि आज का मॉडल हम इंडस्ट्रियल रिवोल्यूशन के 6ठे फेज में चल रहे हैं, 4th, 5th, 6th एक साथ चल रहा है। इसमें हम लोगों को प्लग एंड प्ले सिटीज तैयार करनी पड़ेगी। न्यू मुंबई एयरपोर्ट और अटल सेतु, इसके बीच मुंबई से बड़ा एक अर्बन एरिया हम लोगों ने तैयार किया है, जिसको हम लोग थीमेटिक सिटीज के रूप में डेवलप कर रहे हैं। वहाँ एक एजू सिटी तैयार हो रही है। इस एजू सिटी में 12 दुनिया की बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटीज, जिसमें से 7 ऑलरेडी आ गई है। ये यूनिवर्सिटीज 1 लाख बच्चों को पढ़ाएगी और वर्ल्ड क्लास एजुकेशन और रिसर्च वहाँ चलेगा। उसके साथ में हम लोग मेडिसिटी कर रहे हैं, उसके साथ हम जीसीसी सिटी कर रहे हैं, उसके साथ हम इनोवेशन सिटी कर रहे हैं। और व्हेन आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू, इसमें से कोई चीज़ कागज पर नहीं है, हर चीज़ कागज से आगे बढ़ चुकी है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के स्टेज पर जा चुकी है। यही सारा एरिया है जहाँ पर भारत का 60% डेटा सेंटर कैपेसिटी तैयार हुआ है। और जैसा आपने कहा कि अभी जिस प्रकार से यूएई में या बाकी सारी जगह पर ये वॉर के कारण क्राइसिस तैयार हुआ है, वी एक्सपेक्ट कि हम लोगों की जो डेटा सेंटर कैपेसिटी है, और स्पेशली जो सारे हाइपरस्केलर्स है, एआई हाइपरस्केलर्स है, ये सारे अब मुंबई आना चाहते हैं। उसके लिए हम लोगों ने तैयारी कर ली है, जगह की, पावर की, पानी की, सारी तैयारी हम करके बैठे हुए। आज अगर भारत में डेटा सेंटर के लिए रेडी पावर और ट्रेसेबल ग्रीन पावर अगर किसी के पास है तो महाराष्ट्र के पास है। कॉरिडोर हमारे तैयार है। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक प्लग एंड प्ले इस प्रकार की कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम हम तैयार कर रहे हैं, जो निश्चित रूप से दुबई के साथ या सिंगापुर के साथ compete कर पाएगी।
चिप फैब्रिकेशन में चिप फैब्रिकेशन में आपकी बहुत अग्रेसिव रेस चल रही है गुजरात के साथ। अब चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ गुजरात इज योर फ्रेंड? यू टॉक टू हिम?
Absolutely.
Do you discuss chip fabrication? क्योंकि chip fabrication में how can you be friends? अब गुजरात, India's first chip fabrication plant गुजरात में हो रही है। महाराष्ट्र फ्लैगशिप सेमीकंडक्टर बेल्ट जो है वो $10 बिलियन की पनवेल की आपकी शायद फैसिलिटी है। आप कैंडिडली हमारे रूम को ये बताइए, ये चिप वैल्यू चेन में, इन द चिप वैल्यू चेन, what can Maharashtra win and what has Maharashtra already lost on chips?
नहीं, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात कही। आज हम लोग कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म में हैं।
Yes.
स्टेट्स आर कम्पीटिंग विथ ईच अदर। और आपके और मेरे मित्र उद्धव ठाकरे जी, ये जिस समय चीफ मिनिस्टर थे उस समय,
आपके मित्र जरूर हैं, मैं क्या कहूँ, मेरा अनुभव कुछ अलग है उनके साथ और उनके,
तो वी
आपके फ्रेंड हैं, मुझे पता है।
वी लॉस्ट दिस चिप का आपका मतलब जो फैब की
इन दैट टाइम
ये है वो इट वेंट टू गुजरात।
यस।
लेकिन मैं जैसा आपने कहा कि हम लोगों ने, क्योंकि ये 8 स्टेप की वैल्यू चेन होती है और इसमें कई चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है। इट इज़ नॉट जस्ट मतलब फैब इज़ नॉट जस्ट अ सिंगल थिंग। तो आज चिप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भले ही गुजरात कर रहा है, हमारे यहाँ भी अभी जैसा आपने कहा कि $10 बिलियन की इन्वेस्टमेंट उसमें आई है, लेकिन हम पीछे हैं। दे आर मच अहेड ऑफ अस। उनका तो दे हैव इनटू प्रोडक्शन। बट इस वैल्यू चेन में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात क्या है, दैट इज ओसैट एंड ATMP। जो चिप हमारी तैयार होती है उसकी क्वालिटी, उसका डिजाइनिंग और उसका पैकेजिंग, ये 3 इस वैल्यू चेन की सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ें हैं। और ये तीनों चीज़ें ये महाराष्ट्र में हो रही है। वी आर वेल अहेड। उसकी सबसे बड़ी कैपेसिटी ये महाराष्ट्र में तैयार हुई है। और विशेष रूप से RRP जो हमारे मुंबई के पास में ही है, उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से इसको तैयार किया है, इसको रीइमेजिन किया है, और अभी उनकी फैसिलिटी जिस प्रकार से नया एक्सपेंशन कर रही है, तो उसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि इस वैल्यू चेन के हम सबसे बड़े प्लेयर बन रहे हैं। क्योंकि आप देखिए, हमारा पैसा चिप बनाने में नहीं जा रहा है, उसमें वैल्यू ऐड करने में जा रहा है। हम लोग उसका डिजाइनिंग, आज देश का 25% डिजाइनिंग और डिजाइनर्स ये मुंबई में बैठते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस वैल्यू चेन में हम लोगों ने अपनी जगह बनाई है। धीरे धीरे चिप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जो हम पीछे उस सेगमेंट में पड़े हैं, उसमें भी हम लोग कैचअप कर लेंगे।
नहीं, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि आप अपने एक डिफरेंशिएटेड सेगमेंट में लीडर बनने का आपका क्लियर प्लान है। यही बहुत सराहनीय है। इट इज कंप्लीटली अमेजिंग दैट यू आर थिंकिंग लाइक दिस। आपने AI में भी कहा है वी वांट टू डू एथिकल एंड इंक्लूसिव AI। क्या ये सिर्फ एक स्लोगन है फडणवीस जी, और इज इट समथिंग दैट यू वांट टू पुट इन प्रैक्टिस?
बिल्कुल। देखिए, AI अगर एथिकल न हो तो ये एक प्रकार से हम सबका जीवन खराब कर देगा। इसलिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी जब ग्लोबल AI समिट का उद्घाटन किया था, तब एक ग्लोबल अलायंस उन्होंने तैयार किया फॉर एथिकल AI। और मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि अगर कोई पावर ये बहुत डिसरप्टिव है, ये अगर गलत तरीके से उपयोग में आ जाए, आज हम लोग देखते हैं कि लोग मजाक में ही करते हैं, लेकिन AI का उपयोग करके मीम्स तैयार कर देते हैं। आपकी और मेरी जो फोटोज़ मतलब नहीं है वो भी तैयार हो जाती है, कुछ भी रील्स तैयार हो जाती है। ठीक है, वो एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए अलग बात है, लेकिन